And yeah, the mic going. Are you sharing screen or are you just talking? Talking.
Do the
There you go.
orientation already?
Hi guys. Oh yeah. Yep. Maybe you give me the handout.
And then
I
you're
will
coming tomorrow.
get them to them on.
Yes. 10?
I'll add them on the chat. Also, they can open them up. Yeah, I just need to add them. Maybe just, these are the main ones. I think. Okay. Okay. I'll go do that.
Thank you.
You want me to hand something out right now?
Not for the moment. I'll take care of that in a second. Let's see. I don't know if I need this. I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna knock it off. Hello, everybody on Zoom. We're gonna we'll do our best. Just a little bit of housekeeping for those of you in the room. Especially those further away from the microphone. We're in the process of getting the room mic'd, but this is our only microphone. And so in order for the people on Zoom to hear us, especially if you're over there, we have to talk loud. Yes. So little piece of loud, not hollering, but you know, maybe get a little bit close. Okay. Some new faces that maybe I don't know. So I'm Melissa Lombard. I am the team leader here at this market center. And so let's just do quick introductions. We'll just go around the room, and if you can just tell us who you are and what stage of business you are at. Toddy, can you start?
Yes. I'm Tatiana, but I go by Toddy. I'm an admin, the director of client experience for Kelly Arvidsson. And I started 2 months ago now, so
Yay.
it's been great. And I love it.
Yes. Feels like you've been here for a long time in a good way.
Yes.
You're already part of the fabric.
I'm Molly Warmka, and I got licensed last week.
Awesome. So glad you're here, Molly.
Thank you.
Yay. Yafi, can you go next?
Yes, Yafit Barades, and I got licensed I think maybe 4.5 days ago.
Okay.
In 3 hours.
Not that you're counting.
No.
No, okay, all right. Deb, can we go back to you?
Oh my goodness, I'm feeling old.
No.
So, 7 years,
7 years, okay.
all here.
Yay. So Deb Edlund, and it's a good reminder that at any stage of your business, this is a great class to be a part of, just because you're gonna learn some things as newer agents that are brand new to you, but real estate, like life, is a lifelong learning journey. So Lisa, how about you?
Lisa, excuse me, Lisa Williams. I've been with Keller Williams since October. Started out as a single agent, and now I'm part of Michelle Hoagland's group.
Okay, fantastic. Jess, we'll go back to you. Everybody knows you probably, but
Okay, so I'm Jessica Nearing. I have a team, and I also am the PC coach. And what else am I supposed to say?
that's it.
That's it.
That's
Okay.
good. That's good. We're just doing quick introductions. Okay. Back in the back, yes.
My name is Ashley. This is about a month now.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Welcome.
I'm Megan Oren, 2 years this August. since I've been licensed.
Okay. And stepping out of full-time job?
Yeah, yep. So I had another full-time job, and this is my second week only real estate.
So exciting! Yay! That's so fun. That's so fun.
All right, I'm Josh Trifonov, and I've been with Keller for 73 hours now. And I'm the assistant team lead, so Melissa brought me on board, and I'm super excited to come under her and be a part of this team. I love the culture already, and my wife is Kim. She is the director of operations here as well. So.
Hey, we're so glad you're here. All right, and those of you on Zoom, I'm going to call on each of you. Lisa, if you can introduce yourself to the group. And take yourself off mute if you are there. And if you guys can put your cameras on, we'd love to see your faces. If not, we understand, but if you can, that'd be great. Go to, let me see, Trish, are you available? Can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Trish. On Saturday, it'll be 2 months as a realtor, and I wish I was there.
Well, we wish you were too, but you're here. I'm gonna turn this way and turn this way. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Christine.
Hi, I'm still in school. I have about 10 hours left, so I'm just excited to start learning now and get my hands on everything as soon as I'm done.
Awesome. We're so glad you're here.
And I went to
Jump
with Christine.
Really? How
Yes,
cool.
yes.
So for those of you in the room who feel so new, there's somebody who's even newer. Yay. Not even licensed yet. I love that. Lisa Brainer.
Good morning. I have been 5 years now. I think March was 5 years.
Awesome.
So yeah, and I love it here. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Andrea, how about you?
Hi, I've been licensed for about a year and a half, and I really enjoy this office here and the culture.
Hey, love to hear that. How about you, Tara? You're on mute if you're there. Because sometimes people log in and then, go do something else. And how about you, Danny?
Hi, I'm driving, so bear with. I have been with Keller since December. I got licensed in December, but I signed on before that. And yeah, I love the culture at Keller, and then I also love teaching with study group for new licensees. Yeah.
Awesome, and we love that you do that. And now you're learning the front desk a little bit, so we're excited to have you helping out in lots of different ways. We appreciate you. And Lisa, did you hop in? Lisa Riken? No, okay, no problem.
Sorry,
Oh,
can
yeah.
you hear me?
Okay, yes.
Oh, I've been licensed for over 4 years, but joined Keller in February, and I work closely with Melissa Johnson. And I just love your whole business.
Wonderful. Well, you know what I love? I love the impromptu KW shout outs. I didn't even ask for those, but I love this is what I love about KW. So we love being in business with you guys. And today is going to be an action-packed day. You have got a lot of learning ahead of you. We're going to spend this first hour talking about how to go big to go small. So we're going to talk about how you could, by focusing on one thing, you could have a business of any size that you wanted. I know that sounds too good to be true, but I'm going to show you in math. Math is like hard to argue with, right? I think math is hard to argue with. So we're going to do some fun math. And then Drake is going to be coming up after me talking about marketing. And so, how do you market in your business? What are the things that you need to focus on first in order to get the most bang for your marketing buck? Sammy's going to come in and talk about technology and how to use technology to be more efficient and more effective. Then we're going to do a hands-on workshop over lunch. We'll be providing lunch for you guys, and then we're going to be doing a hands-on workshop during that time. Sarah Anderson is going to come in after lunch and talk about the 36 touch. So if you've been at KW for a while, you know 33 touch, it's now 36 touch. If you don't know what that means, you're going to learn that that's the way for you to engage with your clients at that super high level. Kenley is going to come in. She's a rock star at open houses. So she's going to talk about a strategy for getting open houses and really turning them into awesome business and a good follow-up plan afterwards. And then Jess is going to close the training down with client events and how to leverage client events and seminars so that you get some lead generation doing what you already love doing. So it's going to be a great day. Like I said, definitely want it to be interactive though. So, those of you on Zoom, if you can take your, put your camera, put your face on the screen. We'd love to see it. If not, it's no big deal. But as interactive as we can be, the better. So who would like to know what's the one thing that you could do in your business? If you just focus on one thing, you could have a business of any, make any amount of money. That'd be pretty useful information, right? Okay. So let's just be sure. I like to be sure that I'm not making false promises. So I'm going to ask you to answer a question for me that that shouldn't be uncomfortable, but it might be uncomfortable at first. You're going to get more comfortable talking about money, but I want to know from you in 2021, how much money would you like to make in real estate? Big question. Who wants to start with their answer? Because I want to be sure that I'm not making a false promise. Yuffie.
$50,000.
$50,000. We can get you there. Who else? Does somebody want to make more than that? Maria? $300,000, okay? We'll get you a business plan for that. Deb?
100.
$100,000, perfect. You don't sell real estate, so I'm not gonna put you on the spot, because, you know. How much should we get for Kelly this year? She probably has some big goals.
She probably.
Yes. Molly, do you have an idea of how much money you want to make in real estate this year? 70. Awesome. Jessica?
200.
200. Lisa?
I was gonna say 150 to start, but then my mind, because the mind plays with you.
Sure does.
So I keep thinking, okay, well, it's April. You know, how many months are left? So I'd say 100,000.
Okay. We're gonna talk about that. Perfect. How about you? 60. 60? Perfect.
I'll say 200.
200. Okay. And Josh has you want to tell us how much?
Yeah, this is, no, I don't know. Probably $1 million.
100 million. He's got a Bitcoin thing going on the side, so he probably will get there.
Yeah, Bitcoin as well.
Okay, so I'm going to dive in. We've got a lot to cover. So we're going to go straight into the math that I promised. And then we're going to unpack that and we're going to personalize it. Okay, so you're going to leave with a business plan and you're going to leave with some tools to go even deeper into the business planning. But I'm gonna make this as easy as possible, and I hope that you guys on Zoom will be able to see this. And if not, we can snap a picture and put it in the group when we're done. Can we do that?
And I can zoom in too.
Oh.
Do you want me to zoom into you?
Perfect. No. That'd be okay. Oh yeah, you can zoom in that way. Okay. I'm gonna move over here then. It doesn't matter. I feel like I'm getting in the way here. Okay. So let me see. We're gonna do. One listing appointment. Now we're gonna do some math together as a group, but we're gonna make some determinations about we're gonna make some decisions. We're gonna make a collective business here. So we've got 52 weeks in the year that we can work. How many weeks a year do we want to work? Shout out some numbers. How many weeks? How many? 40. 40. Maria wants to work 40 hours, okay, or 40 weeks. Perfect. Anyone else? Anyone want to work less than that? 40 seems like a good number then. Okay, so how would we feel if we got to have 12 weeks off in the year and could still have a business of any size?
Amazing.
Whoa! Okay, 40 weeks. So we agree that that'd be a pretty awesome life. Working 40 weeks. Okay, perfect. So 40 weeks. All right. So our first math comes here. I give you an easy one first. How many listing appointments do we need to take in the year? With this. 40 times 1 is 40. 40. The quieter you are, the weirder I get. So I'm just going to need to hear from you, or you're going to just be like, well, who is this woman? Unless that's what you want, I'll deliver. I promise. Okay, 40 listing appointments. All right. So we're gonna pretend that you're not very good. Some of you are brand new. So I'm gonna be honest with you. You're not. You're gonna be though. You're gonna be great. But so we're gonna make an assumption that you're not really all that skilled just yet. And some of you are skilled, but we're gonna go with the lowest common denominator here. So at first we're gonna say that you are 50% effective. So we're gonna use a 50% conversion here, meaning that when you go on 40 listing appointments, you only get half of them, okay? So 50% conversion. What do we have then? How many listings did you take?
20.
20. So you took 20 listings. All right. Now, in order to take 20 listings, we know that doesn't mean you sold 20 listings. Now, in this market, if you take 20 listings, you're probably going to sell 21, okay? Because it's crazy. Every listing sells. That's funny math, but I'm just kidding, but they will probably all sell. But again, let's assume we're in a different market, and we're going to assume that you're not so hot at your real estate game. So we're going to say 50% conversion. How many listings did you sell?
10.
10 listings sold. And for those of you Zooming, just be taking notes on this and we'll put a picture at the end. Okay, so you sold 10 listings. All right, cool. Now we're gonna, I'm gonna talk to you about, we're gonna come back to some of this stuff and we're gonna talk about some strategies about how you actually achieve some of these things. But over here, I'm gonna say, okay, 10 listings sold. What I'm going to teach you is a fact and Tenley's going to talk to you about this later in the day about open houses, but for every listing you sell, here's the secret. We're going to use some small numbers, but here's the secret. If you play your cards right and you do everything just so, you could expect to get another listing and 2 buyers every time you have a listing. This is proven strategy to make that happen. All of this stuff is from the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book. Studied thousands of successful people, Mary Keller studied, and that's where kind of all this math comes from. So 10 listings sold means that you would get an additional 10 buyers sold at a minimum. Not necessarily from those listings. I mean, you can double side a transaction. You might attract a buyer that wants that listing, but what's more likely to happen is that you have an open house or you get some sign calls or you do some Facebook advertising and you attract buyers who think they want that house, but turns out they don't, but they do want to work with a professional. So now you have an opportunity with them. So very conservatively speaking, we're talking about a 1-to-1 ratio there. Okay, so how many transactions did you have in a year? 20. Okay. 20 transactions. What is the what's an average commission that we should use for the sake of math here? Should we say that it's an average sales price of maybe $250,000? Just so you know, the average sales price right now in Minneapolis is like the 13 county metro is, I want to say it's $350,000 roughly, maybe $360,000. It's climbed quite a bit. But we know that, especially newer agents, and we're going with the lowest common denominator here, so we're making this as conservative as we can make it. When you're just getting started, you're probably going to just have a little bit of a lower price point than you'll end up with in the end. That's just, kind of based on what we know. So let's just call that, so if we're saying it's an average 3% commission and an average sales price of $250,000, this is the math that every realtor knows. You know how to calculate 3% of any number because that's your payday. So what is that number? A $250,000 sales price, 3% commission. How much money? Yeah. $7,500. I know, we'll get more comfortable. Feel free to throw out numbers and they can be wrong, that's fine. So $7,500 is an average commission, we're gonna say. So what is 20 times 7,500?
150,000.
Okay, $150,000. It's not as high as everybody's goal. It's not as high as Maria's goal. It's not as high as Jessica's goal. But I think everybody else's goal fit in there. Okay? So we're gonna do some, I'm gonna talk to you about a few things, but right now, what we know is if you take one listing appointment once a week, you take 12 weeks off in a year, you have some crummy conversion rates, you're gonna make $150,000. Does anyone feel a little bit like I can breathe a little better right now? Yes. One listing appointment a week, taking 12 weeks off in a year, crappy conversion, $150,000. Okay, so now we're gonna make it better and we're gonna look at what's possible. Because I've been telling you, if you go on, at first it could be this, it could be, but we're not gonna stick with that first. But in this market especially, you're definitely not gonna only sell 50% of your list, okay? So what we're gonna go with is what the MREA, the updated MREA says what the conversion rate should be. So once you kind of graduate out of, your new, you should be aiming for this, and this is certainly achievable, 80% conversion. Okay, so we're gonna change some numbers here, so 80% conversion. And here's what I will say about these conversion numbers that we're fixing. This is, these, everything that I'm gonna write in pink is why you're at KW, because we're gonna help you make this happen, okay? So 80% conversion, now I am gonna need your calculators. So 40 listing appointments, taking at 80% conversion, how many how many listings are we gonna take?
So 32.
Okay, 32. We'll cross that off and we'll say now our new number is 32. All right, and then this goes to 80%. So 32 times 80% is?
25.6.
Okay, and we can't sell 0.6 of a house, so we always round up, okay? So 26 is our new number. So see there, this is, I don't wanna move too fast, because I wanna say, what's your aha right here? If you do what happens?
Go on appointments.
Yeah. If you go on appointments, they'll sell, yes, but from 50 to 80.
Well, if you close contracts.
Yeah.
Contracts.
Yeah, if you close contracts. If you get better, you'll do better. That's a real easy way of saying it. So if you get better, which means showing up for classes, just really, participating in, okay, how are people, let me hear from people how they're winning. If you plug into the conversations around you, you're gonna get better. And then you're gonna sell more. So there we go, 26 listings. Okay, so now we gotta change these numbers over here. So 26 listings sold means we're gonna have 26 buyers, again, conservatively. So now we're talking about 52 transactions. What's our new number? 52 transactions times 7,500 average commission.
390,000.
Now we got Maria covered. Now Maria's financial goal is here, okay? So we got the biggest financial goal in the room, we now have it covered. So just by getting better, you went from $150,000, which we were all pretty happy about, pretty good money, to $390,000. Huge difference. All right, so let's just talk about a couple of other things. Because what we're talking about here, so this is where your mind might be a little boggled. Because what we're talking about is going on one listing appointment a week. That happens on one day. How many days of the week do you want to work? There's 7 of them to choose from. How many would be ideal? 5? Yeah. Okay. I like that. I kind of like 4, but 5 is good. So let's just figure out what that would be. What if you did this? Here we're so the pink is skill. I'm gonna do green because green is a choice. So times 5 is what? Because all this just gets times 5. So really all we care about is what's the end number here. What do we end up with if we multiply that by 5?
1.950.
1,950,000?
Yeah.
Holy smokes. What changes in your life when you make nearly $2 million in a year? What changes in your life? It doesn't. There you go, taxes, yes. Right, very good point. You are pragmatic, Ashley. I like you. Yes, your taxes do go up, okay? But the good thing is you got so much money to go around, you're like, I'm gonna gladly pay, well, not gladly, you never are gladly, I don't think. I'm pretty sure people avoid taxes as much as possible. But let's just even say like, when you take out expenses, because you gotta market these properties, you gotta run your business, you've got some expenses, you pay the company some money to be here. There are some expenses, but even if we conservatively said you got $450,000 of expenses, you still made $1.5 million by taking one listing appointment, going on one listing appointment every day of the week, right? So maybe you say, you know what, I'm happy with that, because what do we know? We know that there's other work, right? Like, yes, you take the listing appointment, you go on that, and then there's other work. But here's what I want you to take away from this as well, is that this concept, and we talk about it a lot at KW, big rocks. So you've probably seen, I should have brought that as, it would be a good visual, but I don't have it, so you're just gonna have to use your imagination. So I've got 2 jars, and I've got a pile of rocks and a pile of sand and a pile of pebbles. And if you take one jar and you say, okay, I'm gonna put all of the sand in first, okay? So it fills up with sand. Now I'm gonna take all the pebbles and I'm gonna put them in. And now I'm left with my big rocks and I'm trying to shove them in. The rocks are not gonna fit. You can imagine that, right? The rocks aren't gonna fit. But if I did that with the other jar and started the other direction, if I took those rocks and I put them in first, and then I put the pebbles in, and then I poured the sand in, the sand would fill in the pieces. And that's exactly what time blocking is all about. That's exactly what big rock planning is all about, is that you figure out what's the most important thing for me to do. You make sure that that's on your calendar and that you protect that time, and everything else will fall into the cracks. Not fall through the cracks, but fall into the gas.
Yeah.
Fall into the gas. That's a better way of saying it. Okay, so the idea here is that it really, you in order to go big, you've just got to go small. You've just got to know what the one thing you need to focus on in your business is, and that's getting listings, going on listing appointments, converting listings. And then, like I said, this is also a 36 touch, reaching, being able to market to your sphere is going to get you, because when they see that you're very productive, they're going to see, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot about Yafit. Yeah, she sells real estate, because I got that email every month. When you do an open house and you have a good follow-up system, whatever your lead gen is, when you're doing it at a high level, then those listings sold turn into extra business as well. So any questions about this before we move on to some kind of more practical things and how to turn that into your business plan?
You want to check the chats?
Say it again.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Oh.
I just, in the chats, I got them, the documents, and we zoomed in, and I have it on here so they can see everything.
Oh, good. Okay, perfect. Okay, so anybody on Zoom have questions, or in the room? Do you guys have questions or just comments? What do you think?
It's inspiring. Incredible.
Inspiring. Tell me more.
Well, it's kind of scary to start a new business that you're flying solo with people around you, but it's it's exciting to see that it's viable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Yafit, what were you saying?
I love it. I love that you simplified it. It makes sense to me. And it's just very impressive. It's like, this is what you need to do 1, 2, 3 to get there. And that I love that. I absolutely do. Yeah.
Awesome. Any other thoughts or ahas or questions? Anybody want to poke holes in it? Lisa kind of mentioned something that we talk about over here. It's just kind of like that little nagging voice in your head being like, well, sure, they can do that, you can't do that, or whatever that little voice is saying, like, oh, that's probably not possible. I want to hear that. This is the time. This is the time to just say, I don't know how to get a listing appointment, so that's great, but I don't know how to do that, or whatever, or I don't know if you could get a buyer for every listing. Tell me more about that. Like, poke holes in it. Do you have any questions or doubts or pushback? Jess.
I have a common one that I hear is, I'm afraid.
Afraid.
I'm afraid of talking to people I know.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to sound salesy.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to go door knocking.
Uh-huh.
I'm afraid to just because it's all new.
Yeah.
Something I don't know.
Yeah. Totally. Anybody feel afraid? Even if you've been in the business a little while? Yeah. Doesn't matter if we've been in the business for several years or brand new to the business. There's some fear. That's fair. Molly, you were gonna say something.
Well, some of that income might be delayed, really, like it's not instant income.
Yes. True. And because that's a good point. And I always like to level set with people, when you're getting into this business, what we're talking about is probably a good 90 days before you make money. And here's why. If we're going to say that we've got plans that you could probably get to a little bit faster, but if you start marketing, you know, and by marketing, I mean, I use that term just to be all encompassing, but like having conversations, you know, letting people know that you're in real estate, you know, getting your business cards out there, you know, having lunches and coffees with people, you know, putting things on social media, whatever your plan is, when you start engaging with people about you being a realtor, maybe about 45 days to get your first person to say, yes, let's write a contract on this house, or your first listing. And then from there, about 45 days until it closes, depending on financing. If they're a cash buyer, it's fast. If they're not, it's not as fast. So realistically, you can expect a 90-day buffer. But you're right. And so what I'm going to tell you, especially for those of you who are experienced in the room, you felt this. For those of you who are new in the room, you haven't felt it. And you're going to remember me telling you this at some point. And I don't know any way. I don't have kids, but I feel like this is a thing like that parents always talk about, where it's just like, I told you this was going to happen and you didn't believe me. And then now you have to feel it for yourself. I think that there's no way for me to just implant in your head that this is true, but I'm going to tell it to you because you deserve to know. The reason why people's real estate businesses look like this, woo, I made a bunch of money. Oh, I'm unemployed now. I got to get back to business. Oh, my God, I'm so busy now, is because they lose sight of this. If this isn't your first thing every single day, it's your top 20%, it's the only thing on your calendar, you've got to do this no matter how busy you are. The transaction, friends, it's a pebble. The transaction that you're in, I know it feels like it's the most important thing. There's no way you're not going to get it done. There's no way that you're going to not call the inspector. It doesn't need to be time blocked though. It doesn't go in the area of getting your listing appointment for the day. So as long as you continue to focus on, I've got to make sure I'm doing my lead gen. I've got to be sure that I'm doing the most important thing for that day. And if things get hairy, maybe you say, I'm not going to do it 5 days of the week in April and May. It's just not, it's not possible. Fine, scale it back, do it 4 days, you know, make the adjustments, but know what you're giving up, right? Like the power of having the math is knowing that if you're going to make a change to it, the math's going to be different. And if you're fine with that, that's totally fine. This is your business. You get to decide. But this is the most important thing for you to focus on, so that whatever goes on in the business, you aren't ever unemployed, because you have a solid pipeline of plenty of business coming in, and the marketing is, and part of that happens because you're marketing in the background. We've got, and you're going to learn about this throughout the day, we've got the 36 Touch program, and Command is your technology platform that at the very minimum, you can have 24 emails going out to people, a bi-weekly neighborhood nurture. So if we say that you've got to touch people 36 times, and Sarah's going to go into all of this for you, but a bi-weekly neighborhood nurture is 24 touches. I'm going to tell you what, you're going to be very effective, even if that's all you did was put all your people on a 36 or on a neighborhood nurture. You're going to be way more effective, and that's happening in the background. So every morning when you wake up, you can say, marketing check, because it's already happening. Like, you don't have to do anything, okay? Occasionally you do have to make some phone calls to be as effective as you could be. All right, so I want to do some more math with you. That's fun math though, right? That's kind of fun, right? Like, oh, that's fun stuff. Okay, so I think that this one is going to be the most impactful. So we're gonna start here. This is an old worksheet, so ignore the fact that on it says 2009 at some point, that income goal. I'm having it remade, but it's not remade yet. And this is just, it's my favorite one. So we're gonna do some, I'm gonna walk you through it, but you're gonna have the opportunity to do your own math, because this is gonna be your own goals, not the generic ones that we're all going off of, because you guys all have your own financial goals. So we're going to do it together though. There you go. Thank you. And those of you on Zoom, you have it in the chat, right, Jess? Mm-hmm. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through how this goes, but I already did the math for $100,000, because when I meet with, especially when I meet with newer agents, the most common income goal I hear is, I'd love to make $100,000. So So we're gonna do that for $100,000. I don't actually know that I'm gonna write this down because I want, in the interest of time. So we can, feel free to do it however you want. You can put your own income goal and just do the math as you go, but I'm gonna do it off of $100,000. And so if you just wanna fill in the blanks as we go through this, you'll have a business plan for 100,000 and then you can go back and do it on your own for a different number. So you do it however you want to. So at the top, I've got $100,000. Now, cost of sale, that includes what you pay your brokerage. That includes any referral fees that you pay. Cost of sales is when you can think about it as anything that's associated with getting a sale done. So you have to pay a split until you've capped, right? So the brokerage, you're on a 70-30 split, and then once you cap, you're at 100%. But if you haven't capped yet, you're paying a split. And you know, maybe you paid some referral fees, maybe you paid Autumn to do some of your listing paperwork or your transaction paperwork because you got really busy in a couple of the months. Let's just use $25,000 as cost of sale. So you want to net $100,000. We've got $25,000 of cost of sale, and let's just say that you kind of had a wild marketing budget. This would be insane, but we're going to use it just for make my math easy. We're going to say it's a $25,000 operating expense. So maybe you hired a part-time assistant. You know, maybe you just really went hog wild on some marketing things. All right, so $150,000 would be the gross commission income you'd need to earn if those were your expenses in order to hit your income goal. So when you're doing this on your own, you can kind of figure out for yourself, you know, what do I think is reasonable? The MREA will use a model called 30-30-40. So that and this is for bigger businesses. So as your business grows, you can expect 30% cost of sales, 30% expenses, 40% is profit. But at your stage, you're not going to have an operating expense that's that high. So we'll just use those numbers for now. And let's just assume that, so you're gonna put a percentage in here. What percentage of your business comes from buyers? Which percentage comes from sellers? So sellers, well, let's say that you got 60% from sellers. And we'll put 40% from buyers. So what we'll do here is we'll take that $150,000, we'll multiply it by 60%, so times 0.6, which gives us $90,000. If I did my math right. And before we use the 3% commission average, what I would say is probably a little bit more realistic is to go down a little bit, especially if you work with a lot of buyers. You're only going to be paid 2.7 and so, you know, but 3.3 on the listing side. But sometimes people work with a buyer and a seller, you know, or you work with people to buy and sell, and maybe you give them a little discount. So I like to be conservative. So let's just use 2.7%. So we'll write 2.7 in for the listing commission. And now we're going to figure out how much volume we need to sell, meaning how much when we add up the home prices for the whole year, that's your volume number. So we take $90,000 and then divide that by 0.027, which is 2.7%. We get 3,300,000. Well, I'm going to round up because it's liquid. So I'm going to say 3,335,000. And I mentioned that the average sales price is like $360, but let's use 300. So we'll divide that by $300,000, and you get 11 point something. And what did I tell you about point something of a house?
Round it up.
Round it up. Can't sell point something of a house. So 12, right? You guys tracking?
I lost you a little bit.
Okay, no problem. What's that got?
Percentage of the selling commission.
Yep, 2.7%. We're going to use that number. So we'll divide $90,000 divided by 0.027.
3.33, right?
Yep, 3,300,000. It is, but I rounded up to 335. 3,335,000 is what I rounded up to. I'm a rounder. And so then we said average sales price, $300,000. So that's 11 point something. So 12 houses sold. Let's just say your conversion rate is 75%. So we're going to divide by 0.75, going to give us 16 point something something. We'll round up to 17. And we're gonna say that your conversion rate, your second conversion rate is 80%. 22 is what we're gonna end up with. You tracking? Any questions on that part?
What was your first conversion rate that you get?
75.
And the listing agreements after that?
It was 16 point something, but I put 17. Round it up. And then we're gonna say 80% conversion rate, so we'll divide by 0.8 to get about 22. Okay, so now we're gonna go over on the buyer's side. And we're gonna say that 40% of your business came from buyers. It's probably flip-flop, that's okay. And so 40% of $150,000 is $60,000. We're gonna just say that that commission is probably about the same, 2.7%. So $60,000 divided by 0.027 is 22222. So we'll round up to $2,223,000. $2,223,000. Again, we're gonna say average sales price is $300,000. How many homes did we sell? 8. Perfect. Conversion rate, we'll use 75% again. So 8 times 0.7, or divided by 0.75. What do we get? 10 point something something?
10.66.
Okay, so 11 divided by an 80% conversion rate. 13 point something, so we'll round to 14, okay? So then we're gonna talk about this. So, but 22 listing presentations, 14 buyer presentations, added together is 36 total listing and buyer presentations. And then we're gonna divide that by how many weeks of the year you want to work. So in my case, I just divided that by, I can't remember what I did, but bottom line is I ended up with 1 because you can't do point something something. So I ended up with one presentation per week in order to get that $100,000.
Yeah, you did 42 then.
Okay. So 1 presentation a week. So the reason why I walk through this with you guys is because this is a super powerful tool. It's very powerful for you to know what your numbers are. So we went through the exercise at $100,000. If you want me to do a blank one for you, if anybody wants a blank one to just do their own math, afterwards I'll make copies. Once Straight gets here, I'll make copies and make sure you guys all get an extra one. And so this is important for you to know how the math happens so that you are empowered. Because I am telling you what, I meet with agents all of the time from all different companies who've been in the business a long time, and they don't know how to figure this out. So this is a very empowering thing for you to know right now. This is empowering for you to know what you need to do, because otherwise, in the absence of knowing what to do and having a plan for it, you just kind of wing it. And to be honest with you, you can have a pretty decent business. You can make some pretty good money winging it. But what more could you have done? What more balance could you have in your life? How much more fun could you have if it were more predictable and you knew what was coming? For everybody I don't know anybody who's like, I just love flying by the seat of my pants and one day I'm broke and the next day I'm rich. Like, nobody loves that. And so bottom line here is, this is the math that's going to get you to how many presentations do I have to do every week in order for me to be hitting my goals. My goals, not Melissa's goals, not the example goals, your specific goals. And then if you say to yourself, okay, I was a little scared to say 150, so I went with 100, but now maybe you just challenge yourself. Like, let me just see what happens if I put 150, okay? And then maybe you see that, oh my gosh, it's still 1, because I rounded up, so it's just 1. It's like 1 a week, and I can have that bigger goal. Whoa, that's super empowering, I think. I love that. I feel like that's a super powerful thing. Now, some of you are experienced agents. So some of you have, I'm gonna give you this. Some of you already have a business going. You've got some closings already for the year. So for those of you on Zoom, we're gonna be looking at the 2021 Strategic Business Plan worksheet now. And for those of you who don't have any business, this isn't gonna be all that different. I mean, your numbers, you've already got your math figured out. But this is a good thing to just to kind of know, like Lisa was so honestly sharing, you know, it's like, well, I wanted to say this 150, but really we're already into April. And so, you know, there is that reality, right? And so how great would it be though to be like, okay, well, yeah, it's April. What have I done so far? Let's factor it in. Let's actually make a business plan. And for those of you who are new, honestly, you don't get January, February, March back. So, you know, so like to have a business plan so that you know what you need to do in order to hit your goal for this year, regardless of how much time is left, like we can still build you a plan. So I think this is going to be useful. So let's walk through this one now. Before I move on though, were there any questions about this one? Sorry, I get moved kind of fast. Any questions about any of the, what does this mean? What does this conversion rate mean? Because I feel like I kind of went fast. So I'm actually just going to say that really quick. So when we go down to the line where it says average sales price was $300,000, we got to 12 homes sold. That first conversion rate, we're kind of going backwards, okay? So the first conversion rate there is, okay, if I need to sell 12 houses, how many listings do I need to take? Well, I need to have 17 listing agreements, right? Because I'm going to say that my conversion rate to putting my sign in the yard to being at the closing table is 75%. Okay, so just so you know, that's what that number is. So once you've been in the business a while, you have that number for yourself. If you don't have that number, let's just use 75%. The other conversion rate is how many listing presentations do I need to go on, right? So we take that 17 and we say, okay, well, if my conversion rate is 80, then that means that I need to go on 22 listing appointments. So said another way, working backwards, if I take 22 if I go on 22 listing presentations, and I have an 80% conversion rate, so 80% of the people who I present my listing presentation to say, yes, put your sign in the yard. Now I've taken 17 listing agreements. And if I say that only 75% of those actually sell, now I've sold 12 homes. Okay, and so the same thing on the other side for the buyers. Okay, any questions about that? Don't be afraid to ask questions. There's no stupid questions. Yeah, Lisa.
Question that I would have is if it was even turned around, so if I had more buyers than listings.
Yep.
Does it work out to be the same?
So you would just do your math. So you would say, okay, maybe I only get 20% listings and 80% buyers.
Right.
So just start that off from the top and work the math that way. Okay. Yep. And maybe your buyer, maybe your list to be, you know, you really look at what your average commission is, it might be a little bit lower than 2.7, because 2.7 would be, you know, maybe you're never getting a discount, and maybe sometimes you do, you know, so you might adjust that just to be as accurate as you can be. So let's run through this one, okay? And I didn't fill out any numbers, so I'm just gonna walk you through, but you can put your own numbers in here, okay? So what is your 2021 income goal? So how much did you wanna make in 2021? You put that number there. Jess, are you checking the chat for questions? Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, so then you would subtract, those of you who have had closings this year, how much gross commission income have you earned this year? Write that in and subtract it. Then how much do you already have pending? So you've got gross commission income, it hasn't closed yet, but it's coming. And this is, pending means that it's actually in pending status. So like, you know, you've got buyers, they're in a contract, you've got a closing date, you know, it's not guaranteed, right? But nothing's guaranteed. You don't cash the check till it's, you know, in your hand. something like that. There's a Sandler sales rule. Anyway, okay. So for those of you who have had sales, your numbers will be different. For those of you who haven't, your income goal is exactly the same as the top line. So if you said $100,000 and you are brand new, then your goal is still $100,000, okay? Divide that by the average commission. For those of you who've been in the business a little while, you know what your average commission is. For those of us who are newer, we're gonna use that 7,500 number, okay? Because $250,000 is probably a pretty reasonable number to use for a sales price. 3% commission is $7,500 average commission. So we'll take that income goal, we're gonna divide that by 7,500. That number, rounded up, is going to be the number of transactions you have to close. Now, some more fun math. How many weeks are left in a year? There's a, is it? You just know that? Wow.
You just,
wow. Gosh, my tax girl, I should know so many weeks left. Are you an accountant?
I did taxes.
Okay, this is it. This is it. It's all coming together for me. Okay, so 32 weeks left in the year, but let's not put 32 because what we're gonna do is figure out how many pendings that you need per week. Okay, so we have 32 weeks left in the year. We're gonna subtract however many weeks of vacation you want to take this year, what's left of this year. So if you want to take out a couple of weeks of vacation and remove those, and also if you penned something on December 31st, you are not gonna close it on December 31st. So give yourself probably a 30-day buffer. So we're gonna back out 4 weeks and then however many weeks of vacation you've got. So 32 minus 4 is 28. So the maximum you're gonna have there is 28, but if you want to take a couple of weeks of vacation, maybe you say 26. Whatever your number is. And then so divide the number of transactions needed, divided by the weeks, and then put that number there. That's how many pendings you have to have every week in order to hit that income goal. Any questions on that? Was that easy? Okay, wow, you guys are advanced. Advanced. Okay, I'm gonna give you a couple of other things. We're not gonna go all the way into this, but I want you to have it. Especially for those who are newer, but also for those who aren't, I'm giving you a sample agent schedule. People always ask us, well, how should I be spending my time? Well, Gary Keller has a few ideas, so I'm sharing them with you. And I don't know about you, but if Gary Keller said something about real estate, I pay attention. He literally wrote the book. Okay, and then the other is an agent business plan that's what you're gonna take away with you that's gonna be more advanced. I'm gonna walk you through a couple of things on it, but we're not doing it together. It's just something that's gonna be useful for you to have and be a little bit of homework for you. Everybody likes homework. Oh, I didn't make it. Okay, so sample agent business plan. Let's talk about that first. Okay. All right. Or actually, did I give you one, Jess? Mm-hmm. No. You already have one? Okay.
Yeah, and then Trish had a question of if she could take a picture of the form for MREA annual action plan. Did you have one that was filled out or no?
Which one?
I think the first one.
The economic model? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. There you go. Okay, so let's talk about the schedule real quick. Really just tomorrow starts tonight. Okay, so going to bed early. I like that they put that at the top. They're just like, be in bed at 9. I'm gonna tell you, I am a morning person. Love me some mornings. So 10 o'clock, like I've been asleep for an hour and a half by then. Not even
maybe
kidding.
longer.
Maybe longer. Might have fallen asleep on the couch before that. I've been in bed by 8:30. All right, working out. Like we know that when you build, like to be super successful in real estate requires that you do not ignore any area of your life. So I love that they put the workout in here. So, you know, you don't have to work out first thing in the morning, but I will tell you, there's studies and studies and studies that say that if that's how you start your day, you are ahead of the game. Then review your goals, review your schedule. Breakfast, get ready for the day. Role play and affirmations. Role playing is something that I can't stress enough. You can do it here every Thursday with a group of people and do your lead gen. But just going through a few scripts or just getting a role play partner of just like, hey, I'm gonna call FSBOs today for sale by owners, or I'm gonna call my sphere today. Can I just practice this script on you? Ring, ring. Hey, it's Melissa from KW. Just calling to check in on you to see how things are going. What a crazy year last year was, and I didn't check in with you. I just wanted to see what's up. You know, like you just practice. Okay, now you practice. Okay, cool. Now get off the phone. Done. Boom, right into lead gen. 9 to 11 every day. Best practice. It's the best practice for you to just knock it out first thing in the day, get your lead generation done. And by lead generation, I don't mean that you're picking up the phone calling strangers. Maybe you are. Some people love that. Those of you, like Jessica said, the fear thing, I'm kind of afraid to call people. I'm afraid to call the people I know, especially when you're new. You're like, they remember that I was not a real estate agent last week, you know, or you think that they do. They probably don't. But sometimes people do like to start. You can call expired. You can call for sale by owners. There's a lot of people you can call who you don't know if you want to just practice on people who are strangers, because some people are more comfortable with that. But the bottom line is you're going to figure out, and that's one thing that Jessica works with agents on, and Sarah works with agents on, is how do I figure out what the lead gen that's right for me is? Because it's not a cookie cutter approach. Then it's lead follow-up, so that you move right into some lead follow-up. So a distinction I like to make here is sometimes we pad our lead gen time with like, well, I got to follow up with these people. I did my lead gen, yay. No, lead follow-up is its own category. So lead gen is calling new people. Like you're not following up with them from yesterday, you're calling new people. And then, you know, meet with your admin or maybe do some of your own administrative work, then prepare for appointments, return calls. Then you have lunch. And then maybe for part of your lunch, you know, a couple of days a week, you're doing some lead generation for profit share. Profit share is something that you want to do. So maybe one day a week, you just carve out some time to send thank you cards to all the agents that were on the other side of the transaction that you did that last week. And then, you know, maybe the other day you say work on some skills or training. I put 1 hour of growth time blocked on my calendar every week. If I do more, I mean, I definitely do more than that, but I carve out time in the middle of my day to focus on growth. And I think that's a good best practice. Then listing appointments and travel. That's your afternoon, is you're having up to 3 listing appointments every single day. This is the ideal real estate agent schedule. If you are somebody who just like, you know what, tell me what to do and I'm going to do it. This is your roadmap to success. This is the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book. Was written by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan, about 30 years ago. It seems like it's super old, but they're rewriting it, but not much has changed. 36 touch used to be 33 touches. Now we got to, you know, have more conversations with people, but really this hasn't changed. This is how to win as a real estate agent, is just to have this schedule kind of internalized. Now, when you're new and you're not going on, like, yes.
So the 36 touch, since I'm not quite familiar, would that go
Yes.
under lead gen or follow up?
So-
How are you doing that?
Yeah, so 36 touch is some of it is emails that are automated, some of it is postcards that are automated, and some of it is phone calls. So you've got to call your people 4 times a year. So that would be in the lead gen category. Yes, the calls would be in the lead gen category. And Sarah's going to take a deep dive with you guys into all the components of 36 touch a little bit later today. So you'll get even more information about that. But yes, that's a perfect question. And when you are not yet having 3 listing appointments a day, what I would say is for those, you do property previews, you practice doing CMAs, you do the things that you will be doing to prepare for listing appointments when you have them. You kind of pretend you have one. List your house, list your coach's house, see how close you get. Start practicing doing the CMAs. If there's a neighborhood, like maybe it's a neighborhood you live in, or it's a neighborhood that you want to farm, I say every single day you should get on the MLS and look at the listings that are in that area. Look at every picture, look at all the numbers, bookmark them so that you can go back and see, okay, I think it will sell for this. start playing a game with yourself of, let me see how smart I can get. Okay, and then the other item, I didn't keep a copy, so I can borrow yours, Josh. All right, so the other item is an agent business plan. So again, this is updated. This is from Max Coaching. This is, they just gave it to us last year, so this is super updated information. This, if you go through, it's very self-explanatory. If you go through the steps of this whole thing, you have a solid business plan. If you don't already have one, you have a solid business plan. So I'm just gonna walk you through a couple of the components. The first component for those of you who are experienced agents is you never start a business plan without looking back to last year to see where everything came from. So you kind of look at how did the year before end up? This is something that I don't see a lot of people spend enough time on, is this next part where you track where your clients came from. People are pretty good at that. They know where the business came from. They don't necessarily know the exact numbers. And sometimes you might be surprised to be like, wow, I didn't realize that, my geo farming had produced so many results. But if you really go back and look at your transactions from the previous year, where did they all come from? What was the cost of sourcing that business? And then it actually it goes over onto the other side too. So like things like Facebook advertising, okay, if you did that, what was the cost of it? And then what was the income produced? And what's the net income? Why is that important? Because if I got 10 of my 15 transactions last year came from, relocation, okay? And I had to pay a 40% referral fee every single time. And 5 of my pieces of business came from my sphere last year, and I didn't have to pay any referral business. I might have just realized that those 10 transactions net me the same amount of money as the 5 transactions for my sphere, what would that tell me for my future business planning? What should I focus on? Focus on my sphere. Spend less time on that relocation and more time on my sphere. So it's powerful information. Pretty much everything else is very self-explanatory. You're gonna wanna track how many people you have in your database, how many touches you're making with them, and then you're gonna start doing your business planning. And I really think that everything else is self-explanatory until we get to the last sheet. This is where people kind of miss some things. Profit share is something unique to Keller Williams. And so if profit share passive income is something that's important to you, then I would absolutely tell you it needs to be on your business plan. It needs to be part of your goals for the year. So if last year, 2 agents joined the company because you had a good relationship with them, and then for, this year, we want to double that. Okay, 4 people, okay? Well, how much money do I want to make from profit share? They're 4 cappers, probably going to be about $8,000. That's free money. You didn't do anything necessarily other than be a great person. You sent a thank you card, you made an introduction to Josh or I or Jessica, and we brought them into the company, and now you get to reap the rewards. Net worth. You need to start tracking your net worth. It's very important for you to know what your current net worth is and to talk about and to be looking at what do you want your net worth to be. And then just kind of making sure that you've got balance in your life is kind of the next part. How many days do I want to work? And then how many contacts a day do I need to be making? And then what's your 1-year goal, your 5-year goal, your 3-year goal? And then business goals on the back is all about what's your development plan? Like what classes are you going to take? How do you want to develop yourself? Okay. Jesse, checking on great? Okay, perfect. All right, so in our last minute here together, that was a lot. I covered a lot. I would love to hear what ahas you had. I'd love to hear from each of you.
I just love the schedule because having come from corporate, like where I think, I had an idea of what was expected, that this really helps give some guidelines. So
Okay,
appreciate that.
Awesome, yes. Yes.
Quick question, on my schedule at 11:45 on Friday, it says visit money.
Oh, yes. That's where you're gonna track your net worth. You're gonna look at your money. You're gonna keep an eye on, where your money is. That's also a really great time for you to put your expenses in. So you're gonna be doing a profit and loss statement. Another mistake that I see agents making years and years in the business, nobody ever told them that they were running a business. They thought they had a real estate job. Well, friends, you are 1099 and this is a business, and there are a ton of benefits of being your own business person. And the one benefit that's also not so much a benefit is you're in charge of your own schedule. So it's great. And it's also like, oh my gosh, I wish somebody would have just told me what to do. But also about your money, and you just gotta, be visiting your money. Absolutely. Any other ahas? Final questions? Okay, well, Drake is just outside the door. Oh, there he is right there. So I'm gonna turn it over to you, Drake. Thanks everybody on Zoom. And thanks everybody in the room.
Thanks, Melissa.
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate your enthusiasm.
I am pretty excited. All right,
And you're a
guys.
fast talker.
All right.
I know, well,
You're
too much
good.
to cover, so, you know.
Thanks, Melissa.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So good morning so far. This is gonna be a little bit of a long day. Hopefully I don't make it longer. But we have some fun stuff to talk about. So it's Instagram and marketing, and I'm gonna go over some Facebook and different ways you guys can get leads for your business. So hey everybody on Zoom, my name is Drake Duckworth. I'll just introduce myself because I see a lot of new faces. So I am the marketing coordinator for our marketing center, or for our market center. And I'm also an in-house lender here at Keller Williams. So I work with Brian Sunder. We work with New American Funding, and we do a lot of different things to help you guys grow your business. Marketing is one of them. And we provide a lot of different tools for you guys to, market and lead generate. And one of them is training you guys on marketing. So we'll talk about Instagram a lot today. We'll try to go over Facebook a little bit too. And we'll talk about why videos are such a big thing in 2021. And all of you should be getting your face behind the camera and showing everybody, who you really, or basically the whole point to show your face behind the camera is to get that brand recognition and hit it home for your clients so that they see your face, they know who you are. And, that's really the big thing in 2021. So without further ado, let me try to pull up my presentation here on Gmail. I'm just gonna hide you guys on Zoom quick. And while I'm doing this is a good time for anybody if you guys need to, take a bathroom break, grab some coffee. This is gonna take me about 2 minutes just to pull up the presentation and get everything situated. So go ahead and do what you gotta do.
It's so nice. I usually don't give you guys breaks, so you better run. I know. I bring my sweater because it's a long day, but it's so cheers. I'm trying to.
Jess, did I hear that you have horses?
I do. We just got a horse last week.
Do you have one or more?
Yeah, one.
Okay. So my mom has 3 minis.
Oh, yeah?
And on Sunday, they just got a mini donkey.
Oh my gosh, they're so cute.
Yeah, they are. They're so cute.
Yeah.
I love
So her name's Pip, and she had, they're right next to where she's staying for like a week. They have a miniature donkey. And my husband's like, was that a pig? And I'm like, no, that's a miniature donkey. Because like when we heard it,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
sounded like a pig. I was like,
oh my god, so cute. Yeah, they're loud. He's pretty loud. He's a baby, and so he's in his quarantine or whatever for a few weeks by himself, but he just stands right next to the gate. So the horses are not too interested.
So what does she do with them?
She just loves them. That's it. Yeah. She thought about doing therapy with one of our girls. And I think she's actually going to do classes with her this summer.
That's great. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Equine or mini equine.
Yeah. I don't know.
All right. I just want to see if everybody on Zoom can see the presentation. Anybody can unmute themselves.
can you screen share?
Yeah, I can see it. Is it screen shared or no?
It's not, it's
Oh,
just the
okay.
room.
Okay, then I'll just do this. Here. Thank you, sir, for doing that.
Yeah.
Not sure if I've met you yet. My name is Drake.
Drake, I'm Josh.
Nice to meet you, Josh.
I'm
Oh,
the
this is the assistant team lead. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, yeah.
I thought I recognized your face.
Yeah.
Saw you on Facebook the other day.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I gotta check my Facebook. I've been off the grid on that for a long time.
Yeah, in the
I gotta get back
Facebook,
into it.
the closed group, they posted you in there.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I'll go take a look.
So I'm on, so I'll be checking the chats.
Oh, thank
So
you.
that's good, but then just like that green.
Oh, here we go.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, there.
The Drake and Josh too.
Oh, yeah.
You know the Big Show?
There you
I
go.
grew up on that.
I heard
Yeah.
that and I was like, Drake and Josh, how can
Come
you guys
on.
not get that?
No, I did. I hear it so often, but I didn't even put it
You look a
together.
lot like Drake, actually.
No, do I?
A little bit, doesn't he?
You look like Drake. More like Drake.
Ah, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna pull him up now. Let's see here.
All right, Zoom. How's that for you guys?
It's great.
I'm just laughing because we don't know that show.
Oh, you don't know
So
Drake?
we were talking about.
Like, is that Belky?
Belky?
I don't even know what that is. Do you know what that is?
No.
Yeah,
It means
okay.
we're old is what it means.
My kids haven't pulled it up yet because they'll pull up like older episodes of stuff and I haven't, no, I don't know.
Are you posting?
I said,
Yeah. Let's see.
He's got his hair down. If he had it slicked back, I think you guys would.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I kind of see it. I kind of see it. Yeah.
Is that an old picture of Josh?
Yeah, it's the old
Old
one.
people understand what
See,
you're
and
talking
Josh
about.
looks so
Yeah.
good.
It's
Yeah.
what
Well,
is
and
it?
Drake does
Nickelodeon?
too.
Nickelodeon?
Yeah, Nickelodeon, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you know, did not see that. We'll put it on the list.
Good times.
Molly, you teach your daughter into it, it'll be super fun.
All right, can somebody on Zoom unmute themselves and let me know? I'm pretty positive you guys can see this, but I just want to make sure.
We're good.
Okay,
Yeah, we can see it.
all right.
Good.
So, and I'll take this time to explain something here. So we actually have a whole marketing team at New American Funding that is composed of all these guys here. And we're doing a giant Instagram masterclass in the next month, I believe. I think I'll give you guys an exact date and post all the details. But you guys can come there in person, and we actually do a workshop style class where we break out into sessions, and it's made up of all of these different workshops here. You can kind of see it at this Zoom menu if I can get it out of the way. Basically, yeah, we'll make sure that we build you guys a good bio. It's basically for a lot of the beginners in Instagram. So actually, can I get a show of hands of who's using Instagram right now for real estate? Just a couple. Okay, that's good. It would be, I guess it would be for both beginners and advanced users, just because not only do we go ahead and show you how to build a bio and, create a post and show you the difference between stories and posts and how to kind of, beautify them, but we also, show you how to create a following, and that's for our advanced users. So we kind of get a mix of both, and we provide lunch and all that good stuff. So just wanted to put that out there so that you guys are thinking about that, and I'll post all the details in the closed Facebook group.
When is that group, did you say?
I'll give you an exact date in the closed Facebook group, but it should be either next month or in June. So,
Will that be here?
so it will probably be I think it was in Golden Valley last time, so it was like 20 minutes away. It was at the Brookview Golf Course. So, but sometimes that changes. We might do it at a different location. So, but I'll definitely get all those details to you guys, within probably the next week or the week after that, because I know they're kind of still ironing out some of those details.
Drake, before you move on, can you explain to me, since I'm new, like what the in-house funding is, like what New American Funding is?
Sure.
Just
Yeah. So we're available to you guys, for all of your lending needs. We're a direct lender, so we have a lot of unique programs. And I don't know if you've met Brian Sunder yet, but if you haven't, we should set up a time where he can do a mortgage 101 with you, and then I'll do a marketing 101 with you.
Okay.
And it'll be good to have those one-on-ones, because we'll just kind of we'll dive deeper into all that. But yeah, I'd love to set that up with you.
Great,
So
thank you.
yeah.
And anybody can do that.
Yeah, and all the new agents.
It's not just Molly,
Yeah.
because she asked.
Everybody can definitely do that. So yeah, I'll definitely reach out to all the new faces that I see, and we'll set that up. So, and this is just something.
You're with what lender did you say?
New American Funding. Yep.
So his office is literally right behind this big word thing on the other side of the.
Yeah,
wall.
right around the corner. So I was listening and waiting for Melissa's cue, and then I was just like, oh, maybe she wants me to swoop in here and and come in here. So yeah, it's literally within, you know, walking distance, 10 seconds out around the corner. So, but why Instagram? So a lot of people ask, you know, why should I use Instagram as opposed to Facebook? And a lot of, you know, there's a big audience on Facebook, and you should be using Facebook and you should be using Instagram because that's just a whole, you know, another audience that you could be reaching. And, you know, a lot of people, you know, are transitioning to Instagram, especially the younger generations are, you know, they use that, like that might be the only platform that they use. So if you're only using Facebook, you're not reaching a whole other, you know, bracket of, you know, potential customers. So, and not only that, you know, you're meeting new people, you're growing your brand, you're, you know, you're solidifying your brand recognition that we'll talk about, you know, 100 times today. We're only going to scratch the surface. I want to dive as deep as I can into Instagram, but I know we won't have enough time. You know, I'm already sitting here at 10 or 17 minutes after 10. So I'm just going to try to speed through this. And if you have any questions, feel free to stop me. We kind of talked about why to use Instagram, you know, reasons to use Instagram. You know, you're telling your story, you're letting people know, you know, what you're about. You're in real estate now for some of you new agents. For some of the people that have already been in real estate, you know, you're strengthening those relationships. You're showing them what value you bring to the table, and you're staying on top of mind. That's going to be a key phrase that you hear at Keller Williams. For all of you veterans, you've heard stay on top of mind, you know, 1,000 times. And that's what you're going to do with your 36 touch that Melissa talked about. And this is just another way to touch your audience through Instagram. So you're finding these new relationships and you're building these new relationships. I kind of touched on that. Keeping up with millennials, that's another reason to use Instagram. A big thing with your Instagram account is you want to be purpose driven. So you want to be, you know, you want to come in with, you know, your value proposition and why you're in real estate and what you bring to the table. So, you know, what do you want to be known for? You don't want followers. You want brand advocates. You want people. So you don't want to go around buying followers. Some people do that. You know, that's not going to help you, because these people aren't going to be interested and they're not going to be engaging in your posts. You want people to know you for who you are, and you want them to be, you know, your biggest supporters, your biggest cheerleaders, you know, your family, your friends, your sphere of influence. Reach out to them, you know, ask them to support you and engage with their pages too, because that's going to just create more engagement for you. And I'm going to show you a couple of Insta hacks here, and as long as we can get to it. So again, I'm going to speed through this here. But there's like one key tip that I'll touch on later is engaging with comments within the first 10 minutes that they're posted. That's going to help you guys get more exposure, and it's going to bring more people. It's going to bring more reach to your posts. So I'll just kind of speed through here again. You know, optimizing profile. So we're kind of touch on that quick. I'll show you some examples, some other profiles that are in the industry, just to kind of give you an idea of, you know, what some of these profiles look like. But what makes a good profile? You know, searchability. So, you know, in your bio, creating, you know, putting your location that helps with people finding you, your @ tag, you know, so, you know, you might have, let's just say Megan, you know, the realtor, or Megan Keller Williams or something like that. So giving them keywords to find you when they're, you know, searching you in the search bar. And, you know, and then also, you know, why should people follow you? You know, what are you bringing to the table in your bio? Are you providing, you know, daily tips, you know, daily trends on, you know, what people want to, you know, stay on top of? Actually, I'm just going to cut into another profile right now, just to kind of give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. So this is Kelly Brown. Here's her name, Kelly Brown Homes, very simple. She gives us her location, West Metro, Minnesota. And then again, she's giving us her value proposition here. You know, for sale, new construction, tips and trends. So these are all things that she, you know, likes to say that she specializes in. And these are things that she's posting, you know. So like right here, okay. I'm not signed in, so I can't show you her caption apparently. It's kind of stupid. You can read it?
Well, I
Oh,
have it
perfect.
up on my phone.
Yeah, what does she say?
For the tile one?
Yeah, for this one.
This tile, heart, heart, heart. Like my favorite tile ever. Simple and stunning from the Parade of Homes, Twin Cities, I assume, in Plymouth. And then she did hashtags new construction, hashtag Wayzata schools, hashtag Kelly Brown homes, hashtag real estate, hashtag realtor, hashtag Minnesota.
Perfect. Thank you for following along on your phone too. Everybody should be doing that, by the way, because this is going to help you, get a bunch of ideas for yourself. A big thing that I like to say, and I know others have said it here at Keller Williams, is R&D. Rip off and duplicate. See what other people are doing, and take it and make it your own. And so, follow her. Give her a follow.
She's gonna wonder why she just got.
She's gonna.
Why
Well,
these Keller Williams agents following?
yeah, and it's funny because I've actually I use her in all of my marketing classes because she's a great example. So I'm sure she gets a bunch of follows from this, but she does a great job at marketing herself and her business, and her and her team got the #1 and #2 spot for marketing in Twin Cities, according to some, I don't know, they have all these different kind of outlets or news outlets these days, some kind of online news outlet. But anyways, she does, so her whole, niche is that she works with a lot of new construction, and it's actually an awesome idea. Like if anybody wants a great idea, on how to get great content, if you're stuck in, like the hardest part of the marketing equation is coming up with content. And if you can't come up with content, this is a stellar idea to just go into new construction homes, find different, trends that are, or different things that you like about these new construction homes, because, as a first-time home buyer, that's what they want to see. They want to see, these clean, brand new homes. They want to see their dream home, and, they might not qualify for it, but that's okay. You're showing them something that they want to aspire to get someday. And, it's just, like I said, great content. So, her caption for this was, love this tile, blah, blah, blah. It's, in right now, whatever she said. And it's just something, to be, to appear as, the expert in that field, is that, you're always showing them the latest trends and things like that. I'm sure, this was talking about, this color aesthetic or something like that. Maybe she was talking about this, new trend of like some kind of archway here with the pantry. And then,
Can you screen share this too? Because it's only showing your.
well, is it not screen sharing this? I'm sorry, Zoom. Oops, let's get, yeah. Shoot, my bad.
What's her name? Kelly
Brown.
Brown Homes.
Yep. Yep. And I'll show you her Facebook too, because she does a lot of video, and that's going to be a big thing. I talked about that briefly before, but that's it's just so important to get your face behind the camera. You see that she's putting her her face behind the camera a few times here on her Instagram. Let's see if we can see. I can't see all of her posts here. Oh, here we go.
We can create our own Selling Sunset here at KWMPR.
What's that?
It's a really crazy show in California.
And then, just wallpaper trends and stuff like that. But long story short, this is just a great profile to, stock and make sure that you're, seeing what she's doing. And like I said, R&D. Quickly, I'll go over to her Facebook page. She does a great job here. We're going to go to her videos here. And I'm just going to show you just super quick, just because I want to make the most out of you guys' time and show you as many things as I can. But you can see, let's just look at like the time length of all of her videos. They're all under 60 seconds. You got a minute and 1 second here, but everything is 24, 29, minute and 1, 55, 41. We got one video, it's a real estate market update that's 3 minutes, but everything else is just 30 to 60 seconds. And that's all you need. It's not hard to get behind the camera for 30 to 60 seconds. It really isn't. And you need to get comfortable with doing it, because people want to see your face. And, it's fine with being camera shy. You don't have to do video, but is it going to help you, people become more familiarized with your stuff? Absolutely. And that's what you want. You want people to feel like, your family or people recognize you. And that's just going to make them that much more comfortable to reach out to you and, try to do business with you. So
And you don't necessarily need something that's polished, because that's also what people like, is that, like, if you screw up, like, they're like, oh my gosh, they're humans, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Real.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. And I would show you some examples, but I just encourage you to just go over to her page and just watch some of these things and just kind of try to replicate what she's doing. But yeah, you don't need a polished video. These are all literally filmed from her phone with the front-facing camera. So it's, and actually Maria is a great example too, because she does a lot of this. I should pull up her profile, because we do a lot of Facebook Live, and Facebook Live is the absolute best way that Facebook likes you to use their platform. You know, you could share, a lot of people will post other articles and other, different, they'll post links and other articles on their Facebook page because they don't want to think of the content. And, that's fine. But the way that Facebook's algorithm works is when you're taking people off of the Facebook platform, they will basically dock your score, let's say. They have an algorithm, a score of your influence score. And so basically when you're taking people to, CNN.com or whatever the heck, you're taking them to, they're like, okay, we'll nick 5 points off of Josh's influence score because we want people to stay on the Facebook platform. If you're posting your own images, your own videos, and especially, like I said, Facebook Live, you're using their platform and their tools on the Facebook platform, and their customers are staying on Facebook. So they're like, okay, 10 plus 10 for Josh. He posted his own photo. Plus 25, he did a Facebook Live. He's really showing people how our Facebook platform works. It's common sense. And so, and it might not be, it's logical, I should say. It's not common sense, because not everybody knows that. I didn't even know that until I, did a deep dive into this stuff, and I've been doing it for 3 years now. But now it makes sense to me because, people, they want to make money. They're making, money off of their platform. They sell ads to, different people like yourself, and they want people to, see these ads, and that's how they make their money. So
same thing with Instagram, like when you do your story and you use all their tools, you'll get bumped up on their stories. Like
exactly.
Ads points, if you use a poll,
yep.
If you use any of their new tools, like put on music,
yep.
You're using their stuff,
yep.
They'll like add points to your as well.
Yep, exactly. And thank you for bringing that up. So let's actually dive back into Instagram over here. Let me make sure we're sharing this again. Okay. So let's see if we can, where we're at now. I think we're on the bio, and we'll go over the stories and we'll talk about how that affects your stories and stuff too. But yeah, when you're on a platform, use their tools, because that's what they want you to do. That's what it's all about, and that's how you're gonna get more exposure, more reach to your audience, and play the game that they want you to play. Work the system, because that's what that's how you're gonna get more followers and more engagement in your posts. So optimizing profile, I kind of showed you Kelly's profile, but yeah, you want your brokerage in there. You can put some different things of what you do, different hobbies that you might have, fitness, and some people too. Let's just talk about business versus personal. That's perfectly fine to have a separation between business and personal. I recommend just having one profile, because it's just going to make it that much easier for your audience to find you. And also, why not just turn it into a business profile? Because you can, if you're able to, balance the two, and you can do that. And if you need help doing that, I'm more than happy to do a one-on-one with you and, help you understand how you can make that work. But yeah, it's just it's just a lot easier for your customers to just find one page as to trying to find, two, and then they might only follow one as opposed to the other. There's just a lot of different reasons, and a business profile actually allows you to have more contact buttons on it as opposed to a personal. And then it also allows you to, obviously run ads and all that good stuff. So these are the different call to action buttons that you'll have on a business profile. Let's see. So, and then Linktree, we'll kind of touch on that in a second here. So in your bio, you're going to have what you do, where you do it, what makes you different, you know, kind of how Kelly Brown had, you know, trends and different, you know, things that she is doing, tips and trends. Break up the text with emojis if that's your brand. If it's not, don't force it. You're gonna have your brokerage name in there, licensed in Minnesota, different, you know, local focused hashtags. So, or you can have, you know, hashtags with your brand. I'm a part of the Sunder team. Our hashtag is the Sunder team will help fund your dream. So things like that. Call to action. Again, kind of repetitive here, but just showing you the breakdown of where this is all at. A link tree. So what that is you can go on to linktree.com, or I think it's linktr.ee, whatever. But basically what that has is, you know, you can use it as a link instead of just having your website here. You click on that link and it shows them your Facebook profile, you know, Snapchat, you know, all these different platforms that you might use. So that link trees are always good. A lot of people are using them these days. Let's see. So InstaFeed. So, you know, what kind of content should you be posting? You know, or how should you be posting? Post regularly, be consistent. Obviously be authentic. Don't just post, you know, random graphics that you see on real estate. You know, if your brand is, you know, you like to be, you know, funny and all that stuff, you can post, you know, different real estate memes and stuff like that. But just make sure that you're being on brand and authentic to your audience. You know, you don't want to just start randomly doing different things because you see other agents doing them. If it's not you and you feel like you're not being, you know, generic, or if you're just being generic, you definitely want to avoid that. I mean, these are all kind of common sense things here. But also show yourself. I kind of touched on this earlier. Show your face. You know, you definitely want to include yourself wherever you can because it just goes along with that brand recognition. And then stick to the golden ratio rule of, you know, 80-20, 80% business, 20% personal. And then your Instagram feed versus your Instagram story. So for those of you who don't know, an Instagram feed stays on your profile permanently. An Instagram story is fleeting. It stays there for only 24 hours unless you use it as a highlight. And we'll kind of touch on highlights in a second here. Feed is great for reach. It's curated, so it uses Facebook or Instagram's algorithm that's how people find you and your content. It shows your official brand, and the sound is off, you know, automatically, as opposed to a story where the sound is automatically on when you're clicking on it. You know, it's just kind of like, you know, on the go. Stories are on the go. They'll show you you can show kind of like the behind the scenes of real estate. So let's say, you know, right now is actually a perfect story opportunity because you can post it, you know, you let people know that you're, you know, constantly learning and trying to, you know, develop as an agent. You're always trying to find different marketing, you know, strategies to help your, you know, your listings and different, you know, customers. So just showing them that, you know, like, yeah, I'm at a Keller Williams training right now or whatever, and this is, like I said, just a perfect story opportunity. And then I'll show you how to spice it up too. You can add location, you can add all these different kind of fun things that, you know, can create engagement. And also, like Josh said, they also boost your kind of algorithm or your score to create more reach. So what to post, showcasing you and your life, you know, you're telling a story. You know, also make it purpose driven. So don't just, you know, necessarily post things to post them. You know, you can be giving a tip or, you know, explaining to buyers, you know, what they need to be doing as a first time home buyer. Also just providing info that you can't find on Google is just a great way of, you know, showing value because, you know, sometimes, you know, as a first time home buyer, I could probably figure out what different loan programs are out there, you know, or different things like that. But maybe you want to, you know, specifically show them that there's a Minnesota, you know, housing first-time home buyer program where, you know, they only need 3% down as a minimum payment, and they can get, you know, $10,000 in down payment assistance or $17,000 in down payment assistance, depending on, you know, how they want to go. So just showing them different options like that. They might not know those things. And then you're going to have your balance of hard sells like new listings, open houses, and direct business asks, like asking for referrals from their family. And then, you know, again, you can post behind the scenes of real estate. So, you know, just you're learning, you know, you're in a marketing training meeting right now. Day in the life, you know, posting, you know, doing subtle marketing things like posting your Keller Williams mug, you know, in front of you, you know, right when you wake up, you know, daily routine, you can post that on your story or your feed as well. And it's good to mix in some, you know, kind of like low key marketing, you know, pictures that aren't necessarily hard sells, but just kind of just show your brand and let them know that you're in real estate. Oops. And then, you know, achievements, awards, perfect opportunity was the award ceremony a week ago. You know, or, you know, you have those certificates that you got from there. Some of you, you know, posting those, you know, a lot of you posted those pictures, which was great. We had that kind of banner and you're taking pictures with Melissa and Olivia. That's just a great opportunity to post those kinds of things. So a lot of you are ahead of the game on there. Posting family pictures, you know, if you're out on the boat or, you know, on a trip with your family, definitely post your family or just even around the house, you know, and you guys are doing something fun together. Make sure you're posting those, you know, your family members or your spouse, because you know, people like to see that. They want to know you and they want to get to know you and they want to see, you know, what you're about and they want to relate to you. And that's what this is all about. You want to show them different aspects of your life that they can relate to so that they see themselves in you and they're like, oh yeah, you know, I want to work with this person because I don't know, they want to be able to see the human in you, and you got to get out of the robotic kind of, you know, postings of just, you know, generic real estate content that I see a lot of agents posting. Not necessarily you guys, but just I follow a lot of agents, and there's just a lot of just different generic graphics and tips that they post, and you want to get out of that headspace. And then also charity work. So at Keller Williams, we do what's called Red Day, and that should be coming up soon, right, Jess?
It's the 13th of May.
Okay, so that's a great opportunity for you guys to post, get all over that. You know, let's take a bunch of pictures. You know, that's a great opportunity for stories. And then it's just a great opportunity to get the community involved, to donate, help out. You know, and we do a lot of different charity, you know, we have a lot of different charity opportunities throughout the year. You know, around Christmas time, we have, what is that thing that we do, Jess, that, you know, we help different families out by.
Yeah, we've sponsored a senior in the past 2 years. So or like a family that we put on the, you know, Christmas tree, and they take off the names and bring in donations for them.
Okay, so I mean, that's not for that's a little bit out there, but that's just another opportunity to think about. And then, you know, different events that are going to office. We had the Easter event that just you know, where we're doing pictures and all that good stuff. We have Halloween events that we do. I'm not sure if that's Market Center or not, but I mean, you guys are more than welcome to do your own here. And then we do, you know, our Christmas event. We had Photos with Santa, which was a hit in December. What other events do we do here?
You're stealing my thunder because this is what I'm presenting on 3 o'clock.
Oh, is this? Okay.
You can stop talking at any point. I'm not telling you anything else.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, no.
Drake, is it possible to get like a hard copy of this presentation?
Yeah, I can do that.
And another question is, if I have a personal one, can I change the name? Because I'm really new to Instagram. Can I change the name?
Yep, you can. And so, yeah, we can meet one-on-one too, and I can show you a bunch of that stuff. Those are great questions because I'm sure other agents on here have that question too. And yeah, it is pretty easy to change your name. Have you changed your name in the past, Aubrey?
Yeah.
Is that your name, Aubrey?
Tara.
Tara.
I'll go by Aubrey, it's fine.
Okay,
It's pretty
Tara.
easy.
I'm sorry. You're and what was your name too?
Oh, your feet.
Your feet. Okay. Well, it's great meeting you too. I don't think I've officially met you too. And so yeah, that's something that you can do to help optimize and help your searchability.
Do you have to have a personal account before you create a business account, kind of like how you do with the Facebook?
You don't. As long as you have a business, a Facebook business account, then you can actually convert. You can create an Instagram account from that. Yep. What was your name too?
Ashley.
Ashley. Nice meeting you, Ashley. So many new faces. I love it. We're growing here. And Molly, that was your name.
Yep.
Okay. And then also too, a great opportunity is to spotlight local businesses. Maria does a great job of this too. she'll go around to different businesses and she'll, she'll try to meet the owner, make a good relationship with them, and then she'll spotlight their business. And this is just a great way to, get referrals. So she's, helping them, by posting their business and hopefully they'll, return the favor, maybe send her some referrals. Maybe they'll work with her in the future as, the owner. So it's just a great way to kind of, reciprocate that business. What else to post? So, some personal posts that you can post of your own DIY projects that you're working on at home, different local events that you attended. These could be concerts, these could be, trainings, this could be anything. And then different holidays, with your team, posting a holiday picture with your team with ugly sweaters. We do a bunch of different events around the holidays with that. We do Secret Santa get-togethers and stuff like that. So, there's so many different opportunities for that. You can even post tutorials on, DIYs and home tips. When if you're doing, a project at home and you want to show people how to do it, this is a great opportunity to, post these things. And even with, I didn't even talk about TikTok at all, but that's, I think that we had a class on that a week ago or something, but that, that's video, like I talked about before, is just huge. And, these are great content ideas for that as well. But again, local business spotlight, client spotlight story. So these are all just different things that you can put in your highlights. Then also you can have a team member spotlight story. We dive deeper into the highlights pretty soon here. And then your hard sells again, open houses, let's see, listings. Yeah, we at New American Funding, we provide this service called List Reports, and it helps with your open houses. They generate like a big report for your open houses, and that's all free to you guys. So if any of you are interested in that, feel free to contact me and we can get you set up with the List Reports account. And then, listings, share the best photos, not all of them. So like maybe 4 of them. And then, when you sell your home, when you sell a home, it's also a great opportunity to post that. Different contests, just an idea for a contest. At Brian and I, when the State Fair was happening, I hope it happens this year. We did a contest for, a bunch of different tickets to the State Fair. And what we did was we said, comment your favorite food at the State Fair, like this post, and then follow our page. You'll be entered to win, tickets to the State Fair. And we got a big, engagement out of it. Like we had like, I don't know, like 500 likes. And then on Facebook, we had like, I don't know, 100+ shares on that post, 300+ comments. And we're able to gain like 500 likes on our Facebook page just from that. That's a great opportunity. It's easy to do. It didn't cost us much money. It was like, I think less than $100 invested in all the tickets that we gave away. I think originally we were going to only do 4 tickets, and I think they're like $11 a pop. So it's like $44. We ended up doubling it just because of how much engagement we got out of it. So it ended up being like $80-something. But just contests like that, giveaways, are just a great way to create engagement and create a following. And then coming soons, before and afters, staging flips. And then, so these are some of the Insta hacks that I talked about before. So tagging users or relevant businesses creates more exposure to that post. Posting relevant hashtags, trending hashtags. These are all different ways to create more exposure and engagement with your posts. Adding a location to the photo is a great way of getting more exposure and getting more engagement. Emojis that just help stop the scroll if that's part of your brand again. And when relevant, don't overuse them. And then I talked about engaging with comments within the first 10 minutes. That's going to create more engagement on that post. So IGTV. IGTV is kind of dead and gone. I mean, some people use it. If you really want to use IGTV, these are typically videos, I think, that are over a minute at least. Any videos that are less than a minute, I think that's IG Reels now. I don't really touch on IG Reels in here, but we will in the masterclass. But IG Reels is basically like TikTok, but IGTV is for those longer videos. And if any of you are doing long form videos, that's good to do. And I think you should maybe do like maybe 2 or 3 a year, and that's just kind of
This thing.
Oh, is it off? Oh, is it turning off?
It will.
Oh, okay.
30 seconds, that's what it
Thank
is.
you. So yeah, you should be doing long form videos. You know, that's like, you know, you'll see different realtors. They'll do like a walkthrough of a really nice listing. Talk about, you know, I'm, you know, Drake Duckworth. I'm in real estate, and you know, blah blah blah. This is the value that I bring. You know, work with me. Or maybe they'll just do like a awesome like professional listing video. Here at New American Funding, we have a green room studio in Edina, and we have a professional videographer that is free for you guys to use. So anytime you guys want to use him, let me know. He can come on site to this market center. He can go to a listing. We can go to our green room studio. We can film different videos there. Maria and I did some videos back in December on different loan programs and stuff. I know that we want to do more videos in the future. We've got a bunch of different ideas, but if you guys have any ideas, feel free to hit me up, and you know, we can get our videographer involved, and he does a great job. So let me know if you guys have any ideas on any different long videos. But I don't recommend a whole lot of different, you know, professional videos unless, you know, you start to, you know, get a rhythm down with them, because really you don't need that many long videos. You saw what Kelly was doing. They're super short videos, under 60 seconds. They're, you know, organic. They're from her own phone. That's it. As long as you're doing those regularly, you're getting a lot of exposure out of that. And I don't think you need a whole lot of long form videos. What else? So these are just different tips, you know, shooting vertical when you're doing it from your phone. If you're, you know, filming yourself, and it's casual, unless it's official, obviously you're gonna do it the other way. Let's see. Apps to use.
Lisa Brainer had a question. Are there any rules against posting pics of homes you're touring? Example, love the wallpaper trend or something like that. Should you avoid posting pictures of homes that you're not listing?
I think as long as you I would rather, you know, ask for forgiveness and ask for permission in that form. But if it's a legal issue, maybe just get the okay from the listing agent. And a lot of agents here at Keller Williams, I know they're more than happy to allow you to do that. But if you're at somebody else's listing, just say, hey, you know, I'm just gonna post this, you know, maybe ask for permission. But the chances of them saying no are almost slim to none, because, you know, you're marketing their own listing. You know, I can't see them having any issue with that. But that's still a good question, because if there is some kind of legal issue with that, I would ask our broker and just double check. But apps to use for posting. So we have a couple different apps here. I'm just gonna glide through these because we have like 10 minutes here left. But I'm more than happy to share these apps with you guys. I can share this presentation with any of you that want it. I'll go ahead and send this out to you. Let's see. And also, just to let you guys know, in that masterclass that we're having in a month here, we'll kind of dive deep into all this stuff in the workshops. So you'll definitely get a feel for all these apps during that time if you choose to attend that. Insta stories. So again, I'm just gonna try to go through here quick because I have a couple good slides at the end that I want to show you. So yeah, stories, again, they stay live for 24 hours unless highlighted. The behind the scenes of your life and your business, glimpse into working with you, tool to connect with followers naturally, impacts the algorithm. So it impacts the algorithm when you post those different little apps, or those little these things right here, they're the features. So if you're mentioning other people on your story, you can add GIFs to it. You can add a countdown specific date. You know, closing is in 10 days or something like that. You know, I have 10 closings or 10 closings, 2 closings, 5. Well, I hope you have 10 closings in 2 days. That would be awesome. Creating polls. You know, Kelly does this in a lot of her stories. She'll take a picture of like this really beautiful kitchen, and then she'll say, do you like the brass hardware or the can't even think of it, the other color hardware. There's a bunch of different color, gold or brass versus different, trends. And then creating quizzes too. That's a great way to get feedback from your customers. What are the different things that they like? And then also you have, sliders. You can use the emoji sliders, adding locations, hashtags. You can even add music. You can ask a question. Again, you're getting that feedback from your customers. And then you can even start a group chat, which is useful when you're, we've talked about this before, like creating like a VIP kind of group among your customers and building like an experience for them. So this is kind of goes along with that. And then also you can add stickers too to add more personality. So the different stories, different ideas for different stories. So just to kind of go back to Kelly here, and let's see, it's like it raised a little bit on me. Yeah, so I'm clicking down here. Okay, so she has these different highlights, and you can see, there's the team. Click on this. Shoot, can't show you it. Wish I was logged in here. I mean, I could log in, but I don't have enough time to do that. But you can see all these different stories. So she has a parade at homes highlight. She has life is good, travel, market update, open houses. We're hiring new agents, renovations, trends, sold for sale, new construction. She has like a bunch of different highlights. I don't think you need that many highlights. I would say it's actually better to keep it more simple because the chance of somebody going through all those highlights is probably not that high, but it's good to be organized. So I like how she's organized with all those different highlights. Let's see if I can find where we were. Okay. So happy clients, that's like client testimonials, closing photos, local living. So again, highlighting local restaurants. You could have, local parks that you just love, boutiques. You can have daily life, which is behind the scenes, meetings, before and after, funny real estate finds. You can have one that's called tips, so different tips for first-time home buyers. You can have promos, so different vendors that you're working with. And then, there's just so many different opportunities. I'm just going to keep skipping ahead here. Any questions, by the way? Am I going too fast? I know we don't have much time, so I'm just trying to make the most use of your guys' time. Different apps for the stories. Again, I'm going to send this presentation out and show you guys that. Let's see. So selling on social media. So serve before you sell. So just creating conversations. Make sure you're serving your clients, providing them with different insights, and leading with value instead of just trying to post all these different hard sells. You want to make sure that they're getting value out of your profiles. They're not just going to follow you because you're posting all these different closing photos and like, oh, sweet, you're killing it. But what am I getting out of following it? And it's still good to post those hard sells because it gives credibility. It's showing that you're grinding, you're in the industry, and you're actually making things happen. And of course, they want to see you doing that. But it's better to have more content where you're actually showing them valuable pieces of information that they want to learn, and they want to learn from you. And then engaging with your audience. So if you want engagement, you have to give it first. So make sure you're commenting on other people's posts. Make sure you're liking people's posts. You can just scroll through your feed, double tap a bunch of things. You don't have to read what it's about. And I'm sure a lot of you do that, and I do it too. It's not a bad thing, but and then go back, take some time to read some of those captions, see what it's about, engage with them, and what are the chances that they're going to come back and engage with your posts? A lot higher now. And the end goal is to build these relationships, not necessarily a sale. So just make it a habit. You go around liking posts. Take 5 minutes out of your morning, like a bunch of posts, comment on a couple, and on Facebook. I actually I am more of an expert in Facebook, and I dive a lot deeper. I can show you a bunch of different things on Facebook, and there's a bunch of different ways that you can create groups so that you can jump back into them. You can have your certain, leads that you're working with, you can create groups out of them and then make sure you're engaging with them. There's a lot of different things you can do with Facebook. So, but on Instagram, that's kind of what you're stuck with. And then also take into account the new search engine. The max amount of hashtags you can use is 30. So relevancy is important when you're doing hashtags. So you don't just want to do like Minnesota necessarily. Like, yes, you're going to get a lot of, you're going to get a lot of visibility there, but you're not necessarily going to, you're kind of going to be a needle in a haystack at that point. So it's good to have, Minnesota, like real estate, for example, kind of separating yourself from that, and just being more specific with your hashtags. Let's see. Finding your target audience. So searching with hashtags, you should be doing this yourself. You can search with locations, different topics, different interests and hobbies, different life events. Weddings is a great example. Weddings are, that's a point in a potential buyer's time when they're going to be, buying their first home or upgrading, So these are different life events like, a wedding. That's a great example of different hashtags that you should be following. And I know Sammy's coming in here, so she's going to be jumping on soon.
You're
We've
good.
got about 3 minutes left here. So another reason for using a business profile is because you gain insights and analytics on your posts and your stories. So make sure you're using these analytics to see how your hashtags are bringing more views. Make sure too that you're hiding your hashtags. So a good way of doing this is on your captions. You can just, for example, here you can just put like a 5 periods. So you'll do your hashtag, and then you can do 5 periods underneath that, and then do all your hashtags below that. That's one way to just kind of make your post clean. So that way, your hashtags aren't filling everything up. And then let's see.
So you're saying like when it first pops up that they don't see that?
Yep.
Like if they did click on it, you could see it, but
Yep.
it's just, okay.
Yep. Yeah. So it kind of hides it, and they don't need to see your hashtags because the hashtags are basically just used for, the searchability and people finding you. So yeah, really, that's just a good way of doing that. And this can kind of be confusing when I explain it, so I'm happy to help anybody out with that, and go dive in deeper with that. There's different apps for it: Hashtagify, RightTag, Instatag. These will allow you to see what's popular and compare them with others. And then you have Hashtag Generator with Instavast. Again, I'm going to be sending this presentation out for you if any of you guys missed that. Searching by location, cities, local businesses. You can categorize from the top hashtags versus the most recent. And then, okay, I have time for a couple questions here. So anybody on Zoom, feel free to comment some stuff.
You're so funny. It's not like your brother. It's not the military. We can go over a little bit.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I do
You're so
have
funny.
some stuff. But,
Where are you sending the presentation? Is there?
so yes, that's a good question. I can include it in the Facebook closed group. That's probably a good spot for all of you because I don't have a lot of you guys' emails. So as long as you guys are in that group, and I can go ahead and add you guys if you're not in that group. So cool.
It was very informative. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming here. I know you didn't come here for me. You're here for Ignite, but I appreciate y'all being attentive and asking questions.
And so what's the best way to get hold of you to arrange the one-on-one?
I will post my contact information in there too. I know I'm going to be emailing a few of your new faces that I see just because I saw your license came in, so I'll be reaching out to you. And I know you're friends with Shannon, is that right? Yeah. Did you teach with her, or did you just
No,
friends?
she's been my best friend since we were like 5.
Oh, okay, good. I love Shannon. She's awesome. She came in here, 2 years back, I think. Now time has flown by, but she's been killing it now.
Yeah.
From coming from the teacher, being a teacher, she still is a teacher, but she's still doing real estate and she's killing it. So.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, if that's it, then I'll hand it off to you, Sammy.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, good meeting you, Josh.
Yeah, we'll do our show soon. We'll get your videographer and we can do our own Jake and Josh.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll run it back.
Yeah, are you doing real estate too?
No, I'm actually gonna get my license, but I'm kind of slow pacing that now that I just started doing, yeah.
Yeah.
TL, so.
Okay, cool. Well, it was a great meeting you. Have a
All
good
right,
one.
you have a good one.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, for sure. Okay, sounds good. Let's set up. So, yep. Thank you.
All right, I'm just gonna take 2 seconds to get my stuff going. So if you need to run to the restroom or whatever, 2 minutes.
We used to have a sign in the kitchen that said things that it was.
As a gift, Jess, were you answering questions on chat?
Yep.
Okay, I was like, there's chat. Cool.
Yes, so I have it,
Up and looking
yep,
at it.
and if there's any like handouts or anything, no, okay.
No.
I was just uploading them that way.
Yep.
It's easier when there aren't.
I mean,
I
I can, but no. No, I did not. Well, I think only 2 people left, so we'll give them, there are like 30 seconds left. It's Thursday. All right, we'll get started. They can figure out and come join. Hi, guys. How you doing? So this portion is how to utilize technology to grow your business and actually run an effective and efficient business. So obviously, I'm a big fan of Command, so if you utilize something else, I'm sorry. I won't take offense to it, and that's what this session is all about. So we all want to hopefully at some point run an MREA business. If you have not read the MREA, that's your homework from me. Go read the MREA. If you have, awesome, go read it again. So, so Command is the only operating system for agents that's actually built on the MREA. So that is why it's such a great thing to utilize, is because it's already built in the MREA for you. So you don't have to think about it extra. Some of the stuff I completely forgot to hide, so there we go. That's the one I was looking for. So if you've read the MREA, you've seen this lovely chart before. You probably have not seen the extra words added to it. So when I say Command is truly an MREA operating system, starts up top with prospecting and marketing. You have campaigns to feed that, referrals, designs, not so much insights anymore, because legal department came in and said no to that, and consumer sites. So all of this stuff can start feeding your funnel for your MREA business. So all of those feed into your contacts,
Leads and contacts are all in the one spot contacts. Smart plans to actually connect with those people. Opportunities, that's how you actually do your business, your deals, and actually pay attention to your deals. And then listings, to actually have a business. Any questions so far? How many have read the MREA? So 2-ish, 2.5-ish.
Working on it,
Haven't read it
working on
yet.
it.
So that means all of you go visit Angela at the front desk and go purchase an MREA book. I want to say it's like 15-ish bucks. Don't quote me on that price, but it's about that. All right, so your database is your business. The reason why I start every brand new agent orientation with contacts, because without contacts in the database, you don't have any business. Zero. So I want you to start thinking about when you're making your calls to your database, that they're not cold calls, because you have, as long as they're your sphere, you know who they are, they're not cold. So think about them as care calls. You're just calling because you care about them. Is there anyone that objects to that mindset? Okay. So Command. I know many of you know and love it already. If you don't, you will. Command has everything you could possibly need to run your business. Making sure I'm not forgetting what I wanted to talk about. Right off the bat, it logs you into your dashboard. You can customize on the top right corner, change whatever you need to change to make it your own. And then those applets that you saw on that pipeline live all right on the left side. Starting with your contacts. Your contact record, once you start adding contacts to your database, is super customizable. You can tag it however you need to, get their information in there so you always see it right up front. And then as you add their physical address, their neighborhood will start popping up. And then along the right side, you can see what are they looking at on your app? What are they looking at on your website? What are they looking at on the market neighborhood landing page, which is tied to their neighborhood? You can also, if you have a Windows phone, don't ask me how to do it on a Mac. I'm sorry, I don't know how. But if you have a Windows or a Windows PC, you can actually utilize what's called your phone and actually make calls from your phone as well on your computer. If you need help setting that up, let me know. I can walk you through it. If you have a Mac, go visit the Genius Bar. There's a way to do it. I just don't know how. I know it's possible, and that's about the extent where that lands. As you are making your calls and actually like making your care calls, you can actually say, did they answer? Leave any notes? Literally add everything as you're making that call right in one spot, so you don't have to remember a week later of, oh yeah, I wrote notes down for when I was making my calls the other day. Now you can actually do it all in one spot versus trying to remember to go do it after the fact, which also increases your efficiency. All right. So that's what it looks like when you actually make your notes as you're making calls. And for those on Zoom, this is what I was talking about. Ooh, too far. So as you're making your calls, at some point, you are going to have someone that says, yes, I want to buy, I want to sell. You're still in your contact record. It's a little hidden, but you can click on that opportunities button and create opportunity right here to create that opportunity without even leaving your contact record. If you don't know what I'm talking about with this, that just means you really need to set up a time with me. If you do, great. That's where you can actually create your opportunity without leaving your contacts. You can also create tasks for your contact record. So Bruce here, he said, you know, not ready right now, but I plan on moving this fall. You're going to go in, let's be fair, when they say fall, cut that in like half. They're really probably going to be starting to look in July if they're buying or selling. I swear, our clients, they're crazy people. They always say, oh, I'm going to move in October. By October, they mean August. All right, cool. So I want you to be that person in the door and not someone else because you missed the boat on making sure you're on top of your care calls. So you're going to create a task for this contact to call about the potential move with the due date and whatever notes you need. And all you had to do was, again, over here on tasks, add a task. Any questions so far? Okay. Marketing. I'm going to take a quick pause and go to actually in command. This makes a lot more sense. I know Drake was talking about social media marketing and all that fun stuff. You can take what you learned with him and apply. If I can type my password, you can apply what I'm going to teach you to join with what he taught you. Me. All right, so marketing. There's a couple pieces within Command that you can utilize. Designs is going to be your first portion of marketing. No, I don't want to say my password. There is social media, print marketing, and even cutesy little videos that you can utilize for any of your marketing efforts. For this session, we're just going to go into social media marketing, since that's what we just did with Drake. What this allows you to do is utilize people that are smarter than I am, that have marketing degrees, and that's all they do for a living is creating templates for us to utilize and making it your own. So let's say, for instance, you just closed on a property and your seller gave you a raving review, as I would expect them to. You want to at least share that somewhere beyond wherever they left it, whether it's Google My Business, Facebook, whatever it is. Come into lead generation, and there's this thing called client testimonial. From there, you choose whatever size you want. If you're going to post it both Instagram and Facebook, just utilize the square one. And all you have to do is use. And let the workspace load. All right, so now it's a matter of making it your own. So because we have KWLS, which is tied to our MLS, you can pull up if you want to utilize like the property photo for the listing. See if they'll pull up. One word of advice, it does pull up all around the country MLS, so don't get confused when you search for one thing and get Toledo, Ohio. So once you find the property that you're going to utilize, all you have to do is select it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose this photo over on the right side and swap it with one of the images over here. All I have to do is click the replace image, and there goes that lovely image. Now, to change the words, you're going to select the text box, and what I say is double click so that way the cursor and whatever needs to pop up, and just start typing what you need to. And no, I'm not making this up. This is what my mom gave me for our review. If I can type though. So now I can come over here. If I wanted to add my logos, you're going to have your assets already created and set up. All you have to do is plug in what you need to add and then drag them to the right spot. And resize them how you need to. Now, we pretty much are done. Although this one's a little funky, so I'm going to probably resize this. I'm going to double click the image so that way I can get rid of that white bar on the top and the bottom that comes from the MLS. Not all images are going to have that, so that's the nice thing. Recenter that so it actually makes sense. So now we have the client testimonial image done. All I have to do is click download and start that download. Once it finishes, it will pop up down on the bottom if you're using Chrome. So now, all I have to do is go back to command. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to go into campaigns. So I started in designs, now I'm going to go into campaigns. I am not going to run a Facebook ad. I'm going to switch this to my personal so it looks like what you guys see. I'm going to click on that create new campaign, and what you'll notice is there's an option called social post. That means you can actually utilize command to do some batch content posting for your social media. So what it looks like is very similar to Facebook ads if you've run a Facebook ad ever. But it's going to say, more importantly, when would you like to post this image? And then you can actually make out a schedule for if you have Twitter, you can add Twitter. Otherwise, it'll add your Facebook. You cannot schedule posts for Instagram through here just because Instagram has not opened up that capability to people outside of Instagram. So you'll have to post that yourself on Instagram. So what I tend to do is I will use this little smiley face. And I'll search for star. And I'm going to put 5 of them because my mom loves me. I'll give a very small snippet and I'll end with some stars. She extra loves me. And then I'm going to come up here, click on that upload image. And crop it so it looks nice. And then if I wanted to schedule it, I would simply change when I want to schedule it and click schedule post. If you were doing a batch content to be super efficient, you would click on that create another. And so that way, when you click that schedule post, it will literally give you a fresh start to schedule another post. Oh, I don't have a logo in here, so it won't let me. That's okay. I'm going to save it as graph in case I need to do anything else. Any questions so far on that? Nothing? Zoom, how about you guys? Nothing? Okay. All right, so now we've made our calls to the database. We've gave some client testimonials to share the love. Now, what we can do is actually run a Facebook ad to get you some more people to feed your database. So you're going to go back to campaigns where we just were, create a new campaign. This time we're going to do a social ad. You're going to title it. If it's for a property, I tend to title it the address. And I'm going to advertise the listing. So, 3-ish things, 4-ish. Advertised listing is going to run you at about $1.50 to $3 per lead. A track listing is going to be your more expensive cost per lead. Because everyone wants listings, that's going to run you about $7 to $8 per lead. Attract buyers is going to be kind of in the middle. It's going to be like $3 to $4 per lead. If you are using brand awareness, event awareness, or the other ones, think of those as digital billboards. You are not necessarily going to get leads off of them. You are just going to have lots of people see your ad. Not a bad thing, it's just not going to be a lead generation. Make sense? So for this one, we're going to title it the address and it just listed. And I'm going to choose Facebook because that tends to be the better lead gen form. If I were running the digital billboards, I would add Instagram and Twitter as well. Does anyone have a listing that they just listed? What do you got, Deb?
You want the address? 13822 Edenwood Way.
Eden?
Eden, E-D-E-N Way. It's all one word.
Oh, Edenwood.
Edenwood is one word, and then Way.
Okay. So we're going to search it, and we're going to see that she's right front. So I'm going to select it. So now some of the stuff from the MLS will automatically fill in, so we have even less work to do. It's wonderful. So we have at least one image automatically filled in. We have part of the MLS description. Since this is cut off, you only get 250. So you must have a pretty decently long description. Yeah. So I would probably switch out, I'd probably main floor showcases
Can you switch the picture?
Mm-hmm. So, I'll get to that in a second.
Okay, that's fine.
So you're going to finish your text. Your headline is going to be your call to action. You're telling the people that are viewing your ad what you want them to do. So typically if it's a just listed, contact me today for a private tour. And then you're going to describe that call to action ad or make a quasi description. You can shuffle between some other ones that KWs come up with and then simply use that suggestion. So that way, let's scroll up a little bit so you guys can see. And then you're going to save that ad text. So now, change your pictures under add media. You can come in here, you can remove, you can delete, you can change. We're going to change it. And it'll pull the rest of the MLS photos up. And I want to change it to that one.
So I would change it to the kitchen, but.
Good news, you can actually add multiple pictures.
Oh, awesome.
Yep. And all you have to do is add more. That's a nice kitchen. Looks like a really nice house.
It is.
Who has a buyer for it?
Huh?
Who has a buyer for it? I'm sure someone in the office does.
I don't know, I'm hoping it's the doctor that's looking at it right now.
What I would suggest is if you're advertising a listing, do at least 3 photos, up to 5. What you will also notice, once I get this one saved, you can also choose video. So if you had a video that you shot for the listing, ask your videographer to give you a 90-second video. So that way you can put it in the ad. Why I say 90 seconds is because we have short attention spans. And after 90 seconds, we will completely ignore anything else. So make sure to, whatever you want to showcase in that 90 seconds is nice and strong. And then the rest of the info will come after they click on the learn more. Make sense?
Sorry, how did you edit her ad? I'm a little confused about that.
Her listing?
Yeah.
So up top, right here, where it says, usually because I chose that advertised listing, it actually prompted me to choose the listing right off the bat. But if you need to change that listing, all you have to do is go view it all listings and then choose whatever
But
listing.
isn't that something that she created? And then how do you?
Nope, so what happens is because the KWLS is tied to our MLS, anything that she had put on the MLS will feed automatically into KWLS. So all the pictures, all the description, all of that stuff will automatically populate for us. Now, if you don't have a listing, you're going to go to Deb and say, Deb, I want to run an ad on your listing. Deb, are you going to say no to that?
No.
Okay. Because at the end of the day, she wants the house to sell just however it will sell. And if that means you running an ad for it, it's not anything off her back, and she's going to probably say yes. That probably goes for majority of the agents in this office. I know HHG lets people run ads on their listings all the time. Jess?
Yeah, the only thing is, like the timing, so like once it goes live, and then if things are selling really fast, we have such a super short window. But you know, with the market eventually changing, that it's not gonna be an issue for everyone.
And in all honesty, if it already goes pending, it's still a lead. Like the likelihood of the lead coming in off of Facebook ad actually wanting to buy that house, probably not super strong. So it's just a matter of you have to cultivate. You have to pay, you have to follow up, you have to actually contact those leads that come in. Leads coming in by themselves isn't going to get you any business. You actually have to follow up with them. I know, I'm sorry, you actually have to do work. I can't give you a magic pill to make that better. And if you follow up, you can actually have a really good business off of Facebook ad leads. Like Jason Oliver, I've lost count of how many that boy has like closed from Facebook ads. It's possible. You just have to do the work.
So you pay for a lead, right? And what would you call a lead? Lead would be like how does it work system wise?
What do you mean as far as?
So you get a message from someone that's interested and you pay Facebook per that lead?
So what happens is, let me close out here. So what will happen is essentially people will see this ad on their timeline.
Yep.
They'll click that learn more.
Okay.
And what will happen, because how we set it up, is they'll get like a box that says their name, they'll say their email, and they'll say their phone number. They'll hit submit. That information will populate into command for you. You'll get a notification on Kelly, which we'll go over tomorrow in our new agent tech. You'll get a notification on Kelly, as well as that top little bell. There's a notification right now on mine, but you'll get both of those. And just, are you seeing emails too? Okay. It's been a while since I've run an ad on my account, because we were trying other things. But you'll get all of those notifications saying you have a brand new lead. You'll go in and do the whatever needs to be done. Make sense?
Got you, yeah.
All right, so we've chose the photos because I have my marketing profile already finished. It has our KW logo. All I have to do is save ad media. Then I'm going to go to Facebook ad. This is actually setting up the ad of how you want it to run. You're going to choose your page. And I know I heard Drake say you will have a Facebook business page. This is why. Because you can't run an ad on a personal profile, you have to have a business page. You're going to use Facebook lead gen form. The reason why is because that box that I was talking about that will automatically pop up, that's what that's from. If you don't use this and use a site or landing page, what will happen is person will click learn more and it'll bring them right to a landing page. There's no guarantee that they're going to fill out anything on that landing page. You will get their information when you use that lead gen form. Make sense?
And with that, Sammy, so we always retrieve their info from command. Like it's never in Facebook, right?
You can see it in Facebook, but it does populate into command.
Okay.
Every now and then, like the connection gets a little wonky. So I'll show you where to refresh those leads. But yep, they'll always populate into command for you. And what I would do is go to your website for this follow-up destination URL. Pull up the address. And open up the listing on your website. And then just simply copy that URL. Come over back to your campaign and paste that URL in that follow-up destination URL. So what I just did was anytime they click on that learn more, they'll fill in their information. And once they give you their information, they will be sent to the page that you identified. The reason why I said to put probably the property address is so they actually get something for giving you their information. You can create landing pages as well if you really wanted to. I can walk you through that on a one-on-one basis. And then ad targeting. it will automatically pull where the listing's located, how far it goes. You can customize this to go as low as 15 miles. You can add interest if you wanted to. Like for that one, I'd probably try to look for luxury property, luxury vehicle, since it's a little bit higher price point. You don't have to, nothing's saying you have to, and then save Facebook ad. And you are going to ignore this one because you will not have that on your page. Because I am a labs advisor, I get to test new stuff, and I will not show you what that looks like.
How did you get the URL again?
So all I did was I pulled up the listing on my website and I opened it up and just literally copied it.
Okay. What website is that?
Our agent websites.
Oh, agent.
So I would go to mine, you would go to yours and pull up, because it still looks like from us versus a generic KW. So that way, if they wanted to ask anything about it, it would go to your command versus generic KW or Deb. I'm sure she will not oppose that, but if you're paying for the ad, you might want to keep the leads. You are going to choose how much money you spend on it. This is totally up to you. If it's going to be one of those properties that are going to likely be sold before you even have a chance to get the ad running, what I would do is probably reduce it from 10 days to probably closer to like 5 days. So that way you spend a little bit more each day and run it for a little less time. So it recommends 10 days with $1 per day. What I tend to see good results on is 10 days, $2 per day. That's still only 20 bucks total. If you were to do what Jason Oliver did and run the ad for 1 day and spend $50, he got 34 leads off of it. You still can make it work. You just have to up the money that you are willing to spend per day. So 1 day, yeah, you don't want to spend $1 because you're not going to get anything.
Wait, the more you pay, the more it reaches?
Well, the more you pay, the better the algorithms can, the more per day you spend, the better the algorithm will actually put it in front of people to see the. That's why $1 for 1 day, $50, it could actually figure out who was best to see that at. $1 per day, you're going to spend a little bit higher than average ad spend for a lead or cost per lead. If you do $2 per day, you'll probably get a little bit more return on that investment. The reason why is, so Facebook and KW, we have a partnership with KW, meaning we have the engineers at Facebook doing their algorithms and stuff way above my head to get the cost per lead down for our agents. The reason why it's so important to use, if you're going to run Facebook ads, run it in command, because, I have a slide on this one. Yeah, so if you were to run a Facebook ad by yourself in Facebook, you're going to be sitting at about $5 to $7 per lead for that similar advertised listing. But if you run it in command, you're going to be sitting at about $1 to $2 per lead. The reason why is because if I run an ad through Facebook and every one of you run an ad through Facebook, our ad spend is individual. Meaning if I spend $10, you all spend $10, doesn't matter. If you all spend it in command, all of that ad spend basically is put as a collective. So Facebook thinks we're spending a whole lot more money because everyone's spending smaller amounts of money.
So the lead, so that the $1 to $2 is on top of what you spent to run it,
Nope. So that $30, got ice cube, sorry. That $30, that's what you spend. Based on that $30, you'll get $1 to $2 per lead, so 15 to 30 leads. If you were to stop the ad because it sold or whatever reason, you get that money back, you just have to wait until the ad was posted. And when I say you get the money back, you get it back via credit and command, not back in your bank account. Also keep in mind, this is a big difference between Facebook and command ads. The money, that $30, comes out right away from your bank account. Where if you ran it through Facebook, they charge you at the end of the ad. And the money never goes away if you don't spend all $30. It just goes to your next ad. Make sense?
Can you show that slide one more time?
And would you say, when is the best time to stop the ad once it's pending?
Up to you. Again, if all you're doing is looking for leads, let it run.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I just was wondering if there's like a compliance issue of saying that it looks like it's for sale, but it's not.
Yeah. That's why if it goes pending, yeah, you should probably stop it. And that's why if you're running ads on those hot properties, I wouldn't put it very long. I would put it 5 days or less.
Okay.
So that way, if it does go under contract in those 5 days, then you at least got a good solid couple days before it went under contract. And you might not always know that it goes under contract unless you ask the agent that you're borrowing the listing from. Yeah. So keep that in mind as well. Any questions?
So I tried to boost a Facebook post a while ago.
Okay.
And I'm just looking at it now, they disabled my account because they said something didn't comply. And I don't know how to get it back. So if I'm disabled on Facebook, will it not work if I try to run through command?
Nope.
Do you know how I can get it back? I've been trying and I can't get it.
Facebook, and so is it your ads account that's canceled or disabled?
I guess because every post it says boost unavailable, and then when I click on it, it says it's disabled. One thing says it's flagged because of unusual activity. Another thing said I didn't comply with something. I don't even really know why.
So what I would do is go on to, if you search for Facebook Ads Manager or something like that, they'll bring you to the ad account. And in there should be a button. I know it's been a few years since I got disabled for my ads
Yeah,
account.
this has been months. I'm okay, well, did they ban me forever?
No, usually what happens is, so probably now 2 years ago, Facebook was sued for fair housing violations and equal opportunity.
Yeah.
That's why you can't advertise for zip codes. You can't advertise beyond or under 15-mile radius. My guess is there was something for that equal opportunity and fair housing that it probably flagged. If you put something about alcohol, because that was against age discrimination. If you put pretty much anything that would be a discriminatory, or not so much would be, could be construed as discriminatory, that's probably why you got flagged.
Right.
And it literally could be that there was a wine cellar or a wine cooler or any number of things that's not really at all kind of close to discriminatory, but because it falls under possibly one of those categories, that's why.
Yeah. It probably was something that I don't even realize.
Yeah. And our MLS descriptions, some of those luxury houses, yeah, they all have wine cellars. And if we put that in a Facebook ad, it's going to get flagged.
What other flags are there that we should be aware of? Easy ones like that where you could stumble on it pretty quick.
The alcohol tends to be the biggest one that I've seen. I've seen like walking, like it's within walking distance, because that could be disability discrimination. That one I haven't seen super frequent. The biggest one is usually like the alcohol, if you include anything like it's a LGBT community, even though it is, it would get flagged. Pretty much go to ask broker Melissa of the things that you shouldn't be talking about. That's about my pay grade. Any other questions? That's really what I had for you guys. And we're going to do a workshop.
Yep.
And working workshop,
Yep.
or working lunch.
Yes, and Kim's gonna come in and she'll do a little bit about, like, social media, Instagram, helping, like, download stuff to your phone if you don't have it yet, things like that. Yeah.
And I will be around to help with whatever Commandy stuff, whatever other stuff you have while we eat lovely
Yes,
lunch.
and Melissa reminded me that you can do her homework as well, so there's
Oh.
lots of homework that can be
Oh,
done.
lots of homework.
Lots.
So if you don't
Yes,
have
study hall.
MREA, you can go do that or go buy that. You can do Melissa's homework. You can run a Facebook ad. I can try to help you, Megan, try to figure out where the heck to
I'm like
find.
trying to find.
You're in Facebook jail.
I
See
have
that?
been for months. It's so
So
sad.
good.
And I really want to do an ad now too.
You're in ad jail.
It sucks.
We'll try to figure out how to get you out of ad jail.
That would be awesome.
Any questions on Zoom from you guys?
I don't think so, I've been monitoring that. So lunch will be coming in, I'm gonna put it up on that table up there in the front of the room, and you guys can do your bathroom breaks, do whatever you wanna do.
Cool beans. All right, Zoom, if you guys have any questions for me, let me hop off of mute and actually
I figured that.
ask.
And Sammy, before you leave, can I ask you a question?
Like I said, I'll be in here during the workshop too.
Okay.
Sandy, you want us to bring our laptops tomorrow? for
Yes,
the one-on-one?
please.
I'll come help you out.
Thank you so much.
All right, what's going on?
I'm trying to do an opportunity. And I was in a contact and I put them in sales leads and the sales.
I
pipeline-
absolutely know what's going on. Is the contact in your account or the team account?
Oh, it's in the team. I believe. I don't know.
So go to contacts. I'm right here.
Oh, right there.
She's elusive.
She's right there.
So that is in your personal account. It has to be moved to the team account for you to be able to create an opportunity on the team.
How do I do that with the team?
$3. Change account.
Oh, choose account?
Choose account. That thing.
And just switch it there.
Yep. What I would do is for any of your clients or potential clients that you probably will be creating an opportunity for,
Make sure that.
put
the
them
switch-
to the team account.
Okay, that's all it was. That, yeah, because I thought, dang it, I put his name in there and it wouldn't let me create.
Yep. Now you should be able to.
Okay, thank you.
So Sam, it's driving me crazy. So I put in my address.
Yep.
A different listing and it doesn't come up, so no records found, but it's active.
Are you under the only my listings?
No.
Click on that. Do all. And do me a favor, email me the app, if is it active and not under contract or not pending?
Which one?
Either of them.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Send me the one that's likely not to go pending within the next 24 hours. Send me the address, MLS, ID, and your MLS. And I'll get it in Discord so it actually shows up on my listings.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Because our MLS hates us and like changes things, so. It's an easy fix, I just have to get it to support.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, what's going on?
I just don't even, let's go to your.
I'm assuming it's easier to look on my computer rather than my phone.
Yes.
So.
Which one's the best?
Well, I
Okay.
think those tables. I'm trying to find, okay, so let's just go to, like, this is an old one, so it's boost and available. Okay, so this is where it says it's disabled or more. You know, maybe if I've never done this before, I would have gotten in jail. But this is seriously for fun.
Good. I don't even care, I just need to get back.
All right, let's go back to this economic model, and then strategic business plan. And Gary Keller's agent sample schedule, and then agent business plan, that, you know, that big one. And then, Drake did,
Like a short time frame for the just
and
listed.
Kim's gonna come in and do.
Yes.
Like during the.
Your cost really will be up or higher than that, like $1, $2.
Okay.
I'm disabled on Instagram too now, that I'm just remembering that too, yeah. Because I did these posts like just the same post like this giveaway thing.
Gotcha.
From like December. And I think this is where, because I was worried about them, that's where they stop.
Roll
Yeah.
each, and then I'm gonna roll over your card.
Oh,
What?
rejected, that's a second.
And we're just gonna do their
Schemes or offers you some deceptive or misleading practices. And I don't know why, because I partnered up with like other businesses to do a giveaway each day for like a week in December. I don't know what. But people like, I just sort of, I hate sharing my screen up there, but I feel like I should have something to show.
From what it looks like, so what Melissa did is she like did the, on the whiteboard.
Literally from December,
Yeah.
when do they,
Wrote stuff, and so then I
do you
zoomed in
have
with
to
this,
do
so
something
that
or
it
to
could be
get
seen.
back to?
So it looks
Well,
like you
I mean,
should be able to.
I can
run
share
an
it there.
ad.
I just have like.
It just looks
PDF
like
that I was
that
gonna
on
scroll
my
through,
God,
but I didn't do it.
Well,
And then boost.
yeah, if you just share your screen,
And
then
then
it's
they
more
have the
that
long list of
if you
walk-
don't,
things
otherwise
you can't
it's
boost.
super hard to see because you're just looking at it from that camera.
So I was
instead of
thinking it'd be
straight
fine,
through.
but look, everything says boost.
And then they have the little,
This is
the
my most
the little
recent
long
post.
view.
Let's
You know what I mean?
It's like, you know
Oh,
what I'm saying?
so
Like,
that's
the
what I'm
camera's
saying, I
on.
think I'm still in June.
Like, I'm on it now, I'll show you. So like that.
Oh, yes.
Like they would see this and then.
Yes, and then that, okay. Is it easier if I send some people?
Yeah. Go to this.
Or can I just put them
See, that's the complicated one. When you plug in your computer, that's complicated. If you pull it up on that computer, that's fine.
So it literally has no. So it's working again.
Maybe if I just try to do a new one. But they won't let me do it. Okay, I'm gonna try to do a new one through command. Honestly, Boost is really good for getting people's eyes on it. Not like for the, no, it's not gonna get any leads. Okay. So try it in command, let me know if it works. My guess is you should be okay, since
It's
it's
showing,
like,
yeah.
says it's fine. If it's not, I'm gonna get it, but we'll see. Okay.
Facebook's finicky.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe it is just like these old ones that it won't let me
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for looking at it, or to try to save
She said
money.
that it has to be like
Right,
separated, so
right,
like
there you go.
it's the 5 and then 6 feet away, it's under the 5. I'm like, oh, because I'm used
Are
to
you
like,
at an open house?
you know,
It's on your
it's
insurance.
60, you know, and I'm like, oh, okay. I think the biggest one we had was around Thanksgiving.
Earth Day was
And
good.
we
Yeah.
did.
One of Lisa's clients.
I wanna say we
Okay,
paid 50,
so
which was super exciting.
I remembered them, so I wanted to show you that. If she wanted to walk out the bedroom.
For the world.
I'm thinking
Right.
today.
Because we would do something like volunteer based.
But it is.
Yeah. It was always fun. 'Cause
Yep.
that's good.
Yeah.
I want to show you, I'm just talking.
The little ones, yeah, like you wooden
Well, like,
stickers or whatever, yeah.
I made a
Yeah, we do it
flyer
for
to
the
send out
kids.
to Kansas City. But I'm having an issue because like my area, I want to send it out, like
Volleyball.
by my side of the lake.
Goes, or the whole
But
club.
there's no snaps. So that's it.
Oh, for like the snapshot. So what I would do is probably take that out.
No, thank you.
Into MLS or Salesforce and basically pull up and manually input stats for the flyer. Because those snapshots are only going to showcase if there's a backstory neighborhood. And my guess is up there, probably.
Yeah.
You could certainly create one and like be the founder of the neighborhood, but it still takes a couple months to actually show up.
Okay, so this is what, so one of my friends was people from marketing. So we're trying to.
Now I feel like I have to.
I like it.
But it wasn't the fireworks for itself. I was like.
I like it.
Cheer you on. Break up and make.
So Santa.
Yeah.
Yeah. we're gonna get it. I think I have to pull it. But good chunk of it. Like I go and do it when I go for
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. For their,
Yes, it just gets squished.
Okay.
Oh.
Technical term.
Oh. She's always pushing.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Makes me
sweat.
Oh, yeah. Friday.
And this is as he, let's not make her.
So right.
Maybe the last thing he said was,
Here.
"Don't have a lot to go."
Hey there. Under headline,
Or.
to,
I have to be home before my son.
where it says headlines, I would do.
Probably have to be here around 2. I was thinking I could actually go on and do the Zoom on my drive home.
Yeah, for sure.
Cause it's like an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So,
Where do you live?
How's it going, Miss?
do you know where Cambridge is?
Yeah, where?
I'm about 15 minutes north.
Hey, where?
I did a little
Do you know
thing.
where, Rush Lake is?
Yeah. Well, I
Okay.
did,
So I live in Stanfield, which is right off of Rush Lake.
Okay. It's a nice shot. It makes that, 169.
No, that's Princeton, so it's over, I'm right in between,
Yeah.
65 and 35.
Yeah.
Okay.
So depending on where I
Put
go,
the
I
budget
just
in
take
there.
35 straight shot. So, works out.
oh, that's good. You have to do that one still. Yep. Choose your page. Yeah.
No, I go in there because I so learn everything as well too. And then I don't know.
And then I can open up a new page, go to your website and pull up that listing on our website. To be able to put it into the followers. Okay, so. We'll tap or we'll toss it that way.
I got it.
Yep, I have one that I have to tell you.
Well, yes, ish, and like, yeah, the actual stuff. Oh, my favorite.
Especially like the area.
This is oh, nice.
So. Hello, Dave, how are you?
By the end of the day. Funny, I owe the IR.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh, it's all business. I mean, I didn't pay for it.
Sure.
I mean, what the heck?
Good. I know, it's like so, I like it so much more. I always establish a little bit.
So we'll just use the old, minus 5.
All right, guys, go get some food. Go form. And publish. That's all you gotta do. Oh, you gotta pay for it too.
Yeah.
That's silly, right? It's just there, how do you want to pay for it? Yeah.
Very much so.
And then it'll take, and then it'll, take a little bit to get approved on certain. Basically.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the lunch. We have a phone up on that one that I. So, when I run that other ad, when it says interest, that's what I think with the
Luxury or. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my dear. How's it going? I'm good.
Any questions?
No, I don't
So,
think
I
so.
I know, he did his, like, he did his best, and that was around it. How cute. Yeah. He gave it.
That's the girl.
Oh, he's like, I'm naked. There's got my hand. Need like a recut them or something.
Take that whole thing.
Okay.
Do it for. I didn't know. Mhm.
Oh, they did finish cutting it. They did finish cutting it. Sounds right.
You committed. I committed.
Super useful.
Yeah, this is gonna be just taking the thing.
Thank you.
So you guys have furniture and everything? Saving up, or are you gonna?
Still shopping for, I have a different taste than my wife, so it's an ongoing struggle.
Oh, yeah. You just have to like. Collaborate in the living room, otherwise you get the office or what.
Exactly.
You can decorate the bedroom.
We gotta figure this out.
Luckily, like my husband's like, I get inside, he gets outside.
You see the mini unicorns in the, on the door?
We want all areas.
That's okay.
It's a cute place.
Thank you.
I like it. I like the vaulted ceilings. I
I was
like the
gonna
loft
stuff
style.
it with something. I bought
Loft
these
style,
like
like
little
French
unicorn
country.
trees.
Yeah.
I was
A
gonna
little
stuff
bit
it, but
light.
there's nowhere to stuff it. Cause it's so
I'm probably
little.
pretty similar, my house is
It's like
just
literally like
just got
So
random
basically just needed to
things
cut
that I
it,
love.
just like one little spot.
Like, things are
Pretty
just
big.
slightly contrasting, like my
Yeah.
dad.
Yeah, or she can get them out.
He drives me nuts, because he likes to collect things together.
Okay.
And like I'll mix all, like whatever I like together, like some Chinese art with
so I have a
some,
question.
you know, Palestinian photographs,
So the
like,
listing
and
that
Yeah.
we're planning on having,
some sort of
It's just more
random
interesting.
thing I like, I
Someone
just put it there,
else
if there's, as long as there's balance in my mind. I'm like,
so
boom,
there
done.
was my ad.
You know
That's
what?
my favorite part though, like, when I
We'll
moved
have
into
to
this house,
wait.
I was like, okay, it's gonna take longer to figure out where to plant.
You don't
Use it,
have
like,
to.
I live in it,
You can
feel
do
it,
like,
I can't handle it. It's
mortgage
like,
ads.
it's 3 hours. I'm like,
Okay,
okay,
that
that
one
one
needs
needs
to
to
go
go forward,
forward.
I need to fill it in.
Assistance programs, you can do.
I love the eye-catching items that you always have questions about, or those are more complicated.
Yes, like
Agree.
various options.
Yeah, I have
The
ebony
track
giraffe
listing
from
that was in
Africa.
that class.
I do, it's like
Something that could
6
be good.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
And then
Where you go to find the area.
So forth.
Okay.
try one of
That's
those or,
Wisconsin.
yeah, stuff like that.
Wow,
Okay.
it's just,
Yeah, I totally
a lot of it I
forgot
stole from my parents because they've just traveled.
Oh,
a lot.
yeah.
I figured,
I'll do that.
you know, they live downstairs and they don't have much room, so I'm like, well, turns out I do.
Guess what?
Let me just dig out of your house, that's my price range, so. He's fine.
Well, that's
Sorry.
incredible.
Okay, super quick, you guys. I know you guys just learned a little bit about social media, so I just wanted to pop in to give you guys some tangible apps you guys can download for your phone to actually make your social media go to the next level. This will be quick, but I just wanted to tangibly give you some stuff before you guys leave today. So there are 3 apps that I think you guys should download. The first one is going to be Story Chic, and it's STRYCIC.
You write it on the dry erase.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so story. Okay, so essentially this is like story templates for your Instagram, for your Facebook, all of that stuff. So you guys can't see on my phone, but it's like a ton of templates that you can download. You can put all your pictures in, they have videos, you can pretty much upload anything to it. And it'll just make sure that you have, I'm just gonna see if I can show you guys like briefly. So I'll just kind of like show you guys briefly, it has like a bunch of templates for you guys to download. So you just put in your photos and your videos, and you can put a ton of collages of photos. So if you have like a listing or something, there's collages, there's a ton of just templates for you guys to download. So, yeah, just that one. So there's like a ton of stuff you guys can download. It has templates for you. It just makes your stories look a lot more professional. Like somebody just basically went to InDesign and made a bunch of templates for you. That's what it looks like. So just brings your social media to the next level. And then the next one that you guys could download is InShot. InShot is for videos and photos, and it just makes sure that when you're posting to your story or your Instagram feed, it's the same story, but you can change the actual template to match your feed or to match your story, because you have to switch up the sizes for it depending on if you're posting to your story or to your actual feed. Then there's going to be Lightroom or VSCO. So if you guys haven't heard of these, so Lightroom app or VSCO, the nice thing about Lightroom is you don't have to have a membership to Adobe to download the app. And a trick you guys can do is go to Etsy and you can purchase Lightroom presets for like $2 or $3. They give you 10 presets. So every single photo you can edit to match those presets to match your Instagram feed. So a preset is to, it's like a filter for your photo. So when professional photographers take photos, then they go to their Lightroom and they edit their photos in Lightroom so that their presets match every single one of their other photos. The reason why it's important is because your Instagram feed, you want your 9 grid on your Instagram feed to all be cohesive and match. So when you pull up your Instagram feed, if there is, you know, a dark theme to it, that would be your 9 grid. If there's a light theme to it, that would be your 9 grid. The reason why is because when people are going to your Instagram or your Facebook or wherever, your social media wants to be cohesive so that people know your brand. If they don't know what your brand is, it's hard for them to find you and to make you significant to other people. So your 9 grid is super important. So that's why you always want to make sure that your presets are matching. You can play around with the different presets, but as long as they're warm tones or dark tones, you want to make sure you're following into that same set. Or there's VSCO, which is a great app too. You can download VSCO. It's a ton of free presets and stuff like that. But Lightroom, I find, is a little bit more user-friendly and you can adjust a lot easier and stuff. So I always like that.
What's a 9 grid?
A 9 grid is your Instagram feed. So essentially, when you pull up your Instagram, you have your 9 grid. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the first image your followers are seeing of your social media. So we call it a 9 grid. So if your 9 grid is your brand, that's important. If your 9 grid is exactly what you're trying to represent to your potential clients or to your followers, that's what's valuable. So you want to make sure your 9 grid is that. And then you also can have these buttons up here. I'm sure some of you guys know this, but you can have these buttons up here. You can buy the actual, you can go to Etsy.com, you can create your own. If you're good at design, you can create your own and you can purchase or design these buttons to match it. So you could have like listings or buyers or closings as topics for your social media buttons. And then you can put, anytime you post your story, a listing, you would add that story to your button on your Instagram. Same thing, like clients or showings. Anytime you're capturing, maybe you have some fun clients that you're taking out on showings and you kind of, you know, you take an Instagram story with them, you can have a button on your Instagram that says showings, and then you add those stories that you posted onto your buttons to your actual page, so that when people go to you, they can re-watch what you've posted prior, if that makes sense, because you can pull it from anywhere, anytime. So if you posted it, you know, 2-3 months ago, if they click through your buttons, they'll still see it. So that's why it's important and valuable, because you're still going to be able to show them what you've done in the past, not just what you're doing that day. So that's why it's important. So then just a couple little things with these apps and your social media presence. I always say follow the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule is essentially 80% personal, influential, and motivational, 20% business. What that means is you want to make sure that you are tangibly giving people what your life is like, not just your business. The reason being is because the other person on the end of that, the other client who's looking at your social media page, they truthfully just want to know who you are and if they can trust you. If you give them who you are as a person, if you give them inspirational, motivational, whatever it is, that's what they're more interested in seeing. However, you have to mix in your business so that they get a sense of how successful you are, what you're capable of, and the value you can bring to them. So that's why you always want to mix in the 20% of your business. It's important to do that, but if your whole page is business focused, that's when it's just hard for somebody to connect with you. That's not saying if you're really great at design, if you love doing like interior design and stuff like that, I wouldn't count that as 20% of your business. I'd count that as something you enjoy. So you can then do, you know, pictures of a living room or some spaces or whatever kind of things that interior design things that go along with the real estate business, but isn't necessarily the 20% of your business, if that makes sense. And then I'll just end with that. Being a part of Keller Williams is an extremely valuable asset because Sammy went over the marketing materials that are provided to you. They're updated frequently, very much, and there's a ton offered. So I would just say this, one of the best things that I ever did was you follow people within your same company and same business. So I would actually research other Keller Williams agents that are in the United States, obviously, that will be able to bring you value to your social media. The reason why is because Keller Williams is so big and offers so many things to you that you may miss what another agent picked up on. So following other Keller Williams agents will give you that availability and that time to really just, when you're going through your social media, your feed, you see what they posted and it can give you an idea to actually post that as well. So I just wanted to give you guys some tangible examples of what to leave with or download or kind of just to implement into your social media plan. But if you have any questions, you can always ask or email me. But those are some great apps that I've just found value in. So I'll stop letting you and let you eat. But if you have questions, let me know.
I have a question on Facebook and Instagram, like, so making it easier, like if I am really heavy on Facebook and I do nothing on Instagram. Can you talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the biggest, easiest way to update that would be to link both of them. So every time you post to Instagram, it's going to your Facebook and vice versa. So I would say that'd be the biggest thing to do is as long as it's not necessarily about the content, it's that you're keeping consistent, which is another extremely valuable thing because you don't want to post and ghost because that will not make anything consistent or frequent and people want to know that you're consistent. So essentially, as long as I would say if you make a post on Instagram and you don't post again until 2 months later, that would be posting ghosting. You want to make sure like you're posting on a consistent basis of at least 4 times a week. I would say at the very minimum 4 times a week. Then, and essentially the reason why is because social media is very much, they've changed in the fact that the more likes you get, the more your post is going to pop up on somebody else's page. So you may post something and they may not see it because it's not posting up on their page because you didn't get a ton of likes right away. If you get a ton of likes and comments, it's going to pop up on other people's pages a lot more frequent. So the reason why you want to post at least 4 times a week is you're giving that chance to at least pop up onto their side at least 1 time a week. So it's a touch for them to see, it's a touch for your clients to see, your potential clients to see. And I would say that definitely just, you can link your Facebook and your Instagram where every time you're posting there, it'll go to the other one.
Is it like
be the best
a business suite or something?
Yeah, I mean, all I do, like even, so for me, if I just go to my Instagram and I make a post, so it says Facebook.
Oh, right. And how do you do the other way around? Because I can do it that way.
Yeah.
But
So the other way around is a little more complicated. I would probably have to send you, I could make a video actually, just like a detailed kind of video how to explain that. But I would say that's gonna be like the easiest way to do it. If that's just literally all you do is you post here, here. Next. And then you'll just link your Facebook, your Twitter, or whatever, and then I'll make a video for the other way around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else have questions?
Absolutely. Whew. And then, yeah, if you need help finding marketing materials too, Sammy's always available. So she's the best. Okay, guys, grab some more food.
So what would you guys like to learn in command? You have Sammy here till 1 o'clock.
I don't know what I don't know.
I was gonna say, you newbies, you're chatting with me tomorrow.
Sammy, is there or will there be a way to do a newsletter in designs ever?
In designs, no, but email campaigns, yes.
Yeah, so MailChimp, whatever you can create.
Kind of.
It's kind of hard.
Yeah.
We use MailChimp. I was just wondering through, because we don't use.
Do you guys want any coffee?
There is officially a way to do it.
I mean, maybe, but I don't want to be the only one.
No, I'll put it in.
Okay, thank you. I'll try it if it's made, maybe. Okay.
Oh. I was thinking margaritas. Oh, sorry.
I didn't realize that was part of the class today. Well, heck, you have me until 4.
I mean, we're all just sitting here, right? We're not gonna be driving.
So to do newsletters within Command, not necessarily MailChimp, it is possible.
So you went to designs?
I went to campaigns. Why did I click that button? I didn't want that button. My brain thinks it's Friday. That's what's going on. All right, so I'm in campaigns, create new campaign, and email. We're just gonna go like that. I'm gonna use command email, and very similar to MailChimp to set up a lot of it. But at the bottom, of course, I can't scroll any farther. There's a select design content for your email. And under the KWRI templates, there's a handful of newsletter options. Yep. They used to be in there. They took them away and they realized they needed to put them back. So at some point in the last handful of months, they brought them back. So. It's not going to be quite as extensive as your guys' newsletter, because I know you have a lot. But for like the basic newsletters. Yep.
Okay.
So a lot of, it gives you sort of a generic template and you can put in extra images. Sure, we'll put one of those. You can put in more text.
Oh, okay.
You can put in video. What I would do is, because it has sort of, see if has that little frame, just make sure when you're dragging and dropping, put it in that frame so it stays all nice.
Yeah, otherwise it moves, right?
Yep. I mean, the images I chose aren't the greatest for newsletter, but you get the idea. And then for the video, all you have to do is add the URL for the video. Unfortunately, you can't upload a video, so you'll have to put it somewhere to get the video here. But, yeah. And once it's all done, you can preview it, you can send a text, and that's sort of what it looks like on a very basic level. And there's a couple different templates, so there's going to be exit, discard changes. I think there's like 6 or I don't know, several. So there's modern newsletter B, newsletter A, classic A and B, and approachable A and B. So they're all going to have a slightly different feel. And
do they upload new ones or anything?
not usually. They just sort of give the style of it and let you go in and go to town.
If you kind of create one, can you save that template or do you have to recreate it?
Nope. So what you can do, changes. So in the update or when you select your design, if you've done a template, you can go in. I know one I had. This is the one I created for my Pi newsletter. So I can go in and edit and just swap out the images.
We're gonna, during the 36 touch stuff, we're gonna talk about newsletters, so this is good.
Yeah.
I'll show mine, but I
was gonna say, you pay for it, right?
well, I paid Stacy to do it.
Fair.
But you pay for MailChimp?
Nope.
You use the free version? Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, so far we haven't, I think you get so many 2,000 or something a month.
Yeah.
So as long as we stay under that, it's free.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you though, this is good. I knew at one point this was coming, I just didn't know if it was.
Yeah, it was here, and then they kind of took the templates away, and I think they honestly just forgot to put them back in. Because what they did was completely change the email editor, and that's when they kind of went missing, and I think they just forgot.
Okay.
Because they just magically showed up one day. I'm like, hey, look at that.
Can you do, I know one that would be helpful would be like how to make an open house flyer.
Yeah.
And maybe, and I know you'll touch on this for new people, but just where to put your info in your personal image library and all that stuff.
Yeah. So we're back in designs, like what we talked about last hour. We're going to choose print marketing this time and go into the design space. And it's going to have the same operations that I showed you before. It's just going to be geared towards print marketing. So to create an open house flyer, it's going to be under listings. So along the left is always sort of the end goal or the purpose of what marketing you're creating. So open house flyer, that's a listing. We're going to go into listings and to open house flyers. And then across the top is all the different sizes you can create. So if it's just going to be a one-page flyer for the open house, I'm going to select flyers and then simply choose one of the templates to edit. When you're first in here, what you're going to want to do is click on brand assets and add anything that's custom to you. Meaning, do you have custom colors that you utilize? Do you use special fonts? Do you have any special logos outside of the KW logo? Any of your text that you constantly use, like your name, your website, your phone number? Any special images that you utilize? Headshots. We have a little paint swoosh, technical term. Elements and videos, I don't really know what those are for because they're newish and I've yet to see where those go. And if you have any other files, but the main ones are the first 4, the colors, 2 images. And once you have them in there, you can go into the flyer template, or any template, does not have to be just the open house flyer. And then you can come in, choose the image you want to swap out, swap that out, choose the text box that I'm swapping out, go to my assets under text. Again, always this little round button with the replace is your friend. Go away, please. Then I'm going to resize this so it makes sense. Oh, chose the wrong thing. And then how to change out all of the text for the property. You go into the KWLS, you search for the property. Find whatever one you wanted to use. There's the one I want. So I'm going to select the property. And I'll pull up the MLS photos so I can swap out the photos just like I did the other ones. So I'm going to select the image I want to get rid of, replace it, and replace all of the different images. And then the text, I'd probably get rid of that box, come into the text, go to listing details, go all the way at the bottom, and that's where it says what it is, it's property description. I can replace that. Minus a handful of other places, all you have to do is change out the text for that. And you have essentially an entire, oh, I did replace, I added. Oops. Granted, I didn't choose very good photos, but they're all there. You just have to choose the right ones. Any questions? And always download. That's how you actually save it. Being that this is a flyer, I would download it as a PDF. And because you're printing it, I would do a high resolution print quality so it actually is a good quality.
Make sure you download because I've done like 4.
Oh my God, tell you.
And
Right?
then X'd out.
It's gone.
And I just assumed it saved and.
Sometimes it
I
does,
did that with the
sometimes it
newsletter.
Oh no.
And then I.
It's like how many
Then
hours
we
of my
use
life
MailChimp.
are garbage.
What else you got for me?
How about, so we talked a lot about Instagram, Facebook and all that stuff. How about where can we find pictures or the, like if we wanted to put something on to get it the right size, or how do we get it the right size?
You weren't in that part of the class. I already did that.
Okay, sorry.
I did that last hour. So.
I'm just thinking of all the problems I have, so. And then
That number is too large to count.
Don't get us started.
All day.
There's a reason why you have Irene and Stacy over there.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Trouble one, trouble two.
I'm thinking that Stacy really needs to be like teaching this 36 touch, because she's the one that does. 99% of it.
I know, that's like the social media, I was like, Irene, she's like, yeah, I know, yep, oh, yep, I know. She was saying that, you know, she feels like sometimes she doesn't know enough about it, and that maybe they're, like, I could hire somebody else that could focus on that, cause like when Drake was talking about that, I'm like, oh, you know, there's a lot that you can do, right?
There's a lot that you can do, and there's a lot that you are going to totally whiff on.
Right, right, so it's like, you know, it's just where you want to spend your dollars or your time, right?
Yep.
And just at least having a presence is a deal, you know.
Be somewhere. I don't care where. If you know you're not going to post on Instagram, don't spend the time on Instagram because of what Kim was saying. If you post every 2 months, that doesn't do any good.
My 9th grade has pictures of Olivia when she was like 6. I'm like, she's 17. So
apparently by every 2 months, you are clearly like every 10 years.
Post and post, whatever.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
That's what I'm doing. But, yeah. Well, what are other common questions you get from agents?
So could you go over the neighborhood?
Yeah.
It's a campaign, right?
Yep. Well, it's a smart plan,
Oh,
but yes.
there you go.
Is it, am I wrong? Is it an auto thing? Like when you get somebody new into your database, will it automatically do that? Or is that something else that you know?
Yes-ish.
Okay.
If you add a physical address
Yep.
and has an email address, you can add them to the monthly neighborhood nurture. But it won't automatically add that. But what it will do is once you have the physical address, it'll add them to a neighborhood.
That's the automatic part.
That's the automatic. Yep, as long as there's a next door neighborhood, then
And
yes,
if not, you need to just go in and find something that's close by.
close-ish.
Or find like.
Yep. Snowbirds, awesome.
Yeah.
Keep those people sticky to you, not someone else. So, smart plans. 4th icon. If you already have it in your library, you're good to go. But if you don't, under library, over up on top. And then it's going to be one of the Keller Williams ones. I'm going to click see all. And I'm going to scroll down, monthly neighborhood nurture. See it? And all I have to do is click add smart plan and download it. Won't let me because I already have it, so, but that's what it looks like. Once you bring it into your library, you're going to go back up to your smart plans. And you're going to find it. And there's a add contact button on the right corner there. You see that?
Yeah.
And you just go through and add it. You can either search by name, you can select all, whatever you want to do, you can add there. Otherwise, if you go to contacts,
I highly suggest putting yourself on this, so you know exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
And when it
And-
comes in.
and so when your people say, oh, I got that, that looked great.
You're like, what?
It's like your listing presentation and buyer presentation. Read it.
Right.
So that way, when you are going over it, it's not a, oh, yeah, that's what that says. Or if,
Yeah, I don't do that.
but it says you do.
Marketing plan.
I got my very first listing presentation I got from the Duckworths. And I was going through it with my first listing appointment, and all of a sudden I realized it said like Team Lucky Duck in it, and I was like,
whoops.
And I mean, I had changed a bunch of them, but I hadn't changed,
Right.
glossed over that very quickly.
We're gonna skip this page.
Yep. Or what I do is my listing presentation is really my pre-list packet. So let's be fair, it doesn't happen, but the expectation is that they read it before they meet with me. And, oh, you do this, this, and this. I'm like, I do? So I don't want you to do that. I want you to actually know what you're saying you're doing. So what I was doing was smart plans. Squirrel.
Sorry, Deb.
You can pull up your contacts and you can select all of them here.
Okay.
And then that bulk action will pop up
Okay.
and you can add a smart plan and add multiple people.
Sim, I added my first 2 people to that just sold buyer smart plan.
Nice. Did you at least edit it so it
I
was
did,
your stuff?
I did edit it, yes.
Can you show Deb what happens when somebody gets one and what happens on the side, if like when they see it and if maybe they open it up? Do you have somebody that has done that?
maybe.
That's what I think is so fascinating that, you know, like I had, one of my friends, she's like, she just emailed me out of the blue, texted me, she's like, I love your email. I was like,
Great.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm really glad you love my email.
I'm like, what email? And it was the house one, right? So
Yep.
I was like, well, you're only getting a monthly, do you want it every other week? She's like, yeah. I was like, okay.
So what it looks, oh, this was not so much a neighborhood nurture, but what would happen is, when someone clicks the email that they get on that monthly neighborhood nurture, it'll count as a last visited. And what would happen is it would show on their timeline that they visited something and clicked on stuff, and if they favorited anything, it would show you what.
It'll show the house.
Yeah.
So then you can say, hey, I saw you looked at this house. And I'm
Oh, there we
like,
go.
"What?"
View listings.
Yeah, there you go. So you can completely.
Okay, so you're saying as long as you have a viable address.
Yep.
And their contact information, it will automatically do the set it up.
It'll add to the neighborhood, and then you'll add to the nurture. So as long as there's a primary selected here, this will autofill the primary neighborhood. If you needed to add other ones, you could add. And then because I have an email address, I can add, well, no wonder.
It used to not pick up the neighborhood.
I was
So
just
like my
gonna
daughter
say-
always, for people would go in and like find the neighborhood and select it.
Because
So-
when I first was doing
Yeah.
this, it was
Yep.
like a pain.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Really are.
Oh, it absolutely was.
So
Um,
I just kind of gave up.
As long as it has that primary button. If it doesn't have that primary button, all that means is you have to go and edit it, because what will happen is when you enter the address, it'll pop up like a little like select address option, and you just go select the address. You just have to basically tell the Google Maps that it uses, what address are you actually talking about? Now, if it's for a rural area, you might not have a next door neighborhood, so you go add manually.
Yeah, like Ashley, you probably don't have a next door neighborhood, do you, where you live?
We already talked about that.
We were trying to find her a subdivision and I was like, there's nothing within 5 miles. I was like, where do you live? The middle of nowhere, yes.
Yeah.
So what I figured out I could do is I went back there and I just went to the map.
Yep.
And I just drew on the map. And it popped up everything in where I wanted to search, and then I created the labels from where I drew on the map.
Nice.
So.
Nice, yeah. She's up by, in between Cambridge and Rush City. Rush City.
So, yeah, so the only problem I have there is I wanted to add stats from SPAR onto my flyer, and there's no stats for that area. The closest one is Rush City. I don't know if I can use Rush City stats for over in Sansfield, which is like the next area over, but.
You could, you just say, you know, this is the, you know, local data provided by SPAR.
Yeah. So we'll try it out and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Even with the squirreliness.
Yeah, it was fine. We all have the squirrels sometimes.
Yeah.
Mixed with coffee.
Well, then you get a little break before Sarah comes up.
All right, I guess I gotta figure out what I'm gonna teach on.
What's my topic?
Are you?
What do I teach? I'm just kidding.
Do you need to share screen? I'll leave that up then.
Well,
Just was for a second, I'm sure was like, oh.
No, you know what? Because when I have people teach Ignite, they do that to me. Like the day before, they're like, so what am I doing? And
I can guarantee you one person who does
I
that too.
seriously sent it to you 3 months ago.
Full transparency, I made the last minute decision to completely change what I was teaching today.
No one
knew until I said.
Nobody knew.
So if I emailed the PDF that I want to use, and then I also forwarded the newsletter just to show. So should I just log into my email?
I can't help you though.
Probably.
Okay, yeah.
If you
I'll
changed it, I can.
I haven't talked.
Nope.
Yeah, it's good.
Anytime you're in. I'll just leave the office for a second. He's like, I don't even remember who she is. He probably won't. It's funny that you knew. Is that house over there?
Not yet, but I was so frustrated. So this is today, actually, right now.
I know, that's right.
It's new doctors that are coming in, you know, like the agents are calling me.
It's doctors. Yeah, right, the Apple Valley one, that one, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, so.
Where's the clicker for the? She's got a bunch of clickers over here.
Oh, there's the projector where we turn it off in 30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, no. Where is it?
Just that. Oh, got it.
What am I supposed
I
to
have
click?
no
The
idea.
power
Is
button?
that top left button? That's the. Do so. I guess it has to like wait first and then it can turn back on.
Just up the street from us, sold in 2 days. You know, and it's like.
And it's probably a completely different house and it's maybe more updated and.
And so I just went back to the.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Call your bridges and stuff,
Yeah.
watching the news people, right? Like that's.
Yeah. But it's so funny. Yesterday, the one that valley, a doctor and something up from across. Oh. And we ended up, they just called and this is 1 or 2. It went from 4 to 1 or 2.
Like, what do I need to do?
Yeah. And then he texted me back and he said, we don't have any problems. Dang it. But then,
Cancer me. Hi, it's Lisa Williams. Hey, you're probably at work, so I won't keep you long. I spoke to South African doctors, and they are allowing for double booking tomorrow. So, which means more than one.
Totally. Maybe we should put that in the marketing, on a Facebook ad, doctor special.
So what is the earliest?
Oh, well, fingers crossed for you, girl. Yeah.
Be available for
That's awesome.
So, but again, I've had.
Right.
Okay.
And what's the feedback?
Oh,
Are they
so,
giving feedback?
Yeah, yeah.
all right.
Good. Goes well sometimes.
So, and they aren't, I spoke with the agent as well too, they're taking offers through the weekend. And on Sunday,
I think it was last
Monday,
night,
and
but,
look at the hours and make a decision. Yeah. So they're looking at one of those two weddings for clothes. So, so yeah, no, but I'm living there right now, so the second I can't get in later. Tomorrow night, I was checking on her, so, but he says it's okay for us to go. Okay, so I will set anywhere from 3 p.m. on, and then I'll send you a message on. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Oh, right. Just updated the listing, probably, and that's okay. Sometimes that happens, right? Yeah. Sorry, but not sorry. It's a listing. Yeah. I think you'd know by now. But you know, they sometimes people, 10 shots or. If you're getting good, you're probably right there.
Working on this week accountability partner.
Me? Who, me?
What?
Great, that's good. I mean, I met with Kim yesterday, came to the class.
Yeah.
We did some door knocking on Friday.
Uh-huh.
I have an open house on Saturday. They do an open house this week.
I offered, but I guess she already had people. She said, oh, wait, for next year.
I mean, I wish you could join us.
Well, on Saturday, actually, I'm acting to dance mom on Saturday.
You should go get like caramel crumble.
My turn will come. My turn will come.
Yes, it will.
Have them hang out there a little bit longer.
Okay.
Everybody.
Door knocking was cool.
That's it. It sounded like it was.
I mean, this is the state where you feel comfortable with door knocking.
Yes, well, especially when you're partnered with a guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, not that women can't be, but it's like, yeah, it's a little like when she first started, I'm like, let's go door knocking. I'm like, maybe I'm a friendly guy, but like.
You know, come here for 1 second.
I mean, I need you to step out of your house so I can speak to you comfortably.
Yeah, it was a lot like, you know, I'm kind of going through it, but it was fun. It was like, no harm done. You know, I feel like, no, I'm not interested. Yeah, but I just feel like it's very hard for me to do that because I don't have business cards, I don't have a name tag.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm doing.
right, I think we're not quite there yet, like, I know she ordered mine, but I don't know how long it takes. Like, I don't feel like I'm there, like, I get, I don't know what I'm doing.
It's a lot of, that's why I told Kim, I'm like, honestly, it's a lot of information.
Yeah, I feel like,
No,
yeah,
I'm not trying to get out.
so steps, and just like,
Yeah.
it's just sounds like it's just like, just trying to like figure out my little bio, so I can.
You'll sell it. You'll get it sold. You'll get it sold.
Instead of.
Yeah.
How are you?
I don't know.
It's like a website and it's an email, then you have a SPAR, I didn't even.
Learn all the
Just sending like
things. I
5
like it.
emails straight.
Yeah.
And,
I'm gonna get, there's more. I'm actually, track of all the different.
Oh, yes,
CW stuff, like
You won the.
Cal versus the.
Yes,
Japan
yes, that a
versus
girl,
the-
that a girl.
And there's these, like, and I don't even know what they are, but it's like I've got them all pinned up on my door.
Was it?
I was afraid to close the computer, like I'm not gonna exit it, I'm just gonna leave them all there. So it's, yeah, it's very much.
Yeah,
So I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely have not, I thought
Did
it
it
was
go
really
really
bad.
bad?
No,
you did great.
You did
great.
You did
great.
great.
Thank you, dear, for helping. I appreciate that. Yeah, for sure.
So she's just gonna.
Yeah, no, I really like that. Yeah, between you. That's okay, that's okay.
That's a good one. Message sometimes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, like.
I don't want to.
Enjoying the
Okay,
lunch.
it's
I'll up it next week.
I know, she like,
Okay, she said
yeah,
I'm
people
sure.
from the roster, and so like as soon as they're on.
Yeah,
like,
that's all.
oh my God. Because there's a couple people.
Totally.
So thank you, I really appreciate she's
Yeah.
on, she's like to meet with you, and then another one's like June, and I'm like. okay, we gotta- But I mean, I'd
Green
rather,
button.
right, I'd rather have, you know, them get reached out to and be like,
You're in the system.
yeah, you're, it's okay. And don't feel. And don't worry.
Oh, but I know it will all be good.
Right. That's me, I'm like, all the systems, all the things working, like churning. Right? You know, I mean, it's like, can you just look back and look at all that you've done since I have started?
I'll see how it goes. I don't want to look. Yeah, but we get, did I tell you maybe it's in my head? Letting, trying to write it, I got five, change it from, go on board. Maybe he's still sending me a lot of communications jobs and stuff.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good.
This is cool.
Monday, I think.
Yeah.
Certifications. Everything we have, like, our signatures.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
figure that out.
interesting how you write something, like, results. Okay. My very first one. Yeah, how do I sound like I know what I'm doing?
Well, you know, I was talking to Ryan yesterday, and she was like,
She's kind of, she's
commenting on Facebook, and
sort of like,
Angela's, he's like, it's like they kind of like only their synopsis are like my listings. And I was like, let them stick with that, whatever.
Yeah, so we just wrap that on. Why you were talking. To just sort of cover. Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
must have already have her doing some projects.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and the same thing, like other people, like general public doesn't know that like other agents will. Listing. You know, so.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's why I have a
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
3 minutes, and then we're back at it.
I know.
So who in here has a 36 touch up and running? Fair. Working on it. Okay.
I want one really bad. Does that count for
Well,
anything?
then this is the right class. Who is like, what's a 36 touch? Because that's a fair response too, especially if you're newer. Is that what you're
She
thinking?
mentioned it this morning.
Okay.
So that's.
And
that's extent of it.
hopefully by the time we're done today, you're gonna have a really clear understanding, but essentially a 36 touch is a system or a series of, ways to reach out to somebody 36 times in a year. So we'll talk about how to do that today. I'm gonna get started. I think it's a minute early, but I think everyone's in here, right? Everyone back on Zoom? Hey, if you're on Zoom, can you see?
I'm on. And I can
You can see? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to introduce myself. I know many of you, but for those of you that are newer, or we haven't had a chance to actually meet face to face, I'm Sarah Anderson. I'm an agent here. I have a team in the office, and I am also the growth coach. So Jess and I work very closely together as agents. Many of you are in her launch program, and then you have the opportunity to graduate into the growth program. And at that point, then you're really looking to, you kind of got the foundations down, and Jess is a pro at making that happen. And so growth is really geared towards taking your business to the next level. What do you want it to look like, and where are you going? We set goals and help you work towards those. And a 36 touch is a big part of that. So Megan's in growth, and she is probably rolling her eyes at how often I talk about 36 touch in there. But it's really, really important. I can't stress enough to you, no matter what level of 36 touch you do, and we're going to talk about some options. I really recommend that you make it a priority to get a 36 touch up and running this year, like this quarter. Okay. And if you're thinking, well, I don't even know where to start, that's okay, because that's a little bit of what we're going to talk about today. But before we jump into what a 36 touch looks like, I want to do a little bit of math with you. So according to some research that I've done and some other speakers that you guys will listen to or maybe even have heard in the past, a very kind of average starting point number for what to expect from a 36 touch is about 10% of the people you're reaching out to, you're going to get about 10% back as far as business. So my first question for you, and you can answer out loud if you want to, or you can just keep this in your mind, but how many people or how many contacts do you currently have in command in your database? Is anybody willing to give us a number? Tati?
I'm pretty sure it's 700.
Okay, so she has 700, you and Kelly have 700 in your database. That's awesome. My next question is, and so you have whatever your number is in your head, how many of those people do you have an email, a phone number, and a street address for? And usually it's going to be less. It's pretty rare that you're going to have all three of those pieces of information for every single person in your database. Do you have a guess for Kelly?
Well, we've been going through trying to get all of them.
Okay, well, that's great. And that's the goal. That's exactly where this conversation is going, is the more of that that you can get. So let's just use some kind of basic numbers. You have 200 where you've got all of their contact information. Okay, that's what we're going to use. Is this, I'm always nervous I'm going to use this one. Okay. So, Jess, how many do you have in all of command, would you say? It doesn't really, this is. Okay, don't worry about it. So you have 200, yeah, where you have
1,671.
Okay. But then,
Yep, he totally look at me like that.
Yep, I'm gonna put it up there.
Yeah, Pete, you're one of my 200.
Privilege.
That's right.
But this, I mean, I think this is pretty common. I mean, you have your people, right, that you are, their friends, their family, maybe former coworkers, where you've been in touch with them, and they're kind of your core people. This number, this 36 touch number is always going to be less than your total number. You don't want to limit your total number in a database to the people you have email, address, and like all three of those for. But these are the people that you're going to be able to do a healthy 36 touch with. So we have 200 people where you can market to them with a true 36 touch. And 10% of those are going to turn into some kind of business in a year. What's that? How many? 20%. 20 transactions. I didn't bring my little cheat sheet with me, but on average, we have 20 times 7,500, which used to be an average commission check, right? So if I take 7,500 times 20 transactions, you know what that gross commission is? Do you think $150,000 would be enough to pay for your 36 touch?
For sure.
Yeah, but the return, the point is this 36 touch, the return can be significant, especially because with the 36 touch, you're reaching out to people that you have a relationship with, they know you. If you ever listen to the Peters, they've taught a few classes here. They talk about how on their 36 touch, they really try to focus on people where if they saw them in the grocery store, they'd say hi. You don't have to be their best friend. You don't have to hang out with them every weekend, but there's some kind of recognition there. Maybe it's kids' school or kids' sports. Maybe it's a network group that you're in. Whatever it is, there's some kind of already a little bit of a relationship there. Here's the thing, 150 for these 20 transactions. And this is with the previous kind of average commission check. That's gone up now that our actual average sale price has gone up. So if we're looking in this current market, this gross commission is going to actually be higher than this, with essentially the same expense for your 36 touch. if you have one that includes expense. And as you grow, it will. That's part of what we'll talk about today. What would happen, my little thing down here, but what would happen if you went from 200 and this year Jess made it a point that she was going to get 100 more people of this 1671. She was going to get 100 more people email, address, phone number so she could add them to the 36 touch. I mean, this is going to go up and up and up the more that you add. Okay. What I want to make clear as we get started here, because what I find with a lot of agents, especially newer agents, is this idea is overwhelming. They also get worried about bothering their friends and family. Toddie's nodding her head over there. And my hope is that today I'm going to help you get over that, because this isn't about bothering anybody. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you like a little bit of my story. I was a teacher out of college, and then I was a stay-at-home mom for 11 years. And then when my youngest was going into kindergarten, I decided to get my real estate license. And posted it on Facebook, sent out a little postcard to all of my Christmas card list, letting everybody know that I now had my real estate license. And I really did think, okay, they all know. Now I focus on building that, right? I hosted open houses, I door knocked, I did all sorts of things to bring in that new business, went to about 1 million FSBO appointments. And what I realized very quickly is that the business that I had in my first year in real estate were a few FSBOs and several people that I met at open houses. And that's great. I encourage you to do those things. But who was missing in that first year?
Sphere.
My sphere. My sister used me to buy a condo. And that was really about it in my first year as far as my friends and family. They didn't send me any business and they didn't use me. And what really broke my heart is I had 5 really good friends buy and sell homes and they didn't use me. That sucked. It hurts. So after that year, I decided, well, maybe I should throw them on this 36 touch that I have all of these FSBOs and open house leads on. And lo and behold, once I did that, now my business is 99% my sphere or referrals from my sphere. So the mindset that your friends and family know that you're a realtor, they know it, but they don't really know it until they start hearing from you all the time. And my, I guess, hypothesis on this is that my friends and family saw me as a stay-at-home mom and I got my real estate license, and then they saw me as a stay-at-home mom who had her real estate license. They didn't see me as a realtor until they started getting a lot of this stuff in the mail. They started getting emails from me. They started seeing that marketing, and suddenly they put me on a different level. And now this was my career. It really was and is who I am. Does that make sense? So don't wait that year, you guys. Like, get this started as soon as you can. And if you have already been doing this for a year, that's okay. Get it started now. But it makes it so much easier when it's your friends and family coming to you or your friends and family sending you business, because those clients, they already want to use you versus open house leads, Facebook leads, FSBOs, expired. Those are also great ways to grow your sphere, grow your business, but you have to work 2 or 3 times harder to win them over, right? So whatever these numbers are for you today, if you've got 100 people in command and you have 20 people where you have their addresses, okay, that's 2 transactions. Go after it and then work to grow. Don't be discouraged by this. Use this as motivation to grow that command and grow that 36 touch list as much as you can. Any questions on all that?
Yeah. And on your list, would you include a lot of like out of state, like you know, West Coast, or would you include like Southern Minnesota people? Or?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Anywhere. Yep, because remember, those people that live out of state may well know somebody that's moving to the Twin Cities, or maybe their aunt's next door neighbor is gonna sell and they can give your name. Don't ever discount the idea of those referrals. And if nothing else, you know, you kind of can build that up. And yeah, I would say absolutely. Anybody essentially that you would have on like a holiday card list, think about that. Or anybody that you would send an invitation to if you were having a great big gathering, that should be your initial 36 touch group. Okay, you're gonna throw, you know, a birthday party for yourself. Who are you inviting? That's who you start with and you grow it from there. And like I said, even if it's 20 people, that's great. Then set a goal of each month adding 5 more or 10 more or whatever. But you just work to continually grow that. If people are asking questions on Zoom, have you seen that?
The other thing too, I was gonna say is, like international, you know, like you have, you know, people outside the United States, right?
Absolutely.
So you could reach out to them and hook them up with an agent. So Jason Oliver, that happened to him, he said, well, I have a listing in, you know, Richfield or something, and he said they have a house in India that they want to sell. I was like, I'll hook you up. So I talked to the person in charge of international, and I was like, do we have, I know we're not in India yet, however, do you know an agent in India? And she's like, yeah, what town? Told her, hooked him up.
Yeah. I mean, really, it's amazing. Or what if you're hosting an open house and somebody says, you know, yeah, we're moving here from wherever. Like, just get on that referral as quickly as you can. And then it helps cement your relationship with them because you were helpful. Okay, the first thing I want to talk about here as far as 36 Touch is essentially one that would be free. It's going to take time to get it set up. And I think that's the thing that stops a lot of people from doing it, is they get overwhelmed by the amount of time that it can take. But this version of a 36 Touch, there is zero excuse for you to be doing this because it costs you $45 a month that you're already paying for Command. Okay? So you're paying whether you use this feature or not. So get in there and get these people set up. So if you go into Command, and I know Sammy talked about some of this, and I am not the one to go show you how to do anything in Command, but set those 20 people or 50 people or whatever this initial 36 Touch list for you looks like, set them up on the bi-weekly neighborhood nurture. That means they're going to get it every other week. So immediately they're getting about 24 emails a month from you. A year, yes, not a month. We're talking about a year. These are your touches for the year, yes. So essentially like 2-ish a month. Okay, free. Just takes the time to go in and make sure that you have, so in order to do the neighborhood nurture, you need at least an email and their street address. And then you heard Jess and Sammy talking a little bit over the lunch break that, you know, if their neighborhood or their address doesn't have a neighborhood in the next door, there are ways that you can work around that. Like maybe you set them up on a nearby neighborhood, or you set them up on a place you think they might want to go. But still, get that email in front of them. And you'll hear me say this a few times, it doesn't matter if they ever open it. That's not the point. The point is that twice a month, they're seeing your name in their email inbox, even if all they're doing is clicking and deleting it. People get really hung up on what it is that they're sending out, or if people are reading it or not. You have to just sort of push that aside and focus on getting your name in front of as many people as possible. And then get the neighborhood nurtures set up. That's 24 touches of our 36. Then do some events. I'm not a big sit down and call people, so I like to get face-to-face with them as much as possible. We had 2 market center events with the Easter Bunny and Santa, those photo days. Those are free to you. Again, absolutely no excuse that you're not making those a part of your 36 Touch. And they're adorable, except the bunny was a little creepy this year. And you get as much as possible out of those events because, as you'll see here, one touch is your invitation. You can get another touch by sending a reminder. The actual event can be a touch. And then send a follow-up. If it's the photos, you're sending the photos to follow up. And if it's people that didn't come to the event, you're saying, hey, so sorry that I didn't get to see you last Saturday. I would love it. You know, I look forward to seeing you at our next event. But get as many touches out of those as possible. So those are free. The Easter Bunny and Santa events are free. If you want to add in a couple of your own events, do that as well. It's more touches and it's more reasons to get in front of people. And I'll teach a class, I think I am teaching a class on events coming up, so I won't get into that too much, but one thing that I want to help you get over that a lot of people get stuck on is they're going to plan a big party and they're going to invite their friends and family or their past clients or whatever that might look like, and then people don't show up. I like to focus on events where they're coming to get something and then they're leaving, and they can stay and talk to me if they want to, but they're not there to hang out because people aren't really interested in that, especially right now. But even in general, if you're inviting all your past clients, do you think they want to hang out together? They don't know each other. But the important part of an event is that they come and connect with you, even if it's just for a minute. We did a Valentine's Day event where people came in here and they picked up a pizza and a bottle of wine and we snapped a picture of them. And it was so fun. We had an amazing turnout and I already got a listing from it. So things like that, keep it simple. And it's not about people, it's not about how many people come, it's about using the touches to get in front of your sphere. And then for quarterly calls or texts, again, somehow you're reaching out to this core group of people on a regular basis. Maybe like me, I don't like to do calls, but I'll invite people out for a cup of coffee. Let's grab coffee, let's sit outside. Eventually when it's warm enough to be outside again. Questions, comments, thoughts on this version of a 36 touch?
Do you have an easy tracking log or?
You can do the emails and the quarterly calls, you can set up in command as tasks.
I was just wondering if there's like an overall sheet, like where I could just see like hanging up on the bulletin board and just kind of keep the visual tracking if you just happen to have
I
one
don't
already.
have anything like that. My admin keeps our calendar, so she's got all of that, but we do, I'm gonna show you a little bit more about what we do next. But as far as this goes, I mean, you could certainly, it'd be easy to create something, or again, you're just doing it in command. The thing, here's the other thing. You want as much of your 36 touch to be automated as possible. So once you get your people set up on a neighborhood nurture, you don't ever have to think about it again. So as far as tracking, that's just done. You don't have to worry about when those emails are going out because Command's doing it for you. And then Command will remind you, if you set them up on the quarterly call plan, it will remind you when to call those people. The thing that would be a little bit more intensive would be the events. But again, if you focus for the next year or two on only doing the market center events, they're free. It's just getting that invitation out to your sphere. What excuses do you have in your head right now that would get in the way of you doing this? Anybody? Good.
It's just nerve-wracking, like having to call everybody, and like especially I don't have very many people on my command, so it's kind of, I need to keep reaching out to people. I've just been getting the door slammed on me a lot.
From your sphere?
Yes. I don't have very many people personally in my sphere, so I'm reaching out like Facebook and stuff. And a lot of people are like, no thanks, no, bye. So just trying to get that many people on my command is daunting.
But don't worry about that many people. Maybe for this, you focus on 20, 25. and make it, and maybe if you don't have that quite yet, you're working on, I'm gonna try and get 2 a day. This is what I was talking about, where it isn't even like, well, sure, I'll send the 2 free emails a month, that's easy. It's the mindset of making it happen, and the time and energy it takes to get that information from people is what gets in people's way. And the way I want you to think about it is, those people that said no, are you going to let them be the reason that you don't grow a thriving real estate business? Because that is what's happening, even though it doesn't feel that way, right? It just feels like it's really hard, and no one wants to hear no. No thanks, I'm not interested. But it's keep reaching out, because you will find people who are, and they'll become your biggest cheerleaders. And then those people that said no, they'll start coming around too. It takes time. That's the thing. A 36 touch, you're not going to add 25 people to the neighborhood nurture and get your 10% immediately. It's about consistency. And that's why the automated neighborhood nurture is a brilliant way to get 24 touches in, because you don't have to think about it, but it's that consistency. Every 2 weeks, they're hearing from you.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
So I'm not an agent, but I work with Kelly, who's the agent. I'm her admin. But when I first started, I was a little bit intimidated by the fact that she wanted me to bring in a certain amount of leads a year. I was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to do that? I don't want to bother the people that I know. And I got over that really quickly, because there's other ways that I found that I could do it. And one of the things that I've just been doing is talking to people more, random people, like literally the nail salon. I'll just be like, oh, hey, hi, how are you doing? And I've given out probably 10 of Kelly's business cards, and we haven't heard anything back yet, but that's one thing that I found myself doing more, just talking to people and saying, hey, and it's surprising how easily you can get on the topic of real estate.
I was just gonna say that, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's amazing. You're at the nail salon, and if you're having your nails done, I mean, I'm pretty sure that I will be helping the woman that I go to buy a house in the next year, because that's all we do is talk about real estate now. When I come in and sit down, she's like, did you show any houses today? How is business? Is the market still strong? Because the first time I ever met her, I said, when she asked if I was heading back to work, I said, well, I'm a realtor, so I'm always working. Oh, and now that's what we talk about. And through social media, if you guys are posting on social media about what you're doing, if you're hosting an open house, post about it. If you are outdoor knocking, post about it. That keeps you top of mind along with all of this, but it also is that conversation starter. Like, you'll find that when you bump into people at Target or anywhere, one of the first things they'll ask is, how's the market? How's business? And then it's easy to talk about it. When they're the ones asking you, then it's easy. It's hard when you're having to call and figure out a way to bring it up. But if you just let it happen, 9 times out of 10, it'll come up. Okay, so good point. Definitely.
So when I first started, like I told everybody earlier, it's 7 years now. But I remember my first conversation with Zach Duckworth. And he said to me, what you want to think about is, you know what you'll do for your clients, and you know what service that you're going to give to them. He said, so why should you trust anybody else helping them buy or sell a house? Because you are going to give them the best service that you possibly can.
Absolutely. Yeah, who would work harder for your sphere than you? And by not showing them that this is what you do, and that you're here, you're training, you're in a market center where we are always, almost bombarded with the opportunities to learn and to grow, you're going to do the very best for them. And who knows what they'll find if they go look on their own. Yeah, I love that, Deb. And it's true.
And I've never forgotten it. I mean, it's always in the back of my head.
I was a teacher, and so I really come at this as my job is to educate. I've never thought of this as a sales job. I've never thought of it as anything other than I get to help people make, in most cases, the largest financial decision and handle that transaction for them that they'll probably ever make or have made to that point in their lives. And thinking about it that way, coming from wanting to truly do what's best for my friends and family or for any client that I have, it's very different than it being about a commission check. It's very different than making it about, I have to have a certain number of transactions a year. And I have goals and I'm working to get to those goals. That's important to me too. But when it comes to going out and getting business, my mindset is always about, well, I know that I'm going to do right by these people. And I think that comes across. If you think about it, we've all dealt with people that are really salesy and it doesn't feel genuine, right? People, especially for this type of transaction, it's emotional, it's overwhelming, it's exciting. They don't feel like they have any control because all of this stuff is stuff they don't understand. They want to work with someone that they're really comfortable with. I think our market center is really good about training our agents that way, but not all are like that. Not all agents are like that. So if you are new, or if you are just getting started with a 36 touch, this is what I recommend. It's pretty easy and it's pretty cheap. Got it? Now I want to talk about things that you can add once you have the revenue. So once you're getting the business, once maybe you decide that with each commission check you get, you're going to try to add a little something, or each month you're going to add a little something. But you can really create, don't limit yourself to 36 touches. You guys, 36 is the sort of the minimum to get that about 10% return. You want to go beyond that. I think my team does 49 touches a year. As a matter of fact, maybe we do a little too much, but that's okay. I'll take it. So some things that you can, I was going to grab some examples. You guys know what a birthday card is, but here's what I get from a lot of agents. Yeah, well, I'll send birthday cards, but I'm not going to send a branded birthday card. Why? It's a birthday card. They're still happy to get it, and it reminds them what you do. It still shows you thought about them. Make it cute. Like we made ours cute. I was going to bring it in and I forgot. We made ours cute because I thought, you know, like I like to keep the birthday cards that I get. So I wanted ours to be one that reminds them who we are, but that they might prop up on their fireplace mantle or something for a few days. But don't be afraid to say, and if you're really bothered by a branded birthday card, then do a branded birthday postcard and then send them a regular card. But use that birthday as an opportunity to remind them what you do.
Where do you order your cards from?
Canva. We create most of our stuff in Canva. Home anniversary cards. Once you have clients that have purchased, you can, and you can set them, I think you can set them up in Command on a home anniversary smart plan.
Yes.
But we like to just send a little card. Really, we've been doing it just the first year, but you could continue that too if you wanted that added touch. And again, it just shows them that you remember. You remember them and you remember that they bought a house with you a year ago. Postcards. If you've ever been in my 36 touch class before, you have heard me talk about sensations. That's what I've used for the last probably about 5 years, maybe a little bit more than that. Sensations is easy as far as monthly postcards go. It's not super expensive, but obviously there's an expense there. It depends obviously on how many you're sending out. So again, start small and you can add people as you're comfortable taking on that little bit more expense. But this is a great way to stay in front of people. You can, to save money too, you can do where it's just the postcard, that it'll look like this. And then on the back, it's branded. I don't look like that anymore, but that's my old headshot. I probably 3 years ago added in this little calendar, and then it comes with a magnet so they can slap it on their fridge. The magnet or the calendar is always for the next month. So for instance, in April, they're going to get a calendar that's for May and so forth. And I have found that people keep these with the calendar. And people always say to me, like you were talking about when people mention an email and you're like, what email? That what happens to me is people will be like, oh, I made your beef stroganoff last night. Make beef stroganoff. But
I don't even have a
yeah,
recipe.
yeah. Okay, I guess I should go find that postcard. But people talk about this postcard all the time. I have one client that is a single dad, and he, not every month, but many months, will make whatever it is, especially if it's a dessert. The one I have now is like a meal one month and then a dessert the next month, and he'll send me a picture of the dessert that he and his kids made. I mean, come on, that's pretty fun to get that text. I have two farms, my old neighborhood and my current neighborhood, and when we had just moved to our current neighborhood, I was walking up, this little girl was having a bake sale. I'd never met these people before, and I'm walking up the driveway because I figured I'd go buy a thing of cookies and introduce myself, and I wasn't even halfway up the driveway, and that's the beef stroganoff one. She was like, we just made your beef stroganoff for dinner last night. I'd never met this woman before, but she recognized me from these postcards. So I'm telling you that if you're gonna take on something that has, it's not a major expense, because if you do a price comparison, I do think Sensations is the cheapest or cheaper option, but it is an expense. So when you get to that point, I do recommend this. And then when you can take out, add a little bit more expense, I would do the calendar. But don't feel like you need to do the calendar right away. Sensations, I'll tell you, they have, I don't even know how many postcard campaign options. For the first couple of years, I was like, everybody does recipes. I'm not doing recipes. And I did like home tips one year. I think I did green cleaning tips one year. Never heard a peep from anybody. And then the Sensations guy said, people seem to really like the recipe ones. And so I gave, and now these last few years, I've gotten a fair amount of business. It's hard because when when it's a 36 touch, it's like, well, was it the postcard or the email or the twins, whatever. But this is a topic of conversation on a monthly basis when people see me.
Yeah, I get people call me.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I loved that ice cream recipe. I'm like, you are so welcome. Right?
I had a late, for a long time, I don't know why, I guess I didn't think of it. I didn't have myself on it. So people would mention it to me and I'd had no idea what they're talking about. Then I'm like, I should add myself. So now when they say, I'm like, oh, the cranberry, yeah, those are really good. I've never made them, but my husband every month, he's like, we should make these. We should, we don't.
We went to my mom's and she's like, oh yeah, so what do you think of this? I'm like, it's good. She's like acting super weird. She's like, it's your recipe. She goes, yours. It's your pumpkin cake. I'm like, I know you made it for me. She's like, you don't know what I'm talking about, do you? I'm like, no, Mom, what are we talking about? She's like, it's your recipe card. And I'm like
I don't control that.
Hello, it's your pumpkin cake. I'm like, I've never had pumpkin cake.
It is, and people, it's the, if you set people up on an MLS search, people will be like, oh, that listing you sent me? I'm like, I have no idea what listing I sent you. It's the same thing. Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
If I knew every time one went out to a pipeline,
yeah,
they think we're just all day long.
Yeah, like just sending them listings.
Oh, look, I found another house. Oh, great.
Oh, it does make me laugh. Any questions on the postcard stuff? It's really hard for me to give you any pricing because it really depends on, how many people you would do. But I do recommend that if you're at that point or when you get to that point, that you look into it. Does Kelly do Sensations or any kind of postcard?
No, she doesn't, but we've been looking at
I will say this. There are other monthly postcard companies that I like the look of better. Like I don't love the way they actually updated their look about a year or two ago. It used to be really dated looking, so it's a little better now. But here's the thing. Some people are going to keep this and many people are going to throw it in the garbage. So I decided that it was far less about how it looks and it was far more important that it was something interesting, like the recipe. And it was something where, you know, it just got my name in front of them. I always say, if you've been in my 36 touch class before, you've heard me say it, but like they have to look at my face and see my name while they walk to the garbage can. That's really all I care about, because they're going to have to do that every month. And then, like I said, you are going to have the people that keep them, and then you're going to have the people that talk to you about it all the time.
Did you mention co-branding?
I didn't. See, I don't. So I never even think about that.
So you can do co-branding with your preferred lender, and then it cuts it in half. So
Mhm.
instead of being $450 a year for the 200 postcards, it's half of that. And then each month, instead of being $75 for the postage, it's half that.
Yeah.
So, and then I priced out the bigger ones, and they're like $750. So then you cut that in half.
Right. And again, you don't have to do that. Like remember that this is about getting it in front of people. You can make that change down the road if you choose to. So don't feel like that you need to be paying that extra expense. If really the most important thing is that you're getting the postcard in front of people. And the thing with the 36 touch too, that I didn't really put in here, but you want to be coming at people from different angles. So if all of your 36 touches on email and it's someone who really doesn't do email, or they unsubscribe from your neighborhood nurture, then suddenly now they're not hearing from you anymore. So you want to make sure that you've got, as you grow your 36 touch, that you've got email, you're calling and texting, and you're hitting them in the mail. That stuff is coming at them from every direction. Why do you laugh?
I just have an image of somebody turning on the TV and then you are.
There you go.
After
That's
unsubscribing
next.
everything, you're, right there.
That's kind of how you want it to feel though.
No, I know,
Like
I hear you. I still get postcards from Jessica. I mean, at this point, I need to break up. I don't know what to tell her.
So
have a
once I
conversation.
start getting it from you, then I know I can take you
Fine.
up. So.
I'm ready to do
Oh, that's really funny. But it's true.
Well, I sold her a bunch of stuff, so that's why she gets them.
True. You want it to feel, and here's the thing is when you've got it coming from different directions like that, they're not thinking like, oh my gosh, I'm hearing from Kelly 36 times a year. It doesn't feel that way. But if they were getting 36 emails from you a year, they would probably be like, oh my gosh, she emails like crazy. You know, so it helps to balance it out. Perfect. Yep, exactly. Another thing our team does, did I skip? Oh no, it's here. So I tried to do some of like the lower cost things here. Lower cost and maybe easier to do, because remember we talked about the 24 emails with the neighborhood nurture and how it takes time to get it set up, but then you don't have to think about it anymore. It's the same with Sensations. You need to get all of those addresses into the Sensations program and get that mailing list set. But then you never have to think about it again for the year. And they will call you when it's time to renew. I promise you that.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that really that's why we kind of talk about that core 200, because the price point starts at 200 and you can have under that. It's just that your pricing isn't going to be as good. So I had like 175 and Dave was like, just, you know, say you have 200 and then get up to it, because they only charge you for the postage. They only charge you for how many go out.
Right.
So I was only getting charged for postage for, you know, 100.
Whatever, yeah. And maybe if you're someone who has, you know, you've got 50 people right now, maybe you try a farm, like take some houses right from around where you live and add those on so that they're hearing from you, you know, if you want to hit that price break.
And we talked with, let's see, it was group coaching 2 weeks ago. We did, Dave taught on, oh my gosh, what is it called? Subdivision farming.
Oh.
And so that is an excellent way. We put in our own addresses and then we got the subdivision of where we live and you get all of their names and addresses. And so then you just add them to that and you know, I mean, it's a gold mine.
And you can control how many. So there may be 572 homes in your neighborhood. We'll pick 100 that, you know, and you can always grow it from there too. That's my thing is it's okay to start small, just start. Because then you grow from there. But people are like, well, I don't have 200, so I guess I have to wait until I have 200. Don't get into that mindset. Start now. And then it's easier because you've already got it going and you're just adding people to it. I'm gonna close out of this. So this is why I asked at lunch about the newsletter thing. Stacy, who is our admin, does a newsletter. I just wanted to show you. Just ignore my messy email, but this is what she creates. We send this out every other Friday, and this is done in MailChimp. So it's not going to be the same, but that's why I asked Sammy, and it does sound like there's a way to do it or something similar in command, yeah, in design. So we just have a little message. She always writes some kind of little message. We call it, she used to have it, used to say little 3 bits of inspiration. But then she has 3 articles. We focus on something for the mind.
Plants.
So she finds something different. She finds something different every time, obviously. For the body, oftentimes this is about like drinking enough water or yoga or walking or something like that. And then for your home. And she finds all sorts of cool stuff. And so here's the thing is she's putting this all together. She does write this part. But the rest of this, like she's not writing these articles. She's finding them and plopping them in here. And then we post all of our activity. So we like to just show off what we've been doing. But she does a really good job at this. Someday when she's back in the office here, I think she should teach a class on how to do this. Once you set the template up, that's the time consuming part. And then after that, you're really just plopping in new information into the same template. Do you have a question?
Yeah, can you scroll down a little bit? What was the free stuff alert?
Oh, we do a giveaway on our Facebook page every month. So she always calls that out.
Well, caught my eye.
Well, good. I think that was what she was going for. Yeah. Yeah, so again, we keep it. I think this goes out to, the thing with the email is we send this out to every email that we have. This goes to our 36 touch because we obviously have their emails, but this goes out to every single email in our database. So it's like 17 or 1800, I think, that this goes out to. 2000 is the cutoff before you have to pay for MailChimp. So I don't know what we'll do when we get to that point, but right now this is free. Except I will tell you that, Stacy does this. I don't do it. And so that's why when someone was asking how much it costs, I'm like, yeah, it's free, but it's part of Stacy's role and pay her. It's like Kelly pays you. But this is something that you could do.
We started it, and actually Stacy was the one who helped me. She was super helpful and walked me through how you guys do it. And now we send ours out once a month for now.
And again, that's a great place to start. Absolutely. And a lot of times, like once a month is fine. This is something Stacy enjoys doing, and so she wanted to do it a little bit more often.
Did you say weekly you guys do?
Every other Friday. Yeah. And we don't really, I think I have some people set up on the Neighborhood Nurture, but Stacy started doing this when she started with me January of 2020. I think we probably started it about a year ago. And so I just haven't done much with the Neighborhood Nurture stuff. I guess I could hit them 24 more times if I wanted. They'd be like, Sarah, leave me alone. Okay. I will talk to Stacy about doing a class at some point because I do think, obviously Sammy teaching again on how to do it through command. But once, if as an individual agent, that's something that you would have to take on yourself. So then it's just a matter of making sure you have the time. And if you're an individual agent and you're going to do that, I highly recommend once a month, just because it gets too time consuming.
As far as legal issues for copy and paste, different articles, that's totally legit.
Yep, because you're giving credit. It's literally a link then to that article.
Okay.
And the stuff in the beginning, that stuff Stacy wrote. We didn't take that from anybody.
Okay.
Just those 3 little articles.
Yeah.
She found on who knows what website, but then they're given credit.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question. And then of course we have links to Facebook, our Facebook business page, and Instagram. I go through spurts where I'm like, I gotta get more active on Instagram. I think Kim was talking about like you ghost people, where you post and then you stop posting. I was like, I do that. That's what I do. I post for like 3 days straight and then they don't hear from me for 2 months.
Well, I have a picture on my 9th grid of Olivia at 6 years old. She's 17.
I posted a little bit more since then.
I was like, oh my God.
Okay, so again, I guess I could have put
That girl hasn't grown.
MailChimp. I could have put the MailChimp newsletter up above postcards because that technically, if you're doing that yourself, is free. Quarterly newsletter. We're pretty mail, as in snail mail heavy on our team. So we send out the postcards once a month. And then we also do, don't know what that's for, but we do a print newsletter quarterly. So we do winter, spring, summer, fall newsletter. And Stacy designs this. She does this in Canva. I usually write some kind of article. Sometimes she writes it for me because she gets tired of waiting. And then she finds someone to interview. So she always has a small business that's featured. And then we show off some like our new featured listing, and we always have market stats. So when it comes in the mail, it comes folded like this. And again, if they never open it up, they have to see my face and my team name. They see a little bit of the business we're doing, and then there's the market stats here. So they can look at how many homes are currently on the market and what the sale price is as they walk to the garbage can. Again, time intensive, and it gets expensive. So this is something that you could send out to a smaller group of people, but this gets pretty pricey, which is why we do it quarterly instead of monthly. It's also time consuming, but more it's the expense for this because you're paying for printing and you're paying postage.
You know roughly the cost for like one?
Per?
Yeah, or yeah.
Maybe $1, $1.25, something like that. Like all told, if I add up everything. Right. So really, if you think about it in that sense, it's not that bad. It's just we send out, now that we have Kim, I think we sent out close to 1,000 this quarter, just like they're landing in mailboxes right now. So I was like, oh, that got really expensive really fast when we added Kim's sphere. What else do I have in here? Oh, we do the twins calendars. You can do Vikings, so we'll do those later this summer, fall. This is from last year, and I was just telling Deb, like literally last year these landed in mailboxes, and then they canceled the season. I was like, but again, people had to look at it while they threw it away. It was still up on my fridge this morning, and that's why I grabbed this one. I mean, we did just send these out again. I have never done these before. I know a lot of agents in the office have done the twins and Vikings. We'd never done them before. So last year was a little bit of a bummer when I did them for the first time. And then, they did end up having the season, but none of the dates mattered. But we're going to try it again because I think especially for twins, a lot of people will hang on to that. Yeah.
So I found, we used to have it, like stuff was dropped off, it's Magnet Street is the company. And they're local, so they're out of Plains, they're women owned, and they have a program where it's like kind of like Sensations, you upload your database into it, they mail them out for you. Yep. And it cost me $1, I think, for everything because I got a discount. So I am talking with Dan Fisher, a rep, and I want him to become a preferred vendor so that he could even bring us more things. But
Like
That's what was
twins,
awesome
siblings.
about these
Yeah.
is they mail them out for you. So exactly that. So otherwise you're stuffing
There's-
these envelopes.
Olivia, my daughter, has been doing that for
Oh,
patients
yeah,
in the
this was
office.
easy.
Is-
And it comes in a branded envelope.
Yeah,
So
I'll
it
go
comes
grab
in the
mine.
mail, you know,
Actually,
in
it's
like
right
a whatever legal, whatever envelope, but it says, like, it had our Team Homes with Heart logo on it and everything.
That's what it looks
So
I can actually open it too because I had a couple extras sent to me. But then you can, it comes with, you open it up and it has this, right? And then on the back, that verbiage I customized, and then I put my picture on there, and then that, and then on the back it says like the times that they've won, so.
It's like a pair of tickets.
So I knew that this year's was coming in the mail. A client had taken a picture of it and texted me and was like, thank you so much. And so I said to my husband, did you check the mail today? And he was like, yeah. And I said, was there anything fun in it? He was like, no. And I said, okay, well, tomorrow there should be something fun in the mail. And he was like, okay. So I got home from work that next day and I checked. Sure enough, it's in there. I go, my husband is a huge Twins fan, although people probably don't want to admit that right now. But I was like, I have your surprise. And it's, it says Twins on it. And he thought it was tickets. So the magnet was a big old letdown when he opened that up. So I'll know for next time. This is another thing that we did with Magnet Street, and we're using this for door knocking, but it's just a little like monthly home maintenance tips. And then on the back, it's decluttering your home. So it's just like a list of different places to declutter each day of the month. And then it's got the magnet. So this is another thing that we're using sort of as a pop by or just door knocking in our farms. So I just thought I would throw this out there as well. Another thing that we've done is sent out, this is from 4th of July. We've done New Year's too. And, I did this little 4th of July card, and then we threw in a couple of these little cheap bracelets that I got a million of from, what's that site? Oriental Trading. You can find all sorts of like cheap little things to send out. So we've done this. We did those glasses that everybody did one year, just stuff like that. But again, these are things that you can add in. It's about that creating whatever system it is that works for you. Make sure that you're not taking on too much. That's what happens with so many agents is they want their 36 touch to feel personal. So then they make it a bunch of stuff like, I'm going to send out a handwritten note card to my whole database 36 times a year. I mean, you're just never, ever going to do that. So make sure that you're utilizing those free things and you can even do those free things and add in these things that have expense, but you're growing that as your business grows and you're growing it as far as the number of people that you're actually sending these things to as well. Questions or other ideas, things that I didn't mention? I mean, I'm kind of showing you what we do. There's a billion ideas that you could use for a 36 touch. Anything? Who is committed to getting started with their 36 touch this quarter? Love it. Okay, good. Zoom, you better all be raising your hands. Especially because, here, I'm going to put this back on the screen for a minute, but the free one, because there's no excuses here. Oops. Every single one of you should be doing this at least. And then taking on more as needed. All right. Well, this is sort of my love language. I love talking about this stuff. I love brainstorming ideas. I teach this class fairly often, at least, probably once a quarter. So it's the kind of thing too, where keep coming back because you're going to get, right now it's a lot. Once you get it started, you'll be ready to be like, oh yeah, I could add those little 4th of July things, or, but you'll be able to kind of take in more of it as you get your own going. We, model, we don't do nearly as much as the Peters, but we model ours after the Peters. So if you've been to that class, that's what we're working up to. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Peters would be a good group to follow. It's Andy and Leslie, and they're in Atlanta. And their big thing is what can you, like they say, for date night, we talk about what can you put in an envelope and not have it cost more than the postage.
Yeah.
Like that's their fun.
Yeah. But, and then go onto the Oriental Trading website because you can get all sorts of these things, or, I mean, there's just all sorts of things that are cheap. You can buy them in bulk, and a lot of it you can fit into an envelope, and that's the idea. Now, like with this stuff, when we did this, we did it 2 years in a row, and like we stuffed all these envelopes. So this one is not just, there's the expense, but it's a little time intensive as well, but worth it because people had fun with them.
What's the difference in postage from like doing the bulk direct mail versus like personal stamping? I'm assuming it's much more effective
to do bulk, yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly
when
what
I
the
had-
difference would be.
When I had this one, it didn't actually add on any cost for me to have it done through them versus it shipped to me and have me do all the work. I was like, well, why would I do all the work stuff?
Here's the thing too, yeah, I mean, you really do need to be focusing on going out and doing your lead gen, growing the business beyond your sphere and being in touch with your sphere. And so if stuffing envelopes is taking you away from that, it's worth it to pay somebody else within reason, obviously, to do that. Like that's leverage in your business. Because I know if it were me, I would order all of those twins magnets and I'd have the twins magnets and the envelope sitting there and the season would be half over before I actually ever even address the envelopes. So I'm like, well, I'd rather pay Magnet Street and it's done. I don't have to think about it. It's worth it. All right, are you up?
I'm up. Stanley's
And
up.
who's next?
I heard you say,
Mom.
no, I heard you ask about a layout. Yeah, and I have one from the Dark.
Oh, they're renovating. I appreciate that. Talking about that. To see if we can get like more discounts because I
will give you a
had,
card, but I don't have
email at 20% off. And then I called them and I was like,
And it's, I mean, we don't follow it exactly, but it's just a good.
I love having just a place to start instead of looking at the blank cursor like, okay, how do I want to check this? Then I make it super complicated, like, well, colors go in.
right, yeah, Chicago. But then everything, like all the people are in the cities.
I assume you want me on here because they're on Zoom?
Yes.
Like,
There's, yeah, are you gonna use that doc?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just make sure you screen share. It is, but it's like little, so if you can.
Business card.
It's bigger, you know, like saying, lady.
Or is that? You sure?
Yeah, the,
Oh,
of the
here.
white. Like up there.
Here.
There you go.
Oh,
There we go.
I was like, well, okay, got it. That's the one. Here we go. So how many of you have held an open house yet? And you shadowed me once.
Yes.
Sarah, you've held an open house once? What? So there are.
I haven't for a year.
There are a lot of different ways, just like 36 Touch, there's different ways to hold an open house. This is how I do mine. And I've had a lot of success with open houses last year. Okay, I don't remember exactly off the top of my head now. But a lot of my business came from open houses. So
You should source that.
what?
Find
Open
out,
houses?
yeah, find out how many.
I actually have it, I just don't remember off the top of my head. I think it was a third.
Wow.
So, there are, like I said, many different ways to have an open house. This checklist is a nice kind of jumping off point. Make it your own. attempting to log in here. Maybe, there we go. What are a couple ways? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Okay. Why do we hold open houses? One, get clients, but what are a few other ways? Reasons.
Find buyers.
Okay, perfect. What else?
Post on social media.
Perfect. What else?
See different products in different areas.
Perfect. Any other reasons? How about find some sellers? How about just exposure in that neighborhood? How about selling that house? I know people think that that can't be done. I think my first 3 transactions were from open houses of people walking and going, I like this house, can you help me buy it? Sure, why not? So open houses work. It's not one, oh, it didn't work, I'll give up. It's consistency. 36 touches in a year, not 2. It's an open house 4 to 6 times a month, not 1 a quarter. So consistency does count. Now, we're gonna kind of go over the checklist on how I do an open house. Before we do that, I wanna talk about one of the most important things. How do you act at an open house? What's the important stuff for us realtors to do while we're there?
Make sure that it's clean.
Yep. So that's prep work before. I'm talking about somebody's walking in the door. What's your job?
To greet them.
Okay. What else?
Highlight features of that home.
Get them to sign in.
What's that?
Safe and secure.
Get them to sign in. What was that on Zoom?
Safe and secure.
There you go. There's a lot of different steps. The most important that I would argue would be to have a conversation and start building rapport with that client. Because that is a potential future client, right? Now, if they're signed with another agent, which you'll find out, great. You can still be friendly. You can still have a conversation. But now you know where that line is. They can be your client if they're not signed with anyone. Build that rapport and set an appointment. How many of you know the LP Mama script?
Behind you on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
It's a rainbow.
How many of you guys know this by heart? Who can do it with me? I'll be the client or the customer walking in the door. Megan, do you want to?
Sure.
Go ahead. Okay, so I walk in the door.
Hi, how are you today?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
So the sellers wanted everyone to sign in here just so they know who's been through the home.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, would you say this is the main area that you're looking at?
Kind of.
Okay.
Kind of. I mean, this area, Apple Valley, Lakeville is kind of where we want to be.
Okay, good to know. And would you say this price of 400,000 is the price point that you're looking at as well?
You know, we're kind of just starting our look, so we're not quite sure where we want to be price-wise, but we'll kind of figure that out when we find the house that we want.
Okay, perfect. And then are you currently renting, or what is your motivation for purchasing?
We're getting married in the fall, and so we want to buy something that we can close on about the same time.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Perfect. And then are you guys working with another agent right now?
I mean, we've started talking with some other agents, and like I have an agent in the family, so I guess they would probably want me to use them, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, if you haven't signed with an agent yet, I would love to help you guys out, as long as you haven't signed a contract with another agent.
I don't think we've signed anything yet.
Okay, good. Good to know. And then have you been pre-approved, or will you need financing for this purchase?
We haven't been pre-approved yet. I mean, like I said, we're just kind of starting out, seeing where we want to be.
Okay, good. Well, that'll be one of the first steps, and I can definitely connect you with one of my preferred lenders if you don't already have one. Well, that sounds great. So why don't we do this, and let's up a time this week to talk a little bit further. How about Thursday at 4? We could meet even via Zoom if you are comfortable with that.
I mean, I don't have a problem meeting, but I don't know. We're just kind of starting. I don't think we're ready for a meeting just quite yet.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this instead? Could I follow up with you maybe tomorrow and just kind of see where things are at and touch base again?
I guess that wouldn't be a problem.
Okay. I'll give you a call tomorrow then at 2 o'clock.
So one of the things that I found, that was really good, Megan.
Thanks.
One of the things I found, break it up. Touch them 3 or 4 times when they're walking throughout the home, not just while they're sitting there entering in their information. One of the things, and because I've done enough open houses, I've tested it, when they're signing in, I shut up. I don't actually talk to them. I know that some people like to. One, I want them to be able to sign in and move on because hopefully I have a line of people trying to sign in. But also, I don't want them feeling like the sign in was a ploy to get them stuck at a counter. I actually was yelled at by somebody doing that. So I'm like, oh, well, I'm not doing that anymore. I don't want them feeling like I'm trapped them. Go ahead and sign in. And then I'll walk away just a little bit. And then when they start walking past me again, because you know which direction they're gonna go. If you are in the kitchen, they're probably gonna go down to the basement or upstairs next. Position yourself so that they have to pass you. Great. Well, out of curiosity, is this the first house that you're looking at in Lakeville? Yes, no. You have a question?
What form do you use for sign-ins?
I actually use a Google form. So I've made my own. I make sure that I have to have their first and last name, email address, and phone number. I make those required. And then on that Google form, you can actually, there's a box, I can't remember which one off the top of my head, that it double checks to make sure that the email address is a legitimate email address before they submit the form. So I'm not getting a, now it might be their junk email address, but it's not a phony email address
So
at
do you
least.
have like an iPad set up then?
I just use my computer. I just have little computer wipes and just wipe them all down.
So then we would have to connect to the home's Wi-Fi?
I use my phone hotspot. The other thing you can do.
Use a piece of paper. And,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm old school.
Sarah?
I use a piece of paper.
But I meant like, just so you know, like.
Yeah.
It is a form.
I do too, and I use Sarah's actually,
Yeah.
like, and not with your logo.
But then I like it, I like it though, because then when I take it, like, when they come back
Yep.
around or I'm talking with them, I'm like taking notes.
Yeah.
Lakeville, Elm Valley, oh, you said you have to have 4 bedrooms. So when I follow up with them, I can speak to that.
And I take notes on like who the person was, because sometimes I forget, I'll be like, husband and wife with 2 kids or whatever, like things help me remember too. If you have other people come through, sometimes it's hard to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. I do that on a notebook. So it's, again, there's a million different ways, right? Whichever way is better for you.
Well, and I've seen there's like apps too where you can get those set up on like an iPad and get people to sign in that are pretty well known and suggested, but then it's like you also have to pay into those too. Right?
Yep. And I don't like to spend my money where I don't need to. So I would rather do either my Google form or paper. If I know that it's going to be super busy, I will have multiple pieces of paper with multiple pens around like a kitchen counter. And that way it's just sign in and they will just go wherever there's space, especially now, instead of just standing in line. Yeah.
Yeah, Candace Rooks would, she would have her iPad or her computer set up.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't super busy, and they were like, oh yeah, we've been looking for X amount of time, she sets them up on an MLS search.
Right
And-
there.
Yep, right there, and has it set up for immediate. So it starts dinging as soon as they come on, and she said a lot of times she'll end up showing them, I mean, she did an open house for Krista, and she got 2 buy-stops.
Yeah.
From that, doing that.
Yep. I haven't tried it right there. That sounds like a really good idea. I like to call them after the open house and then I'll set it up because it's one more touch. That's actually really smart though. I'm gonna try that. Again, however many touches you can get off of 2 hours on an open house, do it. Right? Set them up on an open house, or not an open house, an MLS search. Call them the next day and go, hey, are you seeing stuff you like?
Yeah.
Do you like that? Yes, no, whatever. Okay, great. Call them another 3 days after that. Hey, how about now? Is it better? Why not?
And make sure your MLS is branded to you, so they see your picture and make it different, because like when it's the standard, it looks so much better when you personalize it. And then you can put your face on there, and every single time they get that email, they see your face. So it's much like the 36 touch with the postcards.
So those of you that don't know how to customize your MLS stuff, you come up here to your settings, underneath Tenley settings, and then you can do custom displays. My information. I always say print with a header, minimum. You can do a footer too. I just think that that's a waste of ink. But make sure that you've got a header on there. name, address, phone number. That way, when they're looking back at it, going like, hey, that one house, you know, this one, how do we get, oh, we can call this person about it. Yeah, it's not your listing, doesn't matter, you can give them the information.
Where did you go, custom displays?
I went to,
Settings and then what?
so settings, my information.
And always make sure you do your email signature too, like.
Yeah.
But in there, it lets you choose, doesn't it? Like the look. Maybe it's in header and footer.
Oh, or yes, yep, it is. So I just had Caitlin on our team, she's our marketing person, she did mine. But you can.
But if you go, there's like right there. So you can pick a different one. So that right there, the red house, that's what is like the default.
Yep.
But if you keep going down, you'll probably find something you like, you know, like I found one with a plant, so. So I did that one.
What?
But, you know, you can change it up too.
Yeah.
But it just is different than what is the standard, and it'll stick out to them.
Yep. I'm hoping.
Did you change something? You want to change that it was on yours.
I did, but then I said, no, I don't want to save the changes. So I think, that's why I was like, let's stop. So always make sure you have MLS sheets also, since we're talking about the MLS, make sure you have enough, because people want the actual information about the home when they're in the home. How many bedrooms does it have? How many square footage, taxes, whatever. They like having that. The other thing I do is I also have a flyer on the home that has the public description, beds, bath, price, address, and then my shiny little space right next to that house, okay? It's just it's a more fun flyer that doesn't give as much detailed information, but they're not gonna lose it like they're gonna lose my business card, right? How many business cards do you take and then you shove in your purse and 6 months later, like, oh, God, where did I get this guy? You're not gonna lose that business card. So we are going to, who has a listing right now that we can look at? What is it?
I'll give you the other one. 11353. Sandcastle.
Sandcastle, you said?
Yeah. And it's all over.
And it's active now. Okay, look at that. It's the only one on there that's active. Okay, so we have this right here, okay? To print the MLS page, just, we've had this question before too. Can you come down here, print? Customer full with the header. Okay, I don't know if all of you need to know that, there it is. And then I also always do the agent full as well, just one copy, that's for me, it just has more information. That one you're not giving out. So when somebody walks in the house, you're gonna hand them a little flyer, they're gonna sign in, then you're gonna let them go. As they keep passing you, that's when you're gonna keep coming back to your conversation. Hey, before you said that you were interested in the Lakeville, Apple Valley area. Let me ask you, I have a few houses in those areas. How many beds are you looking for? 4, 5, whatever. Oh, okay. Well, let me take a look and see if what I've got. Doesn't matter if you do or don't. They're gonna walk away. When they come back, hey, you know what? I don't have anything specific, or if you do, hey, I have one. Let me get your email address, make sure that it's the right one. And that way I can go ahead and email you some information. How's that sound for you? Oh, that would be great. Fantastic. Listen, I wanna make sure I don't step on any toes. Do you have an agent yet? Are you working with somebody? Whatever they say. They are. Oh, okay, great. Well, you know what? Have your agent reach out to me for this information. They probably won't. Or if they're not, great, let's set up a time. Okay. Your actions at the open house are obviously the most important. Getting back to the little how-to sheet here that I handed out, your prep work getting to the open house is the next important. Okay. How do you find an open house? You can have a listing and hold your own.
Ryan.
How else?
Knock on your neighbor's door in the office.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Go talk to the seniority of agents because they've already done their times doing opens and they're above that. Sometimes.
I hope never, that they're never above that, and door knocking.
It helps out.
Well, right. I know of a really good way to find open houses, especially for PC agents.
Email you on Tuesdays?
Oh.
That too.
Report your numbers.
Dr. Jessica. Maybe, right? It's just a thought. She's gonna have open houses, okay? Find your open house. The next thing you're gonna do is talk to that agent. Call that agent, text them, whatever, email them. Ask, what do you need to know about that open house? Are the sellers home? Can you show up 20 minutes early? Things like that, okay? You also wanna know, is there anything specific? Hey, yeah, there is a pool. Make sure that you take the cover off to show how cool the pool is because it's really cool underneath, whatever. They're gonna give you all of the little details that you need about that specific house, okay? Make sure you check in with them also either the night before or the morning of. See if there are multiple offers. Make sure it's still available because it may have sold. That's a big one right now. After you have your open house, you've got it scheduled, let's say it's Saturday from 10 to noon, just picking time. What's your next step? It's not live on the MLS. It's going to be brand new on Saturday. What's your next step?
Coming soon sign in the yard or?
You can't do that. One, it's not your listing, so you can't decide when stuff goes live, right? However, you can ask them for any information to kind of get started. The issue is with the coming soon rules and withheld rules on the MLS, it's touchy. You want to make sure that you're not the first one to start advertising because we know, let's say it's my open house. I know when it's going to go live. I know Friday at 3, it's going live. So if, let's say, you start advertising Thursday at noon, well, now I'm going live on Friday at noon instead of 3 because you've got 24 hours, right? Okay, it's 24 hours from when you can start advertising to when you have to go live. That's the listing agent's decision, not yours. So you can start getting stuff ready, but what else can you do? There's a very specific one I'm thinking of. It's in the neighborhood. There we go. There we go. Hey, I've got a listing coming soon in this area. Just wondering, I know that we're going to have multiple buyers for this. Are you also interested in selling? You know that the home is going to go into multiples because they all are. You don't have to tell them which house. If they say, hey, which house is it? I can't disclose that right now. However, I'd love to get you on the list next. Why not? Why not start door knocking now? Then when you have somebody who's receptive, when you can, the night before the open house, go door knocking, then you can make sure you hit those doors. Hey, that house I was telling you coming live, here's the address. It's tomorrow, 10 to noon. Love to see you there. Right? You're going to get potential sellers coming through. You're going to see, yeah, will neighbors come through? Probably. Just nosy neighbors. Why not? That's going to drive traffic. Yes.
Nosy neighbors are a great way to get a listing.
Oh, they are.
So.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So you do door knocking twice, 48 hours and 24 hours before?
For sure the night before. So if, again, going off of Saturday 10 to noon, Friday afternoon or evening, I'm going door knocking. Making sure that I am. A few days before, maybe, maybe not, depends on how my week goes, quite frankly. If I'm super busy, that one is one of the first things to go. But if I've got time, yeah. Because what I'm going to do then is as these potential customers are coming through the home, I'm going to stop and go, listen, yeah, I really love this neighborhood. This house, the layout is just weird for me. Hey, listen, I might have another one coming on the market. Give me your name and number. I'll be in touch. And then go back to that house that was like, yeah, maybe. Tell them, listen, I might have a potential buyer. If we can get in and take a look, let's make something happen. Now you will have both the listing and the buy side, and it'll be off market. Let's save everybody's money, right? So, let me make sure I'm not going too off track here. So you've got your open house. On here, what else can you do? There's 4 of them after you've got your open house scheduled with the agent. Most of you won't know what lead pool is, but it's your database of clients. Right, you can look through everybody you've talked to. If you're holding a house in Apple Valley, wouldn't it be smart to go through your Apple Valley clients and say, hey, I have something coming on. I'll see you there at 10 o'clock. Because now you can have 3 or 4 people coming through that are yours for sure, without you having to schedule 4 different showings. Just a thought. The Eventbrite and Facebook events. If the home isn't active, you have to be careful, again, setting that up. But if it is active, go ahead. Make an event for the open house. That's last year, that was 2 of my open houses. That's how I got business. They literally woke up in the morning, had nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Clicked on, hey, you know what? Let's go see some gardens. And I happened to know that the house had some really great landscaping. Clicked garden lover enthusiast. And they showed up and bought the house. So thinking about those different ways of how to bring people in. They might not know that they're looking for a house, or they might just be casually browsing because they're relocating here in a couple months. Well, what's to stop them from buying now? That was exactly the situation last year. That's why I bring that one up. Facebook, different events. Nice part about doing an event on Facebook is when you do your live that morning, you can connect them. And then people start learning to watch for your stuff. I know Sarah does them a lot. Every open house I do, I'm doing a live. The reason being, people wait and watch. I've got people that they may never comment on those lives, but they're always texting me afterward like, hey, you saw that kitchen? If you can find that kitchen in this area, I'll buy it. Whatever it is, right? It's great exposure. Makes you look really busy, even if you're not, especially newer agents. If you don't have a ton of clients, just keep doing lives. And people think, oh gosh, she's so busy. Yeah, maybe. The flyers, Canva is a great spot to go. Canva and then Command has a whole bunch too. Those you can make in about 5 seconds. Let's see, advertise around the office. One of my favorite things is to ask your preferred lender to join you. If you don't have a preferred lender, I know people around the office would be happy to give you theirs. There's a few different reasons I like to have somebody else there with me. One, it's a safety issue. I'm a woman standing at like a, lonely duck at a house.
We have like 10 arrows pointing to it.
Yeah,
right. Well, right.
I'm here by myself.
Exactly. Come take a look at this house that I'm standing alone in with locked doors and just letting everybody in. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, safety issues, right? It's better in pairs. I also, on that note, I share my location with a couple different people while I'm at an open house. And then I will actually, depending on, most of the times it's my husband, but I'll pick somebody, hey, my open house is done at noon. If you don't hear from me by 12:30, start calling me. If I still don't answer, then maybe call the cops. Okay? So the number of times I'm like, okay, my husband's called 3 times. I'm so sorry I have to give this. I'm like, hey, I just got stuck here. I'm fine. I'll call you in a little bit. Okay?
The cops show up. You're like,
shoot!
Someone was listening.
Hey, you can sign them as clients. Like that's more lead gen opportunity.
Right, there we go. I'm so sorry, officers, but are you looking to buy a house? That's really funny. Okay, well, now I have a goal.
Challenge accepted.
Yes, thank you. So make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Okay, on that, so going back, preferred lenders. 1, it's a second body there. 2, they can answer questions that we don't want to answer, right? Questions on mortgages, questions that we're not qualified to answer, questions that we just don't know, but we don't want to seem stupid. Oh, that's a great question. I don't know what the debt to income ratio is today on this, whatever, something or other. But you know who does? So-and-so over here with Bell Mortgage or whatever. Then they're asking them the mortgage questions and not you. but also that frees you up to be able to greet the next person, potential client that's walking in the door. The other nice thing is if you get stuck in a conversation, it might be real estate related. It might be about the house, but you also find out that they're signed with another agent. Don't waste your time when there's 3 other people in the house. Hey, you know what? I have somebody else I have to go talk to. Go ahead and ask so-and-so over here with Belmarsh. He actually has been in the house for a while. He's been hearing me talk about it. He can answer, and then just walk away. Your lender should pick up the slack and help you. It's also nice because let's say somebody walks in. Yeah, I want to buy this house. Great. Are you pre-approved? No.
Go ahead, sit down.
Right here. Exactly.
I have a desk.
It has happened. So the same people that walked in because they were garden enthusiasts were not pre-approved. They got pre-approved within 20 minutes. So make sure that you make this as easy as possible, right? We want to take away any obstacles and any objections right off the bat. Oh, I'm not pre-approved yet. Hey, I can help you with that. Oh, I don't know if I'm quite ready to pull the trigger. You know what? Interest rates right now are great. Let's just do it. Okay, whatever it is. Preferred lender. So we talked about the paperwork. I will also say that I come prepared with buyer paperwork. I don't have sometimes I have a purchase agreement printed, most times not, but I always have agency because we have to. I also have our disclosures as well as our buyer contract. Because if somebody loves me enough to say, hey, you know what, I would really love to work with you. Lock it down, right? We want that signature. That way the next open house that they go to, because they're going to another one, Saturday during house buying season, they can say, oh yeah, I just signed with somebody like an hour ago. And that agent should back off. Bring this with you. With the buyer paperwork, I also will have this. It's just a buyer needs and wants. It's got bedrooms, bathrooms, garage, style, location, price, a couple of different things. If they're not quite here to where they want to sign with you, it can't hurt to have them answer a few questions. Set them up on an MLS search and then follow up with them later. But having this makes you look prepared and makes you look like the expert and the professional. I gotta tell you, if you walk into a store and somebody's like, you know what, I totally understand you're not quite ready to buy that computer, but let me take down some information. Let me tell you the pros and cons of this one versus the other one we were looking at, and I'll follow up with you in a few days. You're gonna buy it from that guy again versus the other guy down the street going, oh, if you want it, you can buy it. Okay. The other most important thing that I bring paperwork-wise, Keller Mortgage flyers. These are ones that we have. These draw so much interest. They hardly ever end up using Keller Mortgage from these flyers, but it's a talking point. They will come up to me and go, hey, this whole $1,000 at closing, what is that about? Is that a check that you write? Isn't that out of your commission? Actually, no. Let me tell you about Keller Mortgage. Okay. Now, also know your stuff. Know Keller Mortgage and know what it's about. Colin Manson teaches a fantastic class on how to use Keller Mortgage, not just for buyers, but also for listings as well. But learn that stuff, and this has started so many conversations. Pens, bottled water. I always say bring a chair if it's vacant. Don't be sitting when people are in the open house, right? Stand up, talk to them, act engaged. Plastic bags and tissues. I always say bring toilet paper in your car too, because shadowed out without fail, the one time I don't have it in my car, somebody will stop and go, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. And it's not gonna be there and it's gonna be gross. Okay.
Or
Also,
you have to go to the bathroom. There's nothing worse than being in a vacant listing.
well, that's true. That's the other one. It's like,
And make sure
Okay.
the water's turned on.
yeah,
Had that happen.
a few times. Okay.
Water bottle and fill the back of the toilet in case.
There are multiple reasons for
This
the water
hasn't
bottle.
happened before.
It's, I don't even know what that would do. I don't.
It hasn't.
My rule of thumb, and this is the rule that I tell everybody that shadows me, if you bring it into the open house, you are taking it out. Garbage, coffee, paperwork, flyers. tissue, whatever, you are taking it with you. You want to seem like you were never there, okay? If you have to move stuff around, pillows on the couch or whatever, try and remember to put them back. Sometimes it's hard, but leave it better than when you came, okay? Double check with the listing, okay? Then go to our 9. So day of open house signs, directional signs. My goal on any one listing is to try and put about 10 open house signs, directional signs out.
So you buy them, you get them from DF, or how does it go?
So I have them through our team.
Okay.
Jessica's the one to ask about for PC agents because I don't know what it is anymore.
So, I will always let you borrow mine so that you can promote my name.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I wanted to thank you.
If you don't, I'm always here for
No,
you.
I know, I can see that. I can see it.
So, yeah, on that kwpr-dashboard.com.
Okay.
Build a sign is on there. That's who a lot of us use. You want to make sure that you send kind of the proof to Melissa Johnson to make sure that it's good for compliance. Usually it's going to be fine because they have our template and everything. And I want to say that each sign with just the metal H in the ground is like $20. So if you did, you know, and I tell agents, it's always lead with revenue, right? This is the one thing that you can't do that with.
Yep.
You have to spend the money on the signs because if you don't, you'll be promoting my business. Again, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying.
I know HHG, if you're holding our homes open, we'll let you use our signs too.
Right.
No, I know that Kim is ordering more, but 2 is not like she's like.
Right,
I'll give
2's
you
not
2,
enough,
2,
yeah. So I would say, yeah, 10 is probably good because if you're on, depends on what kind of corner you're on, but if you're on a really busy corner, then it's good to have 4 right there.
Yeah.
Right?
Me and Telly went around and
oh yeah,
she cleared the whole county over there. Like, you're going to like the, you know.
Pretty much, yeah.
Fair,
So
but
I will say, so like I said, 10 is great.
okay.
If it's out in the country and 10, all of a sudden you're talking like 7 miles, please don't do that. Don't, no. Then my radius is about a mile, okay? So obviously, common sense, right? Don't put it 10 miles out. You don't want to have to drive that far and get it back. Arrive 20 minutes before the open house. There are a few different reasons. 1, make sure you're there, not late to your own open house. 2, walk through the home. Make sure that it's not a disaster. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen often, but it has happened. If you have to clean up, guess what? You can set up your computer, you can set up your paperwork later, you can do everything else, but that home needs to have a good first image. Yes.
So I had a situation where I didn't open for someone, and it was kind of a fixer-upper.
Okay.
And I wasn't like told ahead of time, so is that something that like, I guess now I'm like weary about like when I go to do an open, is it disrespectful to be like, okay, what kind of condition is the home in? Or like what kind of questions should you be asking the agent? Because like, I mean, it was, the pictures looked great, and then I got in there and I was like,
Right.
So it was just like not expected. So I mean, it's like you kind of, I mean, obviously you kind of jump into the role of selling it, but at the same time, it was my first open, and I was like, oh, okay.
What kind of sucks that was your first? I'm sorry. Yeah, ask the agent. That should have been something, if they knew that it was going to be a disaster, or when you mean fixer upper, are you talking like they left dishes on the counter, or was it like doors were kind of half on hinges?
It was like I had a client of mine come look at it, and they said, I think I need to go home and wash my socks. Like,
Ew.
that's how bad it was.
Okay, so it was just like dirty.
The carpet was terrible. It was like, it was not cleaned at all. I mean, you could see that the floors had a film of something on it. It was like, it wasn't like a mop even was thrown through there or anything.
Oof.
And you had like the sticky marks underneath where like the stove is, and they kind of shifted the stove over, so you had like the whole floor sticking it. It was just,
Yeah, that's gross.
It was really gross, and I felt gross just sitting there. And then it was like,
But what do you say?
I wasn't fully prepared for it either, and I didn't want to, just call the agent and be like, hey, how am I supposed to do this, that, and the other? It's my first open, but it's like, now I'm having to get into that mentality of saying like, hi, welcome. Do I full on like say like,
Hey, leave your
"Well,
shoes
you
on
can
and
see
don't
what
touch
can be
anything.
yours," but-
Yeah.
And or maybe go ahead and wear your shoes. Sorry, I put this, take your shoes off sign up. And
If it's like that,
So-
I wouldn't have to take.
Yeah. Couple different things. First, don't hesitate calling the agent. It's their listing, it's their responsibility. Call them. They might say like, oh my gosh, I told him to clean up. You know what? Lock the door. His problem, go home. Okay, great. Then you don't have to deal with it. He's like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Well, can you hold it up, open, or whatever? They should be nice about it. I would take the, please take your shoes off sign.
An opportunity to get buyer leads.
Yeah.
Yes.
Still,
It's just like with situations like that too, it's, you know, you kind of, I guess more or less being my, you know, first year of getting into this too, it's like, what do you expect and what is okay to, you know, ask an agent upfront before doing their open without being disrespectful or being like, oh, well, what condition is it in? Because, you know, assumingly looking at the photos, I thought it was in decent condition, you know, just a vacant home and ready.
Right.
It was an older home, but it's
should have been fine.
walking in and
Yeah.
seeing the condition it was in compared to what the photos looked like, I was like, okay.
Oh, this is gross.
a
Yeah.
Little catfishing, but.
I definitely call the agent. Keep in mind that the agent represents the seller. It's not their house.
Yeah.
They represent them. So don't sugarcoat it to them because either they know and they are hoping that somebody else says it. That way they can go back to their client and say, hey, I've gotten 3 people that said that your house is disgusting. So I'm not the only one. Clean it up.
Yeah.
Or it'll be eye-opening because, hey, guess what? We all work for the same brokerage. And if they don't know, then we're helping them, hopefully, with love, going, it's gross.
Yeah.
So don't sugarcoat it. Now, to your buyers and sellers and all that, yeah, okay, let's use a gentle hand. But to agents, we've got to be upfront and honest, right?
Yeah.
I would honestly just call the agent, ask them what they want you to do. I would hold it open, let people walk in with their shoes on and go, hey, you know what? They just haven't had a chance. Life has been, if somebody says something, ignore it. If not, act like it's totally normal. Hey, yeah, come on in. Oh, no, don't worry about taking your shoes off. Come on in. That's okay. Yep. Oh, it's kind of dirty. Yeah, you know what? Life got ahead of them. We just weren't able to get the cleaners in here yet. I'd be happy to bring you through again if you'd like. When the cleaners do come, go ahead and sign in, leave the best number for you, and I'll give you a call. Spin it.
Yeah.
You know, somehow figure out how to set an appointment and create one more touch. Offer to walk, hey, you know what? I'll walk you through the house and open doors for you. That way you don't have to touch anything if it's really that gross. You know, figure out where you need to be. Yeah. It is tough though. It's not easy because some of them can be gross.
So another thing that you can do is ask the agent if you could preview the house before you actually do the open. Because you can do that.
Oh, absolutely.
Just set up a preview, because it's your time that you're wasting too.
Mhm.
You could maybe be doing it better, you know, an open house for an agent that has their act together and has it, make sure that it's clean.
Yeah.
But then the other thing too is to look to see if the house is, you know, like on the MLS, if it's a foreclosure or if it's an as-is, you can expect that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So you don't want to do necessarily open houses, especially if you're new.
Right.
So you just got to do a little homework, and like I said, and a lot of times I'll preview when I was a newer agent, I preview them before I did the open, just because I wanted to get familiar with the house and know what my talking points were going to be.
Yep.
So.
It can also open up questions too.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Mr. Agent, when I previewed the home, the furnace looked funny. What's with that? Or whatever.
Do you preview it prior to agreeing, or, because I just feel like they go pretty fast too nowadays
Mhm.
too, I mean.
They do.
Not that I don't have an issue doing them, but it's, you know, it's also.
I mean, if a house is coming on, now the nice part is because you're part of the same brokerage, you know, if it's listed as a coming soon on Friday night and it's come, you know, and then it goes live Saturday and your open house is, again, 10 to noon, let's say. It's really agent by agent. Personally, I would not have a problem with you going through late Friday night. Is that really what we're supposed to do? No, but you're also walking through representing me. So that would be agent by agent. But yeah, if you're holding an open house on Saturday and it's listed on Friday, yeah, take 15 minutes, quick run through it. especially if it's easy, you know, around here and easy to get to. Some of them, you know, my radius is an hour. I don't like to do open houses an hour from kind of this spot. You know, if it's a great open house and I know it's gonna sell and I think I can get a client from there pretty easily, I might do an hour 20. But personally, then I'm not gonna preview it. But that's on me. So, yeah. So 20 minutes, make sure the house isn't a disaster. If it is, if it's something that you can quick clean up, do it. If not, sorry.
I heard of a story where an agent had to use tongs from the kitchen to move. That was you? Something.
That was me. It was gross. I don't ever want to touch another man's boxers ever again. Ever again. I think he forgot that it was happening or something, but I walk in and the front entryway was great. He had like a little reed diffuser. I'm like, oh, this is so nice. Okay, I go up to the kitchen and there's an old coffee mug and a pot in the sink. I'm like, okay, I'll deal with that in a second. Why he left that, that's weird, but whatever. Okay, maybe he was in a hurry. And then all of a sudden I walk around, the upstairs bedrooms were totally empty. Okay, great. Close the toilet lid because apparently people forget that. Show houses with toilet lids closed. It just looks better.
And pictures.
And pictures, yes. Yeah, just it's gross. Even if they're not gross inside, it's gross. Close the toilet lid. Then I go downstairs to where he was staying, and all of a sudden, it was like a disaster. There was about 7 beer bottles on the coffee table. One of them had like spit and shoe in there. There was a bathroom that had dirty clothes hamper. The bedroom had, I literally just kicked the whole pile of stuff under the bed. I saw things I don't ever really want to see again. Dirty laundry in the bathroom that was not in the dirty clothes hamper. That I was like, huh, this is gross. So I literally went to the kitchen. I'm like, he's got to have something. I was looking for like a wooden spoon or something. Saw tongs, literally grill tongs. They were about this long. I was so happy. Literally was like picking them up, put all of it, tongs and everything in the dirty hamper. Took that, put it right in the closet, closed the door, and like, tongs too. I can't handle this.
Did he know? Like, what happened?
I called the agent and was like, I think we have a problem. Oh, what's wrong? I'm like, I just picked up stuff that I don't even do for my husband. No. Mm-mm. And she's like, what happened? So I tell her all of it in excruciating detail. You guys, there were things.
See, this is why you brought it up. It's such a good one.
And she was horrified. I could feel her blushing through the phone.
You say there's sex toys on the floor? Okay.
It was not just on the floor. I'll put it that way. The comforter was very much over the bed. I'm like, let's just fluff that. Oh, look, a pillow got tossed on that. It was awful. Awful. You guys, I grew up about 10 years that day.
Oh my God.
And she called her client and he was like, oh my God, I forgot that this was happening. Yeah, they called me and told me and I forgot. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh, well, should I come home? So she calls me, do you want him to come home and clean up? I'm like, I don't ever want to meet this man. Never. Keep me very far away. I never, even if I meet him on the street, lie to me. Okay. I can tell you the next time everything was cleaned up. And yeah,
There's
it
some
was.
tongs in your hamper. It's all good.
Well, she did ask, she's like, so what did you have to put away? Again, I told her everything. And she was like, no. I said, he will find stuff in odd places. What do you mean? I'm like, well, like empty beer bottles and shoe hiding behind like the door to he had like funny little doors to his fireplace. Well, I'm just trying to put stuff like, okay, maybe those belong there in his world. That's fine. That's not me to decide. But I like put them in the nearest hiding spot. One, because I have 20 minutes to clean up a house. It was probably like a 400 square foot house. I'm like, I don't have time for this. There's no being pretty about this. And then I walked upstairs and washed his pots and pans. So it's part of it. It sucks, but that's part of it. Yeah, thanks, Jessica.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So do you just have like a cleaning thing in your car, like a little dust
No.
duster and a little wipes?
No, that's on them. I do have wipes now because of
Yeah.
COVID. So yeah, I would use those, but no, this was not during COVID. No. Mm-mm.
And she piped in with pictures, like, so I get like taking down like the photos of them like on the desk, but are you talking like on the walls and stuff too?
I didn't take those down. No.
But what were you saying about pictures?
Like when you take pictures, make sure the toilet seats are down.
Oh,
Yeah, when you go with your
pictures.
photographer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You were saying take pictures down.
No, if they have like, let's say family photos on the wall,
Maybe put some
that's on them.
Landscaping, I think so.
More details.
It's an open house, I don't wanna, I don't have time for it.
So off track.
It's just a lot of,
so perfect.
just
Okay.
2 hours.
So moving forward from the Tom story. So after you've cleaned the house, make sure that everything else is taken care of. Put out your stuff, put out paperwork, your computer, make sure that all the lights are turned on, window shades are open. If it's a nice fall, yes. What? I'm scared.
She doesn't want to answer it anymore.
No, I actually was gonna say that your story
Yeah.
is a really good example of why it is important to show up to an open, like,
Uh-huh.
20 minutes, maybe even half hour early.
I typically do half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 minutes bare minimum. Yeah.
It's, I mean, that is extreme.
Oh, it totally is.
Running around I like to go through, I go in and lock the door, and then I like to, if it's not my listing, obviously, but
Yeah.
like I would go look through the house, make sure that I'm familiar with things, make sure the toilet seats are down, the closet doors are filled, like just the house looks nice. Normally, you're not having to do people's dishes or clean up.
That has happened once to me in my life. Like it's, yeah.
But I know when I have agents that host on my listings and with the Supra, I can see when they open the lockbox and the open started at noon and it's 11:58.
Mhm.
I'm like, okay,
We're
hope everything's
12:05.
good to go.
Yeah.
So give yourself at least like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Just to get there, get set up, get comfortable.
Yeah.
Is it acceptable to like bring some like oil diffuser kind of things that?
I have. when
Yes.
it smells bad, yeah.
That is something that if you go through the preview and it's rank, sure. I typically don't because I don't want the house to smell like any one particular thing. I will open windows, especially during the first 20 minutes. If all of a sudden I walk in, I'm like, oh, it is nasty. I'm opening windows as fast as I can. That'll be the first thing I do. And then I'll try and close them right before. That way get some fresh air. If it's a nice fall day or a nice spring day and you don't need the air conditioning on or the heat on, open windows and people go, oh, it's so nice in here. Yes, it has nothing to do with the fact that it smelled like feet in here earlier. Like, again,
I have a
spin it.
basic question, basic.
Sure.
I got the sign-in form.
Uh-huh.
So who, I give it to the agent that I'm doing the open house for?
That is yours. Any leads that come through the open house are your leads.
Okay.
That's the thank you for that the listing agent is giving you for holding their house open and getting exposure for their open house.
So they just want to know basically how many people walked in the house.
So
Check
at
general
the end of your open house, you're gonna give comments and feedback to the agent. I prefer to do it in writing, whether it's a text message, an email, whatever. Sometimes if I know they need feedback, like right away, and I'm running to my next thing, I'll call them and say, hey, I will send you an email later tonight, but here's the deal. Here's what happened. I had about a dozen people through the house. Half of them were represented and really loved it. The other half were okay on it, whatever it may be. They don't need to know. I had Susan from down the street and I had George from we don't care. How we need generalization. That way we know how, what do we need to do to the house to make it sell?
Yeah, gotcha.
Hey, you know what? I had a dozen people through the home and they all thought it was underpriced. Great. Then I know that I should be expecting some offers. Hey, it was way overpriced and people were talking about like 30,000 overpriced. Ooh, I should probably redo my comps then and take a look. Okay. We need that feedback to know where we need to guide our
You
clients.
also have to, like, if I have an open house at a listing and it's hosted by someone else.
Yeah.
That seller, they're calling me.
Yep.
Open house go. And so when I don't hear from that agent till the next day or for several hours, like I'm the one that's getting it from
Hey, how'd it go? How'd it go? Yeah.
But if I can say, oh, yeah, I talked to Megan and, 7 groups came through, they all loved the kitchen, and, then they're like, oh, great, and they
Cool.
move on.
Yeah.
But they want to, that homeowner wants to know how.
Like right then and there, basically when it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, I do, my goal is in the driveway, I will pick up the open house sign, the sign that says open house here. I'll pick that sign up, that way people, drive past or know that we're closed, hopefully. I will type up a quick little synopsis right there in the driveway, and then I'll go pick everything up. That's just how I remind myself to not forget. Because we are all busy and we'll forget. Did you have a question or just?
Oh, stretching.
Okay, cool. So that, make sure that you're doing feedback. Okay. You go through the open house, everything is great. What do you do afterwards? Turn off lights, obviously, secure doors, close windows. If it's vacant, close the shades. It's one thing I've noticed on some vacant homes, our shades are being left way open. Okay, it's not necessarily just in general. Just close them. It's better and more secure for the homeowner. Pick up open house signs. Any marketing that you brought with you, like I said, if you bring it in, you bring it out. How confusing is it to the homeowner if, hey, Tenley's my listing agent and I'm working with her, but all of a sudden I'm seeing, Sarah's paperwork. Well, I thought you were my agent. No, I am. She was just holding your open house. They can get confused. Maybe they don't. Yeah. Just take your stuff with you. Don't leave it. 1, it's probably going to be out of date and sold anyways soon. 2, it's confusing for the homeowner. They don't need to know. They don't need that confusion. Pick up open house signs in a quick summary. The next day, oh my goodness. Email open house summary, that should be that evening. Follow up on any potential leads. So I will tell you, the nice thing about using my Google form is that I can copy and paste all the emails into one email address or one email form and say, hey, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to come to my open house. Listen, if you have any follow-up questions, please feel free to contact me at blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much. Have a great day. That you can send to anybody and everybody because you are thanking them. You are not soliciting business. I send that to people who are represented, who aren't, nosy neighbors, whatever. Now, then I will go and take out anybody who has an agent and send a second email, more personalized to everybody who doesn't. Say, hey, I know when we spoke, you mentioned you were looking for this, whatever it is. I would love to sit down and show you how I can help you find that. I have time Monday at 3 o'clock or Wednesday at 4. Which time works better for you? They might be like, oh my gosh, she's ballsy or whatever. Doesn't matter. Start making those touches and start showing value and how you can help them better than the other agent, right? How many people are actually following up with 2 or 3 emails Monday after the open house? I can tell you how many because I paid my husband to go secret shop open houses. He's gotten 1. It was from another KW agent. That was it. Nobody else is sending emails. So if that's you, think about how much business you can get. And then send thank yous. I always like to send a thank you to the agent that let me hold it open too. It's just kind of a nice touch, makes you seem more personable. Also, gotta tell you, if it's my listing and all of a sudden I'm getting a, hey, you know what? Thank you so much for that opportunity. Guess who I'm calling the next time I have an open house? Become that person's go-to person for open houses. And then prep for the next one. What questions do you guys have? Even with the detour, I'm still kind of on time. Love that. Any other questions, comments?
Is food still acceptable to hand out at this point?
I have not seen it. I have not done it. I did before. The concern I had was, what do you hand out? Candy gets stuck and gross and gooey, and sometimes kids come in and they see a piece of chocolate and that's all they talk about. Mom, I want the chocolate. And instead of parents looking at the house or talking to me, they're saying no to their kid. Cookie, yeah, sure, you can have a cookie or cracker. Now you've got crumbs throughout the house. I typically don't, because I don't want to have to clean that up. Because again, you bring it in, where's that wrapper gonna go? It's gonna go somewhere. If it's really, really hot and you're feeling really generous, maybe little bottles of water. That's the most I do now. But with COVID, I haven't. I think it makes people nervous. So don't worry about that. Also, that's something else you have to buy, provide, take care of, bring home, etc.
She already cleaned the house.
I know.
Right?
I'm right. I don't need to provide water too.
To the table. It's a lot.
So, some of the things, sometimes I have, and this was before COVID, but I held an open house. It was right next to Dunkin' Donuts when it opened up, or it was pretty still new. Stopped in there. I got a little box of like donut holes or whatever they call them. I also said, hey, you know what? I'm holding an open house right down the way. Do you have any coupons? Because I would love to have people come by, take a look and go, hey, there's a Dunkin' Donuts right next by. They gave me coupons, 1 free donut per family or something.
Yeah.
How many people were like, oh my gosh. And on my live, I got to say, and by the way, if you come to my open house, you can get a coupon for a free donut.
You get a donut.
Come get your free donut.
Get a donut.
Why not, right?
Emily, I'm doing this.
And it doesn't have to be with donuts, right? The coffee shop down the way. Hey, get a free shot added to your latte or whatever. You know, just doesn't hurt to go and ask. When you're door knocking, here's the other thing I forgot. When you're door knocking, bring those flyers that you're leaving at their houses, bring them to the local businesses. Dry cleaners, coffee shops, gas stations, car washes, whatever. They might be looking for a house right next to where they work.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be cool? Like, no, you don't understand, I need this house. Let's do it. Or they might have somebody, hey, this is my dry cleaner. If I could have a house right next to my dry cleaner, or whatever, you know.
It's a dream come true.
I don't know.
Because I stopped working and I don't have to dry clean anymore.
Right, you do you, I don't know, but.
It's a barber shop, but that, everybody has their own dream.
Well, exactly, right. And how many open houses happen on the weekend when people are running those little errands? Right? Your ideal person is somebody who works. Typically you work the weekdays. So,
how many copies do you make of the listing?
Of my, which one?
Like
Of
your
the-
house listing usually.
So when I do my MLS listings, I kind of gauge on how busy I think the house is gonna be. If it's prime pricing, like that 200 to 400 price, I'm usually doing 20 flyers, maybe 30 for that day.
Okay.
And then I will actually look at the neighborhood too and see. If it has a very clear, concise neighborhood, I will roughly estimate how many houses are in that neighborhood. And then I'll go door knock that neighborhood. If it's really crowded, I'll door knock somewhere between 50 and 100 houses and then call it a day. I always do, let me pull up a map. Hold on. This was pretty perfect here. Okay, so I am not going to door knock every single house here, but this is kind of roughly the neighborhood. So here we go.
So just so you know, you can't door knock in that neighborhood. The covenants for the HOA prohibit.
Perfect. Well, that would be something that I would want to find out.
How do you know that? I mean, except for like, do not solicit, no soliciting.
So as a listing agent, I know that.
Yep.
Okay.
So when I would call them and go, hey, Deb, I am so excited to hold your open house on Saturday. What do I need to know about the property? Oh, it's really cute. It's got new windows. It's got this and that. Great. I'm so looking forward. I'm planning on going door knocking on Friday. I hope that's all right with you. No, don't go door knocking. Okay. But if that were allowed, so this is a house. What I'm doing, just because I can't handle that now, I'm gonna come up here. I'm going to make sure that roughly from the door, stand at the door, if I can see it, whatever house it is, I'm door knocking it. I'm going to door knock the block. I'm going to make sure that, let's say there was a street right here. Okay, that's not the block, I'm going to door knock this block. But anything that touches their property, I'm gonna door knock. Probably gonna make sure I get from here to over here. Because I probably won't bother over here unless I've got extra time, I've got extra flyers, why not, right? Again, use common sense. If it's 120 homes in the neighborhood, what's an extra 20 homes? You're already out there for 2 hours, make it 2.5, whatever. Again, if it's, yeah,
So if I couldn't,
right,
there are townhouses that are close, really close to that area. So I would have definitely door knocked the townhouses because I want them to upsell.
exactly.
You know, so that they can, so, and it would be the same in any, you know, listing that you have. If there are townhouses close by,
Go door knock 'em.
go door knock.
Especially if you can tell that they've been there a while, like they've got all the little garden gnomes and everything in the home, in the gardens and that, then they probably want to stay in that area because they like it, they've been there a while. Hey, you know, you probably want to, you know, come look. Right? Okay, what other questions do you guys have?
Ryan mentioned on the Zoom to have like a box or a bag that you put all of your open house stuff in. And I have a bag that I just bring with, and like tape, scissors, quirky things that you think you might not ever, like chair, super good if it's vacant, otherwise you're sitting on the steps, and if they're never been vacuumed, that's fun. You're standing for 2 hours.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have a little milk crate that I use mine with. So yeah.
I like something to wipe my signs off too, like the stakes get dirty, like when you put them in the ground, because I don't want that dirt in my car. So like paper towels or a rag or something.
You can do that. I could come off,
Like
and then I just clean my car out that night. But yeah, I'll just like take my foot or something and kick them, clean them off. But yeah, you can do a rag too. When you're putting your open house signs out, just be careful where you park your car. Make sure that you're in a safe place. Put your hazards on. And one of the things I do is I always make sure my car is unlocked because I don't want to get locked out on the corner of a busy intersection or something. That would be the worst. I also then will roll my driver's side window down because just in case I actually bumped lock instead of unlock, I still have a way in my car. It may have happened. I mean, it may have been 5 blocks from my house, so it wasn't a big deal, but I also may have learned my lesson. It's fun. I've done a lot of open houses. I've got a lot of funny stories. So yeah, that's it. If you guys have questions, I'm pretty much always here. Call, text, whatever. I'm not that scared.
Thanks, lady. Thank you so much, Daniel.
You are welcome.
Thanks, Tenley.
You're welcome, Ryan.
You get the most entertaining award.
Oh, you sure do.
Well, then at least I did something okay.
I really want to know the details at some point.
Lots of.
I don't know if I can handle that.
The dungeon?
Make us intrigued.
You guys, after I described it to a girlfriend of mine, because I was horrified, she's like, oh, 50 Shades isn't even that bad. I'm like, so there you go. I couldn't tell you what half of it is. Like I said, in a minute, that's the line.
Okay.
Can you send me out?
For sure.
Thank you.
You guys need a break?
Yes.
Keep going.
Thanks,
Break?
Jessica. Yes.
Okay, have a break.
Thanks.
What?
What?
Did you say? Do you want a break?
Yes.
Okay, have a break. Okay, like just like that? No. Just
It was old shape.
So I must ask, what flavor?
Don't take that much. Don't take that much.
I know, and it's like.
Exact same.
I think yours is
And
wine.
I got another, I didn't get
Mine's the
the,
regular,
you know.
but it's like the OG cans, it's like the old ones.
I know,
The
I
new
know.
ones. I saw it and I was like,
Although
did
it
we
did
just
sound
become
like
best friends?
we totally did. Like, I think they all can attest that they saw this, the sparks flew.
Yes, I know, I saw it and I was like, I'm in a, like a group of like, we do like the workout programs through the owners that run the company. And like, we always send pictures when we're drinking, our energy drinks, so I sent them a picture and they're like, oh, the OG can. And then I was like, oh my gosh, there's someone in here that's drinking one. I was like, I can't see the flavor yet, but I think we became best friends.
Yes, totally did. My name's Molly, by the way, and yours is
Molly,
Lynn.
I'm Tara. Or Aubrey, whatever Jake or Drake wants to call me. But Tara, yeah. So they're my favorite energy drink brands.
What are they?
Alani News.
Yeah, they're really yummy.
Yeah. They sell them at Target now.
And at Hy-Vee.
Yep, and Hy-Vee and GNC. So they're getting pretty big and now they're coming out with seltzers too.
Okay.
So Minnesota's waiting to get approved for those, but they're being released at every other state. But they do like so they're basically like a healthier version of an energy drink. It has like 10 milligrams of biotin in it and it's only 10 calories.
And it doesn't give you that stomach burn, like the
Okay.
energy drink.
And then they have like a bunch of like workout supplements and stuff, like pre-workout, protein and all that. But they're up and coming, and then the owners run, like they did by Katie, I think it's like a workout challenge, 8-week workout challenge.
Okay,
So
cool.
pretty big into it. I like them. So.
Yeah, that's cool. I've never heard of
You
them.
just made me more of a fan. I didn't realize it went beyond this drink. So,
They've got like, if you go to,
I want to pass,
I think
right?
MC's is
Okay.
gonna most of it.
Yeah, show it.
I mean, they're having a milk
It's kind of like, honestly, these ones just learn the answers, forget about the questions.
like snacks and stuff, so these are like the.
Yeah. What about you, where you from?
I don't remember the brand. They have like the healthier like gummy bears and all that, but now like they have them too, like so it's like fit snacks and delicious tasting protein bars. Yeah. They just have a newer one and then we have your pizza. It's cookies and cream.
oh, nice.
So.
Oh,
yeah.
They work without feeling like it's okay, I'm back.
Yeah, okay. I know I usually can't do energy drinks
Too much. No, this is much more subtle. Like, and my heart is not racing, but I.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes on an empty stomach, I can be like super alert on them, but they're pretty smooth and I like them.
Well, I would love nice. I'm gonna try it.
They have really good ones. At Target, they have cheeseberry. That's probably one of my favorites. So, well, they have a caramel, like a cotton candy grape one, but they just discontinued that. So.
Are they really sweet?
I'm not big into sweet, so.
Me either.
Yeah.
It's not seltzer like, well, I mean, obviously probably it's seltzer, like there is flavor.
Okay.
But it's not like, it's,
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I give you some and throw it out.
Yeah, some of them can be
Sunday.
sweet, but
But then
like,
I have to-
I really like the breezeberry. I like
I'm
drinking
gonna
that,
get
I'm discontinuing that too. And
There's
then.
a peach one, like sour.
I'm here.
Sour
That's
cream,
my
they're
favorite.
discontinuing.
Oh,
So if you see them, I would stock up,
Okay.
but
You might have,
on
whatever
Black
it
Friday,
is.
they were just
I know what
continuing
you're
with
gonna do.
all the grapes, so I bought 6 cases of it, so I was like, stock up, but they were all on sale, so I was like, I'll do it, whatever. But, watermelon wave is pretty good too, it doesn't really taste like watermelon, which like, I'm not a big fan of watermelon anyhow, but it's more of like a, like, fruit punch type, sparkling fruit punch taste.
Okay. Cool.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll have to try it.
So you've seen, do you know?
No,
Okay.
I do not. Which one is it?
Kelly Brown was, she was the one that you gave.
Oh, on the Instagram.
Yeah.
No, I just pulled up her Instagram,
Okay.
so I was just kind of looking to see what, is that who you work for them?
No.
No.
Oh, wait.
I work for Kelly Arvidsson.
Oh, okay, I was like, wait, I thought I heard Kelly too, but yeah, no, okay, then it's her birthday today.
It is, yeah.
But, no, I didn't know Kelly, because Was that your friend, the one that was on the?
No, I mean, I know Kelly, but I was just, you seem like you recognize her, like, ah, no, funny, it's like, was messaging her, and I'm like, Heather, we're using you as an example.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, I just pulled up her Instagram and started talking about it, just like look at the stuff that she has on there, so. Yeah, groceries being
Good job.
But you know
Kelly. Did you know Kelly? Yeah, but I know Kelly for a long time. Just through Shannon, actually, so they were roommates in college. So just known her through the years.
Cool.
Yeah.
Small world also.
Oh, yeah. I think in every industry, just in Minnesota.
I know, right? Yeah.
Speaking of that, Sarah, you look so familiar. Are you from Lakeville?
Yeah, she was part of this.
No, when I taught in Lakeville.
Oh, okay. It was a couple.
When did you teach? Just curious, like my first time, and I know I've seen you on Facebook and stuff like that with the here, but.
Yeah. Maybe you got her recipe card.
I was gonna say, maybe.
Yeah, just share on your food, live in Lakeville.
I went to Lakeville High School, grew up in Lakeville. I live out in Jordan now. Unlikely I've gotten anybody.
Sí, aquí afuera no sé qué
No farming out in Jordan.
No, and I hope you don't. 'Cause I'm
That's
telling
yours,
you.
okay. Fair enough.
And you're Deb, is that right? Congrats, Deb, I saw you were number one this month or year or March. Last March.
Was it March? Yeah, because it's April. Yeah, it's just April.
Pulling in some nice listings.
Yes. Yeah,
What's your secret? Yeah.
You know what, it's 100% my secret.
Really? Okay.
All people I know.
Yeah.
And just think if I had a yes, well, I'm going to have one. Okay, good. Gotten your point? Que mi abuelo.
So, were you in a industry 4 or 7 years ago then, or?
Yes. I was an executive admin for some vice presidents at St. Jude Medical.
I can make it 10 minutes long.
And Drake, cover it, you're good to go.
Right, we'll wait for your feet, and we'll start.
Do you guys recycle the stuff, or do I just put it?
We don't. I mean, we have different cans or different things to put them in. And then when you watch them empty the garbage, they put them all in one thing.
Oh.
And I was like, do you recycle? And he's like, no, we don't, but there's a giant recycling bin in the basement. I'm like,
We take turns
What?
carrying it down there.
I'm like, what is the disconnect here? I don't know. Yeah. I think I need to talk to the Olivia, she talked to the building manager or something.
That's right, she can start getting a little rough.
I used to take it home. I used to like.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It was a lot.
I'll be on Zoom.
Okay.
I gotta go help my brother find this.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, I need him out of my house. Do you need a 21-year-old boy?
Depends, is he helpful or not?
He can do the dishes. That's about it. I don't have children for a reason right now. I need my house back.
I'm gonna start. Okay, so you guys know me, I'm Jessica. And so I'm gonna be covering client events and seminars. So how you can grow your business through that. So we've heard a little bit about client events. Drake talked a little bit about it. I told him to be quiet because he was stealing my thunder. And then Sarah stole a little bit of thunder.
Just a little bit.
But it was only 2 times with the 2 events, so.
You do it best though. Those are the free ones.
Right. Okay, so so I made a list of really good ideas for events, and there was one month they had a really hard time with, which was January. So I'm taking suggestions for January. My husband's like, I was asking this morning, he's like, I don't know, what is that called? What do people do in January? What is that? I'm like, resolutions? I'm like, so clearly you have none and never have. I'm like, great, okay. So, so you know, I don't have anything for January. So, does anybody have any ideas what you can do?
Snowshoeing through the state parks.
Ooh, nice. With all your clients.
Come on, everyone.
Yikes. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys, we're gonna come up with one as a group. That'll be January, okay? So February is date night. All right. So I want you to take notes. So like Sarah has said, and Carly has taught this for Ignite, and she has said in the past, it doesn't matter if people come or not, right? That's not our point. And a lot of people get hung up on that. They're like, well, oh my gosh, I did all this stuff and nobody, you know, like only a couple people came. Well, the thing is if you hold it at the market center and you know how many people are coming and they're just picking it up, it's not really that big of a deal, right? If you wanted to partner up with other people in the office and do it that way, you could too. And then it looks like there's a lot more people, which is kind of what happens with our market center events. So date night would consist of, you could do like a Papa Murphy's pizza and some sort of beverage. So people have done in the past, they've done wine or beer or what else, Sarah? Like,
well, we usually do wine and then like a thing of soda. We'll have
yeah,
and they can take what they want.
And then sometimes what people do is they will get branded pizza cutters and give those out as well. So it's a leave behind, right? So they're gonna keep that in their kitchen. So if you were gonna put this in your 36 touch, what day would you try to make this close to?
14th.
Okay, and so if you were gonna do that, how much time would you have to back up so that you could promote this and make sure that it actually happens?
A month.
3 weeks, a month? Any other ideas? Sarah, how about you?
4 to 6 weeks.
Thank you. 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, so let's go backwards. What does that make it? Let's just be super planny and do 6 weeks. What is 6 weeks before Valentine's Day? So you have to get out your calendars.
January 1st.
January 1st?
December 25th.
Okay, now you need to get out your phones and you need to say January 1st, planning date night. So do that now. This is the interactive part. What I tell you what to do.
You can't tell me what to do.
You can't tell me what to do because I'm not going to do it.
You're not the boss of me.
You're not the boss of me. And then when you get to January 1st and you're like, what does that mean? Oh my God, here we go. This is what I'm planning, right? So now if you wanted to do the pizza cutters, you probably need more than 6 weeks, right? So we should back up. Maybe let's go December 1st. Make sure you order the pizza cutters.
Where might someone order pizza cutters?
Pizza cutters? What? You could order those from, I'm pretty sure
eBay.
House of Magnets has them. not House Magnus, well, maybe House Magnus does, because they have the name thing. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Where have you bought things like that?
Well, I love the idea of giving a pizza cutter with a pizza. We haven't done that.
Okay, so, my goal here is to, in all transparency, is to get preferred vendors in this office who will help us, and then we can help them. So I am on the hunt for a preferred vendor for that. Yes.
I know Kelly uses Cutco. She has brand pizza cutters, and I think there's a person that KW uses.
Yes, and those are super expensive.
Yeah.
They're like $50 to $60, I think.
For a pizza
On
cutter?
one cover?
Yeah. Well, their knives are like $120 for the cheapest knife.
That's good, nice pizza cutters.
Well, if you think about it, if like, not the pizza cutter one, but if you're doing Cutco for your clients, if you sold a $500,000 house, like a Cutco knife is like a drop in the bucket compared to what you just got on your commission, right?
Yeah.
Right. And that is a closing gift, not for
Right.
that.
The thing with Cutco is that your name's on it, and if you're doing that kind of marketing, you can write off $100 because it's marketed with you, right? I want to say, well, I know Minuteman Press used to be one of our preferred vendors. They are no longer. I will find you one. Okay, I will do that. Well, I think because of COVID, a lot of people decided that it wasn't like worth it. I don't know. He's in the chamber with me, Mike, but okay, I'm on that. So then you're looking at December 1st is when you're gonna order that to make sure that it gets here in time for you to have your event, right? All of the other things like the pizza and the beverages, you can figure that out with your January 1st date, right? But if you have those 2 dates in your calendar, you know that it'll happen, especially if you order the pizza cutters, because you're like, well, I just spent money on this, so we're for sure having this, right? Any questions on February? No?
I would say for your pizza event, make sure that you are having when you send it out, we use Eventbrite, but people have to sign up. We give them pizza choices, like a pepperoni, a cheese, or a, sausage or whatever. Give them a couple choices. And then we just did for the wine and soda, we just said, we'll have wine and soda available first come, first serve. So
sure.
Once we were out of the wine, people were stuck with the soda.
Yeah.
But that way they've ordered the pizza, you know what to order. And we had the day we did it was Valentine's Day this year. And I think we had 28 people signed up. And my mom and dad, it was a really cold, like snowy day or something. I don't remember. My mom called and said they weren't gonna come, but other than my parents, everybody else showed up.
Yeah, then you're not spending money on the pizza that you'll have to eat for the next 3 weeks.
And
right?
when they've signed up and they know you're ordering the pizza that they picked, they're gonna come.
And you
Versus
did
if
it
it's
on
just,
Valentine's Day?
we did it on Valentine's Day. But to be honest, we did it on Valentine's Day knowing we were still in a pandemic and people there was less chance that people were going out.
Wasn't it a Sunday too?
It was a Sunday and we did it like from 4 to 6 that afternoon.
Because remember my car died and then I slept here the whole weekend.
You were living here.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
lived here that
That's
weekend,
right.
so.
I forgot that was that weekend.
Okay, we digress. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now I just want to tell you, these are options. You're not doing every single event, right? So if you're like, oh, date night, once we get through this date night, I'm gonna go in, like still leave it in your calendar, but you can know like, oh, maybe I won't do that one because I like March's idea better. So March is called, any hints? Going to give you a date. St. Patrick's.
Madness.
Not everyone's Irish, so we can't be discriminatory. I'm just kidding.
Pi Day.
314, yes, it's Pi Day. So you know, pi, 3.14. Math,
Keep going.
right? Pi Day. 3.14159.
Oh, wow.
So Pi Day, you are going to give them, you could give a choice. You could do an actual pie, or you could do, again, pizza. You could do pizza from the same place. Pizza pie. You can still do pizza cutters. right? And you can still do the beer, wine, soda. So this is kind of like your buffer. If you slacked for this one, you've got the chance to make it up to yourself, right? Any questions on that? It would be running identical. And people aren't expecting it, right? They're not expecting like something that they could get in March. Okay, next one is, and I know this kind of varies with the date, but Easter. Now this is the one that is free, so we're gonna circle this. Do that. So this year, we had, it was a little different because we, you know, it was COVID. The year before, I don't think we could do it at all. What we've done in the past is in this room, we have like activities going on. We'll have music going or movie playing, and then we'll have the Easter Bunny in that conference room, and then they take pictures, and there can be different activities. The thing is that it is free, and the Market Center puts that together, and will end up emailing you or getting us the information to sign people up. So it is limited, so you want to get that information out to your clients so that they have that Eventbrite information. And there's certain slots that they have to sign up for to get in the photos. So what do you think is a common mindset problem for people with Easter Bunny pigs? When you're thinking about who you're going to market this to.
People with young kids.
Yeah, because I've heard it. Well, I don't know anybody with little kids. Well, do you know other human beings? Yes.
But those people might know.
Okay, they will probably, people have grandchildren, people have neighbors, right? It doesn't really matter if they don't have kids because you're just showing them what you're doing, right? So don't let that mindset of, well, I don't know anybody with kids, slow you down. Okay, May. We have, this is super fun. I don't have red to write in, but that's okay. This we kind of thought of last year. Red Day is something that Keller Williams has the second Thursday of every May. And it's based on our past chairperson, Mo Anderson. It's her birthday in May and she wanted to give back. So she created Red Day, which is where globally, we as Keller Williams agents give back to the community. So in the past, we've done yard cleanup, we've done Feed My Starving Children, which is what we're doing this year. So last year, people were like, I was an ambassador for Keller Williams and cultural ambassador in 2019, I think. And so there's a group of us that talk about like Red Day nationwide, like what are you guys gonna do? So what we said last year was go out and do something good for the community, right? So guess what? You can tie it in to have your clients do the same thing. So you could say, even though because of COVID this year, you could say, okay, well, this is what I'm doing to give back. And I wanted to invite you to do the same and send me pictures once you do that. And then I'll post them on my Facebook or wherever. So you're just having other people do things and sharing, right? And it's goodwill and it also is free. So, but I think it's a great way to show what we do at Keller Williams, that we're not just about selling homes. So, June is, this one's super fun. So I was talking to the owner of Buck Hill last week. And so I told her, I was like, hey, I think you should do a drive-in movies. Yeah. And she's like, oh, that's a great idea. So, because they do music, like concerts. So, okay, I'm just going to tell you, it's probably not going to happen this June, but we could make it happen next June for sure. So what this would look like is they would get the giant screen and it would be an event that they're already having and we're going to tag onto it. And then, you could provide, like we've talked about this in the past, you could do a pop by and leave popcorn, a little basket for them if they decide that they want to go. Or maybe if they RSVP that they are coming, you could have it for them when they arrive and you could give it to them. But, you know, what we want to do with Buck Hill is do some, they're probably going to become preferred vendors for the restaurant, Buck 54. So then what we can do is some like co-branding and then, you know, marketing of Buck Hill to our clients. And then it's a win-win. But this, you know, a lot more economical than renting a movie theater, which people have done in the past. Yeah.
Maybe they could be your January partner too, and you can host the tubing.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good idea. What does that do? Any questions on June or
It's
ideas?
also my birthday, so I don't know if you want to put it out there.
Sure, yeah, Pete's birthday, so we're gonna have it on your birthday.
Yes.
July. Okay, so July. This one is an idea that the Duckworths do, Team Lucky Duck, is they go to Como Zoo. So very economical because you don't have to pay to get in, right? And you can have a picnic at the park across the street. And so and they have pavilions. And then I think they got like each of the kids, once they RSVP, they get them like X amount of tickets or whatever for Como Town. And it's, I can't remember what they call it, but you know, something like about their annual picnic. But again, even if you don't know people with kids, like this is a really fun thing for them to share with other people and for them to see that this is something you're doing. Okay, questions on that?
Do other groups partner with them then, or is that just kind of their?
That's theirs, but you for sure could. I mean, that's what, you know, we've kind of talked about with the PC group is, and it doesn't even have to be only PC, but having events where multiple people get together and, you know, and then they market towards it and then offset the price for whatever it is that you're doing.
I think you have to register now for Como Zoo, and I don't know if there's limited spots.
Yeah. Right.
They upped it, yeah.
And then,
I like the driving idea. Maybe there's a way to put some labels on some popcorn buckets or something.
Oh, yeah. August. You guys know what happens in August on a Tuesday night? Beginning of August.
Together, the great family or neighborhood get together.
Yep, National Night Out or Night to Unite. I don't know why they changed it. With this one, you're going to have to, this is going to have to be one that you organize in advance, right? You're going to want to call the city that you live in, and they have packets that you can get. 2 years ago, they gave us wristbands for Mall of America, and they gave us like this giant packet of stuff, which was super cool. And they just say like, you know, how many people do you think are coming? And we're like 20, so they just put that all in there. The other thing with this is what I did is door knocked. So I went around my neighborhood of who I wanted to farm, right? Like it was self-serving. But, and I did really bright colored postcards and I invited them. And then there's a lot of townhouses in my neighborhood. So we put them on their garage door because when they drive up, they're like, what's that? And we had about 25 people come, and then I added them all to my sensations list, so they all get a recipe card. And also I add them to my neighborhood nurture. So So obviously last year we couldn't have that. There's another Keller Williams team, the Odd Couple in Highland Park. They do this at a really high level, and they started out providing the grilling meat from Von Hansen's for like their neighborhood. Then they expanded it to another neighborhood. So now what they have is people can sign up if they want to be on their list, and they come, and there's some like criteria for it, but they have like promotions sitting out, like all the meat is provided by Keller Williams Odd Couple Realty Group or whatever. So you can, and funny thing is they used to do like bounce houses, and then they were like, yeah, and then it was so much work, like getting the bounce house, dropping it off, picking it up, all these things. So like, we're just gonna do the meat, drop it off and done. But so that's a really fun one. That is, I want to say it's the first Tuesday in August. And who knows what they're gonna do this year. Okay. September is back to school drive. So schools are always looking for school supplies. So I did this. I actually combined this with the Night to Unite, and we collected things. And then when we went around, we let people know. And this one guy, he's like, oh, you need like notebooks? I'm like, sure. And he's like, okay, well, let me go out to my car. So we go out to his driveway, and he's like, wait a minute, it's locked. And my daughter looks at him and she's like, are we really doing this? I'm like, oh, yes. So he pulls out all these notebooks from his car. He's like, yeah, they've been in there for a really long time. I was like, thanks, this is perfect. This is what we wanted. So super weird, but and then you can something that you can do is go around your neighborhood. The same people you door knocked here or farmed, have a flyer and go around and just put it on everybody's door and say a specific day that you will pick it up, and to have it sitting out, right? So you can interact with them, but again, with COVID, if they just have it sitting out, but then they see your stuff twice, right? Okay, October is two things. Reverse trick-or-treating. Have you guys heard of that? Do you know what that is?
They sell back their candy.
Were you what?
They sell back their candy for money.
No. Very inventive though.
That's what we used to do at the hospital, give them $1 a pound. And then we'd send it to the troops. Especially when you got way too much candy in your house.
Let's see, the other one is the Halloween party. Okay, so reverse trick-or-treating is actually on Halloween. You take your, what I used to do is take that candy called the Reason, and then I would staple my business card to it, and I would say, hey, I'm reverse trick-or-treating, and here's a reason for my card, right? And they always laughed sometimes. I used to do it when I would trick or treat with my kids, and they were like, my God, can you stop talking? We're here to get candy. I'm like, I'm here to get business. What are you complaining about? So I would not suggest going with your children. It's totally not their cup of tea. Anyway, so you do the reverse, and people think it's kind of cute that they're getting candy. The other one is the Halloween party. So we used to do it in the office, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing it in the parking lot. We did it last year. In the parking lot, we would decorate our cars kind of like open the trunk and trunk or treat. And we had really good turnout. It was super windy, so everybody's stuff kind of blew away. But like, oh yeah, I had fake pumpkins, and they were like rolling away. I was like, oh, this is really great. But it's fun, and it's super simple to invite people to. You know, it's when we used to have it here, it was about 3 or 4 hours of setup. So it's always nice you just come with your trunk and do your own thing, kind of. All right, November is pies. So this is a really popular one. In the office, agents will get pies from, a lot of agents do Hy-Vee, Costco. Costco's are the really big ones. So people like always remember that, right? They're like walking up there, they're like, oh my God, it took me 3 weeks to eat that pumpkin pie. And I tell them, if you can whip me up a referral, I'll include a can of Cool Whip, or I mean a can of whatever, Ready Whip, yeah. And I got 2 referrals from that, so. Usually what I do is I'll call Costco and like I'll invite my people, right? And then I'll order them from Costco and I ask them to put the label on the bottom, otherwise they're big labels on the top. And then I'll put a sticker on and then a little note. And then in the past, prior to COVID, we had different rooms set up, like agents would have like, HHG usually uses this room, or the conference rooms, and the people just come in between a certain time frame. And John Hoffmeister, he delivered all of his pies, which you can do that too, but that's a lot of driving. So December is pictures with Santa. And again, that's pretty much identical to the Easter Bunny. We have this room with activities. We have Santa in the conference room. They take pictures. Last year was really fun. We did depth of field kind of thing where we had the people standing here and then Santa and Mrs. Claus were 6 feet ahead with a frame, and they held the frame and then you could see the family through. It was so cute. Super cute. Yeah, that one was fun. And we had a super good turnout. We even had people from other KWs coming because somehow, their agent sent them here, which is super
Can you
weird.
imagine sending your clients to another brokerage and you're not there?
Right. It was super bizarre. Any questions on this? So you got this one for the dates. For this one and this one, you'll get the information from the office. And same with Red Day. You just want to prep a little bit more than that. And that's what I'd say, start out with these 2. You know, they're the easiest ones. So I would put in your calendar to probably start prepping for that, like 4 to 6 weeks ahead of time. And you know, the common thing is, you know, I mean, to get the amount of touches that you want, you can reach out. You can send it in your newsletter. You can send a text. You know, you can call if you want. A lot of groups do that. I know HHG calls all their clients to come to the events. But I'm like with Sarah, I'm not a super big caller.
But what we do is it depends on the event, because we have some VIP events that only a certain group of people is invited to that have already used us or sent us business. But for like the Santa event, well, for any of those events, actually, we're gonna send out an email invitation. But if it's a public event like the Bunny or Santa, we'll put that in our newsletter and post it on our Facebook page. And then for our 36 touch people, I will like spend an afternoon just texting the people that we haven't heard from if they haven't RSVP'd. So then I'm just like, hey, just want to make sure you got the invitation. I'd love to see you. And it's amazing as I'm sending those texts, and I do like the copy paste. Yeah. It's the same message every time. All of a sudden, people start responding, yes or no.
Yep. And if you wanted to, I use Google Voice, and so I have that on my phone. So then I can text from there, which is sometimes I feel like it's faster because it just, you know, gets through. But whatever way your client communicates with you, do that, right? I mean, I know calling is probably the best, and door knocking, like when you're face to face, is the best. And sometimes you have to reach out to 200 people. So you got to get it done. And the best way to make sure that they're reached is doing these. So then if you never hear from them, of course, those like 20 people, you could call them, right? You'd be like, hey, what are you doing? Are you coming to this or what? Okay, so seminars, kind of switching gears. We have 15 minutes, okay. So one of the most popular seminars that people do, any ideas? Yeah. Cool thing is in Command, we have templates on these. What's another one? Yeah. So two totally different markets, right? The opposite, pretty much. Okay, another one that kind of gets overlooked, I think, is prep my home for to sell, right? I've seen that a lot in like community ed classes. And you could like to think outside the box. You don't have to do it where it's like, oh, okay, so everyone's gonna come in here and then they're gonna sit down. You could do a Zoom, you could do it once, and then you could just send it to people, right? And they're watching it and you make it short and entertaining. And they're like, oh, that was really good. Oh, can I send that to so-and-so? For sure, yeah, you for sure can. Good. Right, so think outside the box and make it digital.
So you mean just record it if you want to do it on Zoom?
Yeah.
I never recorded on Zoom before.
So what you can do is, I mean, the thing like in what made me think of it was when they did like Mega Camp or Family Reunion, they would pre-record things and then they'd have a moderator who would answer questions, right? So it's like, oh, well, they just had to teach that one time and then you can answer the question. So if you can get like a big group of people, you know, you can play that and then you can do fun. Oh yeah. It's just, you know, thinking outside the box because it takes a lot of time to do a seminar to get the word out, right? And if you can do it when it's on their time, you're like, well, what works for you? You know, Sunday at 2. Okay, sure. I'll send this to you, right? The other thing too is to think like when you cross-pollinate, that's not the word. When you think of other businesses and you want to work together, right? Sure, that. So what are some other businesses that have to do with us and helping with data? Yeah. Okay. What else? Loan officers. So obviously the loan officer could be the one that helps you with the first time home buyer, right? So then the two of you market together and then they can reach their people and you reach your people and then you can get more there. Stager, same thing. Like that could be wrapped in with this one. How do I prep my home to sell it? Right? You could have a stager come on and say like, or maybe an organizer. What else? What is something that people worry about every single year today? Tax. Yeah. An accountant. Because if they're not like up to par on their taxes and all their other stuff, like they're probably not going to be ready to talk to your loan officer because this isn't ready. So if you get them in touch with an accountant and they are like, oh yeah, okay, that's a good idea, then you can drip on them and have these people be your you know, your preferred vendors, and then they become your raving fans because you keep bringing them more people for their accounting business, or you're bringing them more people for their staging business, right? And then I just started getting super.
So another one along those lines is credit repair.
Yes, that's a really good one. And kind of hard to find. Oops. So once you find somebody that's good at that, like, hang on to them. Also, like a financial advisor kind of can go together. I know Laura, who is one of our preferred vendors, she will have a conversation with somebody if they need credit repair help. She will only give them a certain period of time though. Because just like us, we're gonna show one house and we're not gonna do anything else unless they sign with us, right? Same thing for her because it's her time. Okay, so then if you want to get creative and you think about maybe some of your hobbies. So what do you guys do for fun? What hobbies do you have? Not everybody at once, please.
Low pitch softball.
Okay, sports.
Yeah.
What else? I heard something else. Oh, okay.
Which, by the way, I've got an email today from KW Golf Tournament design for this year.
Reading.
Okay. So I see here, like book club, right? You start book club. I know you all know this. I like plans. So what I did is I joined those like crazy plant groups, you know, and then I was like, does anybody want to exchange plants? And then they're like, yeah. So then we met at the Buzz Top Shop, and then we exchanged plants. And I was like, and here's my card. I just happen to be in real estate, right? And they're like, oh my god. So we are friends on Facebook, and then we just kind of keep. I know, it's super weird, right? You should see my office.
It'd be like, let's grow together or some sort of weird ass. I don't even know why people like you.
Together.
There's more people like you that like the same. I'll just grow together,
writing it down.
I don't know about the friends.
Well, I just want to say, I put it on Facebook last night that Irene, who does my social media, did that post about plants and having them in your office, and that it means you're more productive. And I was like, oh, that's so good. Oh my god. Okay, so the point of this is do what you like and then expand on it. So another one is like I went to a class on essential oils and like how to make, I like to make stuff. So then I was like, how do you make hand soap? How do you make this? And then I was like, oh, I could teach a class on that. I mean, I don't have time to do that, but if I did, you know, it's like teach what you like to do, and then naturally those relationships grow and you end up getting clients from an oil class, whatever. So that's pretty much what I have for you guys. Just, you know, the biggest thing is do what you like, you know, do what you're passionate about. Any comments, questions? Sarah's going to be passing out the two books that we have. Kim put these together. Super amazing.
Yeah.
So these we will get to you in digital format as well.
We're on Zoom. She's emailing a PDF of each of these too.
Yeah, I wanted you to get the hard copy here, so you can walk away with that, and then people on Zoom, you can get it via email. And then the other thing that if you would, just since we have 5 minutes left, people on Zoom as well, if you can just type up a little email, and you all know Melissa's email address. Melissa Johnson or Melissa Lombard. This is a prompter. She'll have no idea this is coming. Super fun. I want you to tell her what you thought of this, because this is the first time we've done reignite, we've done ignite a lot, and so what do we want to read that? Okay, so it's Melissa Lombard at AW.com. And you know, the thing we always ask, and I know sometimes it's old, but it's like, what, if there's something that you wish we would have covered, what is it? Or something you want to know more about, what is it? Because it helps us improve. Any questions? So you have to email her now before you leave. Got you.
And you always do.
I gave you a break.
You did.
I did, right? You got to a breather.
Week and a half. You have any forms about first time home buyer? Let's say I just want to teach it. I kind of need to learn how to.
Yeah, there's something in, I don't know where it is, but it's in Command. There's like a template for a seminar.
I went to a Redfin, the first time home buyer just to kind of see what's going on. And it was more for them to get clients, basically. Right. It was very smart. Right. But I wanted to know, like, what kind of material, if I do bring someone, what do I need to teach in order for them?
Right. Right.
So it's on Command, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do a self plug for myself.
Okay.
So for the new agents that haven't been around for a while, I actually do staging as well. Mainly do consultations to let your clients know what they need to do to get their house prepared to sell to its investor buyers. So if you need somebody.
Is that something that you have your sellers pay for, or that you offer from your
you offer it as part of your package? You can have your clients pay for it, but it's not expensive.
Do you do the staging if they want to hire you to, or no?
I don't do the actual furniture anymore. I used to, but I'm too old. It's just too hard to move stuff around. So mainly I do consultations and I let them know what they can do with what they have. And sometimes it's just moving something here, put something here from one to another. It makes it.
And you get to be the bad guy then, right?
Yeah.
It's not us saying it. It's not us saying, it house smells like a cat out of it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Writing.
Verbal.
I always give a report, a written report, broken down room by room of what they need to do, if they choose to. They don't have to, but I ask them to. But then they can use it as a to-do list, and I send it to both them and to you, so that you know what I suggest.
Do you have like a kind of compelling motivational numbers that you kind of offer with that? Like, if you do this, your house price should increase by. Great.
No, I don't know. Right, I just have my state.
Maybe you just remember your last name.
Edwin.
Yeah, KW.com.
Yep. It's Edwin.
And you said ED, right?
ED.
Well, I don't have the listing right now.
Yeah, and a lot of people, so it's funny because a lot of people don't, they think, oh, everything's selling really quickly right now. You don't need to do that. Well, yeah, you can tell a story. You can.
I have a townhouse in Burnsville that it will be closing at the end of this month. But cute, normal townhouse, kind of on the backside of Buck Hill, that Green Haven Lane area back there. And it's a good friend of mine. It's her place. She has had it as a rental for the last like 8 or 9 years. Anyway, her tenant moved out, she decided to sell, and I was like the same thing. She was like, let's just get it on the market. It's in good shape. The appliances aren't too bad, and the furnace and AC are both new, roof was brand new. So we threw it on the market. Every comp in that neighborhood, that the inner unit, just exactly like hers, had sold for 200. There were 4 or 5 comps in the last 90 days at 200. Maybe it was maybe 80 days. Anyway, so we put it on at 190 because it's a rental, and she was just like, I just want to get the traffic in there. She had endless showings. She got one offer that first weekend on the market for 190, and they backed out the next day. Didn't have an inspection, nothing, just like literally we signed the purchase agreement, and then the next morning they sent the cancellation. So it's back on the market, and she ended up getting 3 offers, 1 for 175 and 2 for 180. And she was like, this is dumb. Why am I getting offers that are 20,000 below what the comps say? And I'm in Florida. I thought I had this control. And so I called her and I said, the only thing that I can think of that's different is that those other townhomes all had furniture and yours is empty. So we took it off the market on a Monday, had my stager get over there, stage the place. We did new interior photos the next day, and by Friday morning, it went back on the market. I was getting on an airplane and I landed to 4 offers in my inbox, one of which was for 220.
Wow.
And one of them was for 210. I mean, it was bananas.
Wow.
But they did nothing other than put some furniture.
That's crazy.
This place, $40,000 difference.
Yeah.
Wow.
It gives it a warmer feeling.
Yeah.
Makes it
Tells
feel
a
like
story,
it's a
yeah.
home.
Yep.
It's also a nice distraction because when it's empty, that every block.
You see every block, exactly.
All you see
And this
is
is, you walk into this one, you walk directly into the living room, and it's not a small living room, but the feedback we got was that it's small. And I was like, it's not small, and it's the same exact size as all of these others. But with furniture in there, it didn't feel small or tight at all.
So how much did it cost you to bring something to stage it?
So to actually bring in furniture, it's different when you do what Deb does, which is like just a consultation and she's going using what they have. For this one, it was about $1,500, and she's gonna make probably 15,000 more. It's not gonna freeze at 220.
And that's the whole townhouse, that's how they work? Like they work for square footage, for room, to bring the furniture?
Generally, like per room, it kind of depends on
You
how
don't
much
have
space.
to have a full house stage.
Okay, yeah.
I would stage your dining room, if you have a dining room, your living room, and one bed. Okay, hopefully the master.
Yeah,
have exactly, have furniture.
And how long do they leave them there? For the, like, couple of days and then they pick it up, or how does it go for the show?
I think
For the staging itself, how long does the furniture stay in the house?
So if I were doing it, I would stay until a week before you close, just in case you had people back up.
Okay.
So you want to make sure that it's going to close, and at least until it goes 10.
It makes a big difference.
It makes a huge
I always wanted to know how much it is.
So does your client pay that up front, the 1,500? Okay. Was it hard to convince them of that, or?
not at all. She was like, she was upset that she was getting these lowball offers. And I agreed with her. I said, there's absolutely nothing wrong. As a matter of fact, in a lot of ways, hers was in better condition with the new AC and furnace than those others. It just wasn't the pretty, you know? So she was ready to do anything. She wanted to get at least 190 for it. And I'm like, well, we're gonna get you at least 2. That's what the comps are.
Yeah.
And she'll get more than that. So anyway, it makes a huge difference, and I can't promise $40,000 more for every seller, but they will get more. And in doing a staging consultation, it helps them. Did you say it makes the, like, you're the bad guy?
Yeah.
Pack up all these pictures, pack up all this clutter, rearrange this furniture, paint that wall. It takes that off you, and it makes the home look better for photos. And I was just curious about that speed, and you said selfies, just